flat Earth. I actually don't. Not very fond of the proofs of Earth being round. Let me
No.
look. Okay.
I'm also
Yeah, if you could show me upside down people, I'll believe the Earth is a globe. Just show me upside down people because you need
Are
upside
you
down people
insane, mate?
for the Earth to
Are
be a
you
globe.
insane? That's fucking funny. Yeah, I should have my slivers looking around on the bottom because of the Earth of the fucking round. Yeah, I agree. You don't believe in fucking
Is
gravity,
the Earth a globe or what? Is the Earth a globe? Yes or no?
bro. If the Earth was a globe, I would fall off if I was on the other side, right?
Is the
Right?
Earth a globe? Yes or no?
No, mate. Come on. Everyone knows it's flat. Bro, these global people
So how do you know it's flat? How do
are
you know it's
very
flat?
fucking weird. It's obvious.
What is the
There is
number one
no
evidence?
proof.
Yeah, what?
There is no proof of Earth being a globe, mate. Come on.
What is your number one proof that Earth is flat? Just one.
I don't need to give a proof. It's obvious.
So you don't know. So you don't know if the Earth is flat or not.
What is your proof that the Earth is round?
The Earth is not round. I'm a flat earther.
All right. Then what?
So what's the number one proof the Earth is a flat? So you don't know.
I'm still new to being flat earther. I'm still learning, mate. But all I know is that Earth is not round. Okay. Yeah. These guys, this very nice gentleman, convinced me that the Earth is flat. Now I'll have to learn the science behind flat Earth. Also, atoms don't exist. There's something else other than atoms. They're
What are you talking
lying
about?
to us.
There's nothing different about flat Earth science than regular science.
Oh, tell that to the people who host this shit. They were denying atoms a bit ago. I'm serious.
What do you
They're
mean
like,
by
oh,
denying atoms?
we can-
What did they tell you about that made you think they're denying atoms? What
they
they
say,
say?
oh, we cannot see it. We cannot see it. Then it's not real, or we need proof. So I was like, bro, do you believe in atoms? Do you believe like everything is made of small atoms? And they were like, do you believe in unicorns? What the fuck is that?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
answer the question.
Well, they're right though. Like, you don't see atoms. Atoms are just models.
Yeah, models, but they're real.
Yeah, models aren't reality, dude.
I'm not talking about the models of atoms. I'm talking about actual atoms.
Yeah, well, nobody knows what actual atoms are. We have models to describe the phenomena.
Do you know that
Like-
there is
like
an
if you heard-
actual
like-
science in college about how atoms look like? Not atoms, like chemical compounds.
Yeah, how they're modeled.
Not modeled, how they actually look
Yeah.
in real life.
Yeah, they're different atomic models. You know, like in the early 1900s, they had the Bohr model, which was
I know,
debunked later.
I'm
They used that
not
to build
talking about
nuclear
the models.
weapons. They said.
I'm not talking about the models. I'm talking about the chemical compounds, molecules.
Yeah, those are atomic structures, and quantum mechanics is built on a body of models, modeling behavior of phenomena. That doesn't mean it's real, like in the way that you think. You know,
So,
just because like you.
So
Okay.
quantum computing is not effective, I assume.
No,
There's
I
a
didn't even
science
say
behind
that
it.
at all. You're not listening to what I'm telling you. You have an error in your thinking. You're doing what's called concept reification. You believe in something so strongly in your mind, a model, that you think it has to be true the way the model represents what is real in the first
Wait,
place.
so the model of the atom is not real.
The model's not real. That's right. It's a concept. It's a conceptual framework to teach us how to think about these things.
I know.
But we don't
I
know what they really are fundamentally. Just
Have you
like we
seen
don't know
atoms
what magnetism is fundamentally, or what light
Have
is
you-
fundamentally.
Have you seen an atom before?
No, I've never seen an atom before, dude. Nobody actually has seen an atom.
Wanna see an atom? Wait, let me get you a picture.
I know what they claim is seeing an atom, right? They do like the gold foil test. That is not seeing an atom.
No, not a gold foil test. Let me show you. Do you know the electron microscope? Do you know how it works? It
Yeah,
follows every
they
single.
they image atoms using gold foil.
I don't know though.
Sounds like you don't know what you're
Well,
talking about.
no, I didn't see the. No, I know what I'm talking about, but I don't know what you're talking about.
All right.
I can't send pictures.
Listen, you're engaging in concept reification fallacies again and again,
Yeah,
and you're
sorry.
not being honest about that fact. So
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
they're right when they
Just
tell you that nobody's actually seen real atoms before. We just have models.
I've seen a real atom, not with my eyes, but with an electron microscope. Have
Crying
you?
out loud. I've seen pictures of what represent atoms. You should say the same thing.
No, I didn't see.
You're actually claiming you've seen an actual atom through an electron microscope, then you're just a straight out liar.
Pretender
How?
clown.
I'm actually looking. I'm actually looking at pictures right now. I can show you.
No, it's not just the picture, dude. It's the process they used. I don't think you understand what the process is they used to do images of atoms. That's what I'm telling you is what's taking place is they're not imaging them directly. They have no means to do that.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm a pseudoscientific person.
So it's not fair to say flat earthers are denying that atoms exist when really what is being understood is that we have models of atoms and of atomic behavior. Those models do exist, but those models are not the real thing that they represent. Because models describe things that happen. They describe things you can see, but they are not the thing that is actually being observed.
Yeah, I agree.
So my earlier point still holds, man, that flat earth science is no different than just science. We're not proposing any alternate field of physics or anything like that. There's nothing new here. What we are showing is certain fields like theoretical physics are full of shit.
You're denying astrophysics. You're denying.
That's
gravity,
theoretical. It's not applied physics. It's not real physics.
Gravity is applied. They use it for rockets and airplanes.
What does that have to do with anything? Rockets and airplanes don't use astrophysics, dude. Is that what you're saying? That rockets and airplanes use astrophysics?
They use gravity laws to calculate how rockets work.
That has nothing to do with astrophysics.
Yeah, I said you deny astrophysics and you deny gravity.
No, that's not what we're doing. We're just telling you that astrophysics is bullshit. Your rebuttal of saying airplanes fly is not an example of astrophysics.
All right, yeah, you're right.
Right, a more appropriate rebuttal would be to demonstrate dynamically, not with a kinematic model, the orbits of celestial bodies.
I think this is the reason why there are still flat earthers to this day, is that they don't believe the theory, they believe what they see. So if I sent you to space...
we accept science. You don't.
Wait, so if I sent you... That is not... Okay. So if I sent you to space and you saw the Earth is round,
so how about do? No, you just said we're like this because it's not what we believe, it's what we see. So you're telling me I should believe the ground is curved, but when I walk outside, I see flat. So which one do you think I'm going to stick with? When I go outside, I see flat, but yet you expect me to believe curve. Why?
The opposite.
You're thinking in a caveman sort of thinking.
That's
You know
not
what I
thinking
mean?
in a caveman anything. That's common sense, my friend. If I see the ground as flat, why should I expect the ground to be anything other than flat?
Do you have any idea how large the Earth is?
Oh, that's your best evidence of a globe now? It's so big you can't see
I'm
that
not
it's
showing
turning?
evidence.
Hey.
I'm talking to him.
I know, well, that's your
It's
reason,
actually
right? So,
huge.
and
That's why you. That's your
is
evidence.
also
of
going to
Earth is
outer
flat?
space your standard of evidence for the globe? Yeah, is going to outer space then your standard of evidence for proving the globe? Fair
Now
statement.
leave him to
Many
tell
people
you how big Earth is. Tell us how big Earth is.
What big do you mean? Volume, radius? What do you mean? Diameter?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, you can do it with the radius, and then you will have a distance and everything. Teach us.
I think the diameter is like 40,000. Wait, let me check.
Okay.
Diameter of
You know,
the
to be
Earth.
fair, I was
It's
addressing a
almost-
point that he made. This is going off on a tangent, Sasha.
The diameter.
He told
of
me
the
that
Earth
a
is
rocket
12,000
to see the
kilometers.
globe, and I'm asking him if that's his standard of evidence.
I mean, there's a shit ton of evidence of rockets and shit going to
Yeah,
space.
is
How
that
do you
your
deny that?
standard of evidence? Is that your standard of evidence? Did you go out to outer space in a rocket?
No.
No, so you did not meet your standard of evidence to accept that Earth is scientifically a globe. You failed
Dude,
in your
I'm
own
born-
standard of evidence.
Let me tell you one thing. I'm not like everyone is telling me shit. Like in school, I learned something that is supposed to be correct. Why would they teach me anything that's wrong?
So you just believe people to tell you things.
I believe trustable people.
And you call that
Everything is based
science?
on trust.
What? No.
I don't believe people that
The
tell
point
me
of
things.
science is you don't have to trust people. Hey,
No,
you don't have to trust me to do science.
You do know a thing. Science is technically. I'm going to get a little philosophical here, but science is technically defined by trusting the scientific way of thinking.
What?
Yeah, following the scientific method.
No,
Would be
science
his
is
way
built
of
on
thinking.
skepticism.
Yeah. That is itself.
Science begins with skepticism,
You're
not
trusting.
trust.
You're trusting skepticism.
Dude,
Alright.
The fuck did I just
so
walk into?
why are you not skeptical of the globe?
I have been. And I looked. And I learned.
If that was the case, you'd be in here with us, not
So what
against us.
evidence makes you skeptical? What evidence have you looked for that makes you skeptical?
I don't know anything. I don't actually research into the globe thing. I don't actually care. Why would I? I'm literally living on Earth.
He's just
So
Doing
you don't
my
have
job.
any reason.
Why do you?
Diarrhea of the
I'm gonna
mouth.
ask.
You researched
I'm
it.
gonna
You
ask.
just
I'm
said
gonna ask
that
a
you did
personal
look
question,
into it.
if you guys don't mind. I'm gonna ask a personal.
he's just lied to our faces. Why should we let him ask us a personal
I'm not
question?
arguing. I'm chilling.
You just lied. You just contradicted
Yep.
yourself in literally the first breath that I heard you speak. The fuck?
Yes, I'm contradicting myself, dude. What's the highest education any of you has got?
Yes, sister.
55,000 feet.
Highest education.
And what
Oh,
has
education.
that
I
got to
thought you
do
said
with the shape
elevation.
of the ground?
Nothing
Yes,
to do
sir.
with this. Irrelevant.
It doesn't have to do with anything. It's very irrelevant. But I'm just curious. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Well,
great.
okay,
So we
I'll
can
hit you
move
with
on
it.
to something else.
I'm a fabrication
wanna-
engineer.
So we're going to
Wait,
instead of discussing
Wait,
the
Van Hammer,
topic,
you're what?
I'm an
instead of
engineer.
discussing the topic,
You're an
just wanna measure
engineer.
dicks about who's got a better education. Yes.
Wait, no, I'm not talking about who has got a better
Let's move on
education.
with the subject.
That's insane.
So let's
you're an engineer.
just put this down. Listen carefully. I've told you I'm
Wait,
an
are you-
engineer. Now, if I was to say I was the dude that picks up cans on the side of the road, does that change the shape of the ground?
It doesn't, but I'm just asking. I'm
Excellent.
curious.
So
It's for me.
it meant fuck all. So your questioning of what our education status is or level is means nothing.
Yeah, I know. I told you
Good.
that.
So don't ask it again. Thank you.
I'm asking for my own like curiosity, not for the Earth's shape.
Yeah, your own comparison. Yeah, you just want to have a little dick measuring competition.
I'm still in high school, mate.
Well, that's
Uh,
what you're asking for, yeah? You want to know levels of education so you can compare and see how smart we really are. Maybe you want to know IQs because you claim
not
every flat
like
earth
it
is
doesn't
dumb,
have
yeah?
to do with that. I just want to see what you guys studied in college or whatever you did, so I know what you kind of work with. Or and engineer
Yeah, 'cause-
engineers probably study like physics and shit in school, right?
Right.
Hammer,
So you
you're an
operate
engineer.
on a culture of trust and consensus.
That is
think
incorrect,
that's
honestly. That is listen. Whatever I'm doing with my
You just
life right now
told
is
us.
incorrect. But
You
I
just
don't
told us
care.
that, though. You just told us that you trust people and you trust their
Yeah.
level of education, which is based off consensus.
No, I
So
didn't
your
say
worldview
that.
is based off of trust and consensus.
No, I didn't say that.
You did. That's what you implied.
No, I didn't say that.
I
said
know what you said. It's
I'm
the
high
way
on
that you're
medication,
acting,
and
and
I
it
have no idea
implies
what is
this.
going on.
God's sake, can't you listen?
Can't you listen? Jesus Christ!
I did.
It's gonna
I
have to
heard what
repeat
he
high
said. I heard what he said. You clearly didn't.
Yeah, sorry, I'm bad flat Earth. Oh, this is so funny. The way that the fact that people still have this like debate till this very day is insane.
It's not a debate. That's the bit that you're skimping over.
Yeah, mate.
How do you debate measurement?
I have no idea. You're not talking to a scientist,
You
mate.
can't. That's right.
Oh my God. Apparently, we have to talk to scientists when we're talking about measurements. When I go and measure my shoe at the shoe store, do I go and ask the scientists? Do I?
What's the scientific way to measure your cock?
You don't have a scientific
Yeah.
way.
Down.
Yeah,
we
do you
go.
start at the balls, or do you start at the root, or do you start where?
You don't know what science is, kid.
You really don't. And you're at school, and you should be better at this. What is science, dude?
I don't know. I'm not here to
So
argue,
what the
guys. I'm here to chill.
Are you opening your mouth?
You guys don't argue
already-
with me.
He's already answered this. He
Stop.
said science is trust in the scientist.
Yes, I did. Leave me alone.
Then we're just going to mock you
Why are
and
you
laugh at you because that's stupid.
That is very nice of you, mate. Do it.
Hey,
See,
look,
he's
you chose
also
to be here, kid.
ignorant.
What?
You chose to be here, kid.
I know. You guys are entertaining, honestly. I'm not being offensive. I'm not saying anything wrong. I'm just saying seeing people who think your way of thinking is very interesting.
That's
Well,
our way of
tomato.
thinking. What?
Well, if one
I
was
mean-
wise, they would question why we came about our way of thinking and how we came about our way of thinking. Instead
If
of
one
just
was
going,
wise-
I think you lot are a fucking lot of idiots, so I'm going to sit here and laugh at you.
If one was wise, he would question why all the scientists on Earth believe the Earth is a globe. Like the majority.
If
even
one
a
was
science
wise,
question, man.
he would ask himself which field of science deals with shapes.
Shapes.
Yeah,
Actually,
as in
most.
squares, triangles, fucking rectangles, shapes.
mate, Earth is a fucking
Sphere.
square.
Which field of science deals with shapes? Please enlighten us.
There is geometry.
Is that science? Or
Is-
math?
Sorry, does geometry
it's
follow
gone.
the scientific method?
Oh, you're asking a wrong question. There is no science.
No,
that
no.
deals with space.
No.
But science
We're
is
trying.
explain
Excuse me.
shapes.
Excuse me.
Okay,
We're trying to help you understand that when you say that you think that you've got scientific evidence for a shape, we want to point out that you're in a category error. Science isn't the tool that you would use to figure out shapes, is it? If you want to figure out a shape, you observe it and measure it. At no point do you use and complete the scientific method. You don't construct a hypothesis and then construct an experiment to verify the hypothesis when you want to figure out the shape of an object.
You know why I'm actually not really knowing much. I don't actually know much about the scientific method.
Did your mum dropped you on your head as you were a child?
Because you're a high school.
That is not nice. That is not nice of you to say. But yeah, that's actually one reason that I don't actually know much about the scientific method, because I'm in high school. I don't study the scientific method. I just study the shit they give me so I can pass
Well,
tests.
here's a cool idea. Instead
Let
of
me
trying
talk.
to
Let me
preach,
talk. Can you let me
you
talk?
talk too much. I'm trying to help you
You
out,
talk
son.
too much, asshole. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, right. Really? Yeah, no, that's not going to fucking help you, Rob. Anyways,
He's got a mouth on
here's
this
a
one.
cool idea. Instead of having a meltdown and coming in here to preach what dumb shit you think you've learnt at school, why don't you just ask the people in here? That's what we're here for. We're not here to listen to your stories, the same stories that we were taught at school, the same stories that every second tard brings in here every bloody day. Why don't you take a step back and show that you do have some kind of intelligence and ask questions? We don't want to hear the preaching. Don't put your hands on either side of the stand and go for it. Ask questions, mate.
It's hilarious.
Logical questions, please. Not.
All right. I'll ask the same way questions you guys ask. What is the proof of the flat Earth? Proof. Scientific proof, undeniable proof.
Okay, so measurements of the surface of the Earth. When we survey the land and the water, we survey a horizontal reference plane. We do not survey or measure curvature.
Is this proof supported by actual trustable sources?
There he goes again.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Measurable.
I'm saying
Yeah.
that
Your
take
proof is
anything.
based off consensus-based trust.
I don't know, do you trust yourself?
No.
You're a fucking idiot, dude. Why are we wasting our
Game
time with
over.
you?
Yep.
Do you trust your brain, mate? Your brain might
Yeah,
tell
I
you
do.
that God is real.
But then, my God, dude. I mean, you've got a chance to learn something here, but you're obviously a prick, so you should probably
Okay,
just go.
I'm sorry. I'm not gonna be a brick. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Don't apologise, just go.
No, I'm gonna just mute.
Anybody else?
We've got one that I haven't seen before. Numid. Right down the bottom with stars either end of their name.
Oh, nice. Nice little stars. We like stars.
Which stars on my rolls?
On your name.
Oh yeah, those stars. Yeah, those are pretty good stars.
Sound like Peter.
Who's Peter? Peter Griffin? Nah. impossible.
Come on, Peter.
Wait, guys, I have a
Hey.
question.
Go ahead.
Why can't we see the North Star from the southern hemisphere?
Too far away. Next.
Okay. Why do airplanes take curved paths on a flat map but straight paths on a globe?
Do they?
Yeah, they do.
Why do they not register their nose dipping down to fly around the so-called ball that you believe you live on?
Why flat surface is flat?
Yeah.
Jeez Louise. Brain dead.
So, Tomato, you do
Yeah?
know that we've got telemetry data from planes,
Mm-hmm.
and it doesn't show the plane flying around a ball.
What's the... Wait, let me show you the plane tracker. Wait,
Yeah,
plane
no,
tracker.
no.
What's
Yeah,
the-
we know what the maps will do, but we're talking about instrumentation of the plane.
See, you're looking at the plane turning left, right. Over a long period of time, the plane would have to dip its nose to fly around a ball. You do agree with that, because if you think you live on a ball, it has to.
It doesn't actually... It doesn't... Wait, no.
It doesn't dip
have
its
to actually
nose?
dip its nose.
Really?
No, it doesn't. You know
so
why?
how does it
You
get
know
around
why?
the ball then?
Gravity.
So gravity would pull the entirety of the plane down, not tilt its
Yeah.
nose around the ball.
You don't understand gravity. The thing is, you're ignoring.
So you're saying that gravity's the reason why we can't detect the globe anywhere. Gravity hides the globe, guys. Gravity's hiding the nasty little globe from us this whole time.
There you go.
Yes, I agree with him. The gravity is bad. Okay. Anyways.
You're going to waste our time again by not listening to what's said and then act.
Wait, do you guys think the light always comes from the sun? Do you guys think the moon has light sources or not?
No, and don't care.
You don't care about what?
What the sun or the moon's doing, because it doesn't prove the shape of the ground. This is 24/7 flat Earth, not 24/7 stare into the sky.
Whatever.
You can say whatever, but I'm just pointing out the bloody obvious.
Why can't you see Mount Everest from 1,000 kilometers
Too far away.
Because the
My
air
God,
is
this is-
opaque.
If there is
You
no
only see
fog,
so
You
far
do
through it.
understand. I'm just one embarrassing. You do understand that with distance, objects appear to reduce in angular size. So much so that with enough distance, they would be too small for you to see. You understand that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Alright.
Now ask the question about Mount Everest and being far away and asking why you can't see it anymore.
Okay, I'm sorry. How does gravity
Good.
pull things down if the Earth is flat? And what is down? Like, how do you pull things down?
Down is perpendicular to the horizontal surface we live on.
Yeah.
Yeah. You think down is not perpendicular, but inward to a ball, which is stupid because you have no proof of that.
Okay.
Okay.
What keeps the sun from lighting the whole flat Earth at once?
Sun's too far away to light everything all at once.
How? How does it?
It goes
then it shouldn't
away.
light anything at all.
It goes away. The light goes so far away you can't see it anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, it's something called light attenuation, and it's the inverse square law of light. I actually asked you about this earlier in the chat when you were like, I'm not going to argue with stupid people, but you don't know what that is? You don't know how light works? Okay, bud.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
Why
I've
is
had a...
Earth
yeah,
a
no,
planet?
shh, wait. I've had a somewhat entertaining afternoon.
Wait, mate. Shh. Can you stop?
Can you just mute the prick so he can say goodbye to Matrix?
I stopped you from interrupting me. Anyways, thank you for the entertaining afternoon, Tomato Head. And I shall wish you all a good morning, afternoon, evening, or good night. And I shall catch you all tomorrow. Peace, everyone.
Bye, mate. Take care, dude.
Yeah. Nice one, guys. See us.
See ya.
Yeah, take care, Matrix. Matrix had, you guys know the lore there. Someone epically spiraled, triggered, and melted down. Went through the whole server, tagged him a bunch of times. Like, did God's work today. That's why Flat Earth is so powerful. I mean, look at the emotional damage it causes when someone's just exposed to the idea.
You guys bullied them. You don't actually expose them to the scientific idea.
No,
You guys
dude,
give-
they freaked out. They came in freaked out. They heard exactly what they think they would have heard. Flat Earthers talking about Flat Earth, and it
People freak out
caused
from
them
the stupidity.
to go completely cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. If they're worried about
Because you guys are
stupidity,
stupid.
leave Flat Earth for that. There's lots of stupid shit everywhere you go. Lots of it. Like in spades. In spades, there's stupid shit everywhere. So if your goal is, if your worldview is such a state where you are triggered by stupid shit, you wouldn't be able to leave your house. As soon as you walk out the door, you probably see a neighbor doing something stupid. You drive down the road, multiple people doing stuff stupid. Go to a gas station, stupid shit everywhere. Everywhere, if you were that triggered by stupid shit, you would start with your own stupid shit.
No, it's people hate it when they talk to stupid people and stupid people.
Yeah,
don't
you
understand.
then don't listen to yourself anymore because you are a stupid person.
Well, how am I a stupid person?
Right from the very beginning, you hate talking to stupid people, and you join a channel to listen to stupid that you think are stupid people. That's stupid, right there. Internally, your own worldview, your own thinking is incredibly stupid. That's like the kid who thinks like the parent tells, "Hey kid, don't touch the oven; it's hot." And the kid's like, "Oh, good idea. I want to touch hot things," and then they touch the oven.
Dog,
That's you. That's literally you right now. You don't like talking.
Can you
to
see
stupid
how you're
people.
talking to me right now, dog?
You don't like talking to stupid people. You think flat earthers are stupid people. You click on the Flat Earth channel, and then trigger. You are self-triggered.
I'm
Yes, you are. You are
triggered.
Dude, you've
When did I
triggered
say I'm
multiple
triggered?
times. You are self-triggering.
You're so
That is
triggering. I
stupid.
didn't say anything.
That is stupid.
Look at you, mate.
You're very stupid.
Wow, you're calling me stupid now.
And I demonstrated it. You don't like talking to stupid people. You join a channel that you think are full of stupid people, and then you flip out.
I didn't flip. Look who's flipping out, mate.
Yeah, you're defending the guy who went through the whole channel, every channel on the server, spamming one of the moderators with crazy shit, and you thought that was a normal reaction. You thought that was
defended
normal.
Who did I defend? When did I defend anybody?
I just
Only
got done
defending.
talking about how Matrix did God's work this morning and completely triggered a spaz to spaz out, and you defended the spaz. That somehow people don't like talking to stupid people. If you don't like talking to stupid people, don't click on channels that you think have stupid people in them. And guess what? They all do.
Man,
Every channel, try it. Go to any channel, pick a random one, roll a dice, do something, and just wait for someone to say something stupid.
Yeah, he's right. He's right. Like I've been in several channels on here. People don't know what they're doing all the time. Most of the time, most people just go to ChatGPT. They click on something. Prove to me like X, Y, and Z like exists and so on. Most people just copy paste from ChatGPT. I've met a lot of idiots. This guy, like, he's talking truth to you, my guy. You should listen to him.
Oh yeah.
No, but seriously, it's like it's bad to put anyone in a bad situation. But if somebody is really ridiculously stupid and he's trying to be smart, like he's trying to act smart, he looks even more stupid. And this is like
the thing new, but you know what the flat earthers do? They misunderstand physics. They get like basic physics, and they
hold
actually
on. Does flat earthers do that?
Yeah. You see, earlier he
Only
said
flat earthers misunderstand basic physics.
no, and religious people too.
And religious people.
Yeah. Have you seen Muslims?
The whole
Have you
world.
seen Muslims saying religious murder?
So the whole world misunderstands physics. Virtually the whole world is some kind of form of religion. And even more funny, the people you think present you the heliocentric model, they're deeply religious. All these astronauts, right-wing Christian conservatives. All of them. All of them. Every single one of them. Newton, deeply theistic. Copernicus, deeply theistic. You like the Big Bang Theory? Ordained Catholic priest.
Yeah, so he doesn't know how light works. No, you don't know how light works, Tomato, because if you knew how light worked, you wouldn't ask such a question like, how come it's not daylight all the time on a flat earth? Right? And I told you about the inverse square law of light, which you had no fucking clue about. I highly doubt that you even know what light attenuation is.
Dude's just broken. Give him a break, I guess. He said he's like a high schooler or something. But yeah, no one wants to hear some dumb kid. And I got a button. I want to hear dumb kids. I want to hear dumb kids talk, and I got a button right here that makes them stop talking. The other rooms, I have to, I can't do that. I gotta listen to dumb kids, so I don't go to the other rooms. Meanwhile, this dumb kid would be like, I don't like dumb shit. Dumb shit triggers me. And he's a dumb kid on the internet. Wow.
Tomato, what kind of bullcrap are you saying about gravity? If gravity's strong enough, are you crazy? Gravity's not strong, because gravity's not a force.
You've just been erased.
You can look it up, Tomato. Gravity is not a force, because gravity does not have mass. What the hell is a mass of a photon, dude? What are you smoking?
That stuff is flat.
Another one bites the dust.
Hello, boys and girls. Why so quiet?
Going on, Pads?
Hello. There's fucking so many people in here. What are you all doing? Waiting to pounce on Globers, bro. Well, why is it so quiet?
That's right, ready to pounce, dude.
Fucking hell. Rubbing your hands together in the corner and shit, man. Let's go.
So you're still stuck on gas needing a container there, Pads?
Mate, I was just about to say I've been converted back to the Globe side just because it was so quiet. Like, just to get the convo like rolling.
You're a fickle man.
I was just taking the piss, obviously.
Still haven't got that gas pressure thing worked out.
Oh, bro, fuck it. Don't worry about it.
Oh, well, as long as you don't worry about it, it's fair enough. You just can't figure it out that gas needs a container, so it's fair enough. Some people just...
No, I haven't. I mean, I know you're chill about it, to be fair. But yeah, I'm still same as what I was, to be fair.
Well, are you on the fence, or are you just poking your head over?
Nah, still on the fence. I've not heard anything.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, again, I'm not like 100% on either. Same shit, bro. Unfortunately, I keep coming back thinking and hoping there's going to be like new arguments, I'm struggling to find shit that I've not already heard. So I don't know how I'm going to fucking get past this point, you know? I'm sure there is something, but where, I don't know.
Yeah, it's only so many ways you can cover a certain topic, whatever it is. You know?
Either someone will hit me and I'll go, right, it definitely does not exist. This is it. This is like the piece of fucking evidence I've been looking for. Or it'll be the other way.
Well, you can't
I'll be coming back here.
Gravity, as you believe gravity exists, and a flat Earth at the same time.
Nah, I think you can, bro. I do know why I get a lot of contention, because the space shit counteracts other stuff. But nah, I think we can, bro. I don't know for the life. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm on the fence about the space shit, that does support the heliocentric and the shit orbiting. Like, I still think stuff orbits us, but I don't see why it can't on something that's flat, like orbiting. Like, I've not even got my head around that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The surface for me is the surface. Shit measures flat. It's observed flat. What is actually under it or how deep it is, I don't know. Like, I think stuff could still probably go under it, bro, or around it, or like whatever. Like bedrock, what's past so I don't think there's a molten core, like, or a molten layer. We just go down, 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 down. Like, I think it's probably going to stop eventually. I don't think it down goes on forever. Yeah.
The Pads, what's forever? Is that your lifetime? A couple of lifetimes?
Oh, what's a what, sorry? Forever's forever, isn't it?
What's forever?
Forever. Like, literally, just infinite.
I'll say forever is infinite. Could forever be your lifetime?
No. Forever's, I think it's synonymous with infinite, bro. Never
I don't
ending.
know about that. You'll never know forever, because once you're gone, that's it. She's over.
Yeah, but I can see the remnants of people before me. I can only imagine people are going to see the remnants of me. Well, if I'm a Don and I actually do something with my life, but you get what I'm saying. Like, even that history seems like it's going to go on forever, bro. Yes.
How far back do you know your ancestors?
Thought no, it was about 4 generations. Being a white guy, being European, we can probably go quite far back, but.
All right, so maybe forever is like 7 generations. So seven generations of traveling down through Earth before you get to the other side ain't going to happen, is it?
Nah, definitely not. But forever's like I don't get what you're saying. Forever's forever, bro. Just never ending. Time, history. I can't, I've never looked back. I haven't looked through history and thought, oh shit, this is where it began. This is the start of it. It seems like that shit is history. The passing of time has always happened, and it seems like it's always going to. Some things are forever. So that's what I mean. The ground beneath our feet, I don't think is one of those things.
But
that's all.
I think the nature of reality is never going to be found out ever. It's just too complex. The only thing that we are going to find out, and we as flat earthers already know it, is that the earth measures flat. Not curvy like you think it does. It definitely measures flat. Everything else doesn't really matter because they're lying to us. That's it. Until someone can show us drop over distance, the earth measures flat. They can talk about everything else. Doesn't matter because the earth measures flat.
Yeah, no, I think it does, bro. That's the only thing that I know. Like, the earth measures flat. I've been saying it for a few weeks. Everything else is speculation, bro. Pure speculation.
And that pads means that for you to be true to yourself, you have to call yourself a flat earther. There's no such thing as sitting on the fence here. You either are a globe earther that believes the lies, or you can believe in what you see, feel, measure. It's flat. You're a flat earther. And I know a lot of people don't like it.
Oh no, I think Daz was just asking me about the space view. I've been a flat earther for probably about 6 weeks, I think. I think he was just like asking me about the space side of it and shit. I'm on the fence about that. I'm not on the fence about the surface.
Fair enough. I thought you were still believing it was a globe. Yeah, fair enough. Well, look, there's definitely something up there. There's, I don't think any of us flat earthers are going to say there's no space. There's definitely space of some type. But again, just like you can't go down, down, down forever, you can't go up, up, up forever either. There's limitations to what a human can do.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I'm on the fence about. Like, I've got no evidence to say the Earth stops. I've got no evidence to say space continues. That is one of the things that I'm in contention about, bro. Yeah. And I believe the ground below me stops. So why the fuck would I not believe the sky above me at some stage stops? Right? Makes sense. That's like one of my major contentions I've got with it at the minute.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Pads. Right? If it does stop, you've got to say to yourself, what's on the other side of where it stops? That's what I mean. The nature of reality, we will never find out. Never
you say that,
word.
I go with that logic, bro. Like, I can never ever say there isn't a God. I can never ever say there isn't a space. I can never ever say we're not in a simulation, but we get labelled as 1%ers, bro. So I'd be, I wouldn't lead with that. You know what I mean? Is this 1% a term? Because I can only say for 99% certainty that I even exist, for example. The other.
Well, with everything that's happened in my life, I know that I 100% exist. There is no doubt about it.
That's what has it. That's what, yeah. But yeah, I'm looking for new shit, bro. New shit. I haven't got the brain power to go any further into stuff like I've already heard, unfortunately.
I was thinking about something the other day, you know. Everybody turns around and says, oh, yeah, we're spinning around at 1,000 miles an hour and we don't feel it. They keep forgetting that we're actually following the sun at 448,000 miles per hour and we don't feel it, you know. Very strange, very strange.
Bro, I don't think it is. Why would you have to say that? I always sound like I come in here arguing people to fuck, but there's a video that's circulating of a balloon that stays still in the back of a box truck. You must have seen it.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Look,
yeah, that
to be honest with you, I have a box truck, right? I've got quite a large box truck, and I am 100% sure that if I turned around and launched my drone and just hovered it, I've got quite an expensive drone, and the box truck stopped and started, I am 100% sure that my drone would move back slowly and forward slowly.
Yeah, I think the drone, the video actually does a balloon and a drone. I think you are right. I think the drone does move. To be fair, bro. Yeah.
Yeah,
it does. But that's an inconclusive thing, right? Because that's not. Are you talking about conservation of momentum? Because the truck starts from a stop, so it doesn't. That's not the conservation of momentum argument anyway. And the only reason that the balloon moves forward is because it's so light, right? And it just moves with the air inside the truck. If it was any more dense, it would go backwards when the truck shifts forwards, like what happened with the drone in that test.
Yeah,
but if you were moving with the truck, right? If you were moving with the truck, like if the truck was already driving and then you lift up the drone, right? Then the drone's going to move with the truck. But if is that Batman talking? Yeah, like Batman said, if you stop and start the truck, the drone's gonna be in pieces.
Yeah, because that's got like its own. I thought that was because it's got its own fucking like power. It's got its own thing. Whereas like the balloon doesn't. It's relying purely on like the fact it's air in a container. The drone's like powered, isn't it, and shit.
Well, it's just,
so again, this only goes
the air moves forward. When the air moves forward inside the truck, it just carries the balloon with it. But with the drone, right, it's obviously the drone's more dense than the air. The light air can't carry the drone forward when the truck takes off.
Shit, I'm going to go rewatch this fucker. But yeah, the drone definitely moved. I remember that. You are right, Effie. Definitely.
Look, this is basically all it is, right? Like, keep the back of the truck open, fly a drone into the back of the truck, and then drive off in the truck. Obviously, the drone's not going to take off when the truck takes off inside the truck.
No. But
the balloon wouldn't do that either. But it's only because they shut the back of the truck, right, and then the air inside the truck moves with the truck.
I mean, I might have mentioned this in error. Because Effie, and I'll pull it back if it did. Effie mentioned obviously about not feeling like the movement, and I like the balloon inside the truck. I always just assumed, if we've always been moving and we're still inside it, like obviously it relies on a container. It breaks down my container argument, but forget about that. But if we're inside that container, it doesn't matter what that truck can speed up. It doesn't matter if it's going around a sun or an object. It doesn't fucking matter what that truck's doing. We ain't gonna feel it. Like, did you get what I'm saying?
But Pat, think about this, okay? People are always claiming that they see meteors or comets or any of those so-called flying missile rocks. Okay, now all of these missiles and comets, they've all got a tail of some sort. When you look at them, the videos that you see, they all have a tail. Correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if you look up what speed a comet is travelling, and then you look up what speed the Earth is supposedly travelling, mate, we're travelling 1,000 times faster than a comet is travelling. Yet we don't have a tail. We don't have the water being pulled off the surface of the ball, because there's gravity holding it. That model makes no sense whatsoever.
What is the tail? Is it an actual tail, or is it just the camera trying to capture the light? Like, does it actually have a tail, or is it something we just see on film?
No, they say that it's going that fast that it's burning up.
No, I get that, but that's what we see in it. We see shit burning up, and we see hot air behind it or something. What? It's not actually.
Who knows? Some people say it's because they're covered in ice. I don't know. I think it's a fairy
give me 2
tale.
seconds. Be right back. Sorry.
What about the sun? The sun's travelling at 448,000 miles an hour. It doesn't have a tail.
Hello? Sorry about running out on whoever was speaking. I had some shit go down real quick.
It's okay. You always got to take care of personal stuff, Pads.
Yeah, I hate being rude like that. I always feel guilty, so apologies, bro.
Happens to me all the time. That's why I'm hardly ever on the voice speaker because of that.
Gotta do what you gotta do, man.
So when you left, I was actually talking about the sun and why the sun has no tail. Travelling at 448,000 miles per hour, yet we don't ever see a tail.
I'm gonna look in a minute. It's got to be the fact of the sun's not hitting anything. It ain't burning up. Do comets and shit have a tail when they're outside of the atmosphere, or is it just when they're coming in the atmosphere? I've got so many questions about this. Let me Google it real quick. Because they're always depicted as having a tail. Sure. I did. I'm gonna say the word FB. I googled it. Don't laugh at me. Well, no, I didn't. I've chat GPT'd it. But yeah, apparently it's to do with like sublimation, or whatever the fuck that is. One sec.
Well, I mean, Chat GPT will give you the wrong answer 90% of the time anyway until you question it. Think about this. Space is supposed to have... Hang on. Space is supposed to have a pressure of 10 to the negative 17 torr, which basically means there are very few particles in space, okay? That's what creates the so-called vacuum. But when you're travelling at 448,000 miles per hour, you're going to be hitting those particles, and you should be able to see a tail as you hit those particles.
So, apparently it is ice and frozen gases in the comet's nucleus. Ion tail, a dust tail, and it's when they get close to the sun. Yeah, I've got a little image.
So doesn't the sun
from the sphere
the sun have
across the
some of
Earth
those gases? Mads, doesn't the sun have some of those gases?
Yeah, I think so. Don't quote me on it. I think so.
Yeah. I would say it's probably got some gases there, mate. After the fusion or whatever reaction happens to create this so-called heat in that model, right? It should have a tail travelling at that speed. Simple as that. But it doesn't because it's not real, mate. It's not real like they say.
Solar wind and sunlight that push the gas and dust away from the comet, forming two tails. About like I don't know. I mean, I fucking really wish I could see this shit for myself. You know, like through an actual telescope or some shit. I mean,
yeah, it's all fairy tales, mate. It's all fairy tales.
That's what I mean. When you
look at the sun through a filter, okay, there's 3 dots apparently, and those 3 dots are always there, even though we've got all these reactions happening on the surface of the sun. Nothing ever happens to those dots. They're always there, you know. They don't change position. It's just bizarre.
I don't know about that, bro. You'd have to.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, I need a fucking telescope, bro. Let's put the end to it.
This is a question for the flat earthers in here. Sometimes I hear that there is like a shell around Earth, like a container, and that's why we have gas pressure. And I hear the argument is related to the second law of thermodynamics in having a pressure system, especially next to a non-pressure or lower pressure system, which is the claim of the universe, right? That it's a vacuum or close to. So my question is, how come like we can see through it? Is it transparent or what's going on there?
No, there's a problem with your question. Is that the assumption is that the gas pressure, high vast pressure differential from where they say the Kármán line is to where the surface is, said to reside between the two. There's a boundary. So if that's even true, it hasn't been validated by anyone. So
Well,
what
it
I
has
mean by
to be
that is that we have been
validated,
given we've been given a story that there's a high pressure differential, right? So then that exists only because we think that there is a super low pressure, like as you start to go up, right? So right beyond the stratosphere, there is no measurement of air pressure. So no one knows what the air pressure is to even make the claim that there's a low gas pressure up there. So that's the problem. We can't even resolve the fact that the foundation for this argument started all with the idea that there is a vast pressure differential. But there isn't one if you can state how it even exists. So how can you demonstrate that there's super low gas pressure beyond the stratosphere?
You can go there, which we've done.
Yeah, no, that's not the point. The point is, has it ever been measured?
I'm pretty sure it has because I find measurements all the time, and it's almost
right.
1 torr.
Show us the measurement. Show us a measurement beyond the mesosphere of pressure that's been measured.
I'll find it for you.
That sounds great because If you don't demonstrate that there's a super low gas pressure like you think there is there, then the gas pressure container argument cannot be. We can't have that argument because I would just simply tell you that the idea that you think space exists like the way they've been telling you is fake.
Why would
Unless
it
you
be
can
fake?
provide
Because there's
evidence that
no. Wait,
because
am I
unless you
understanding you right?
unless you
That we
provide
need.
evidence
Wait,
unless
when
you
I'm
provide
asking a question,
evidence
it
that
doesn't
it's
really help
real
you yelling.
unless you provide evidence, Nate, that it's real, unless you provide it that it's real, then it exists. But right now it doesn't exist because there is no evidence that super low pressure is measured.
Right. So, am I understanding you right? I don't want to straw man, so I'm clarifying. I'm understanding you right
Sure.
that you're saying, well, and you can stop me if I'm saying something that's wrong, right, or misrepresenting. Because I am in good faith.
Go ahead.
That there, because
Okay.
there's been no measurement in space, and we haven't gone to space. The claim that there is a vacuumous area outside the boundary that we've measured is not validated. And to validate it,
Yeah,
you
that
couldn't.
what you said. Wait, hold on. Yeah, you told me to stop you. That right there, what you said is not validated. Neither of the altitude at which you can reach space, the Kármán line and such, all these ideas at which you think the boundary of space is, all that stuff is a fairy tale because you can't. There's no measurement of air pressure. That you know what? I get it like a bonus because there's no measure of temperature either. All these things are inferences and calculations. There is no measurement of air pressure. The gas pressure, high vast pressure differential to have a container argument only exists because we gave you that for many years already. So the many years we've given you that, yeah, okay, let's just say that they're saying that it's 10 to the negative 6 or whatever you want to claim the vast pressure differential is. That's only been given for the gas pressure container argument to exist. But because there isn't even a pressure measurement, then you can't even have that container argument. Because if you do, let's say for example, you've validated the fact that there's pressure measured. Well, then now you're going to have to produce a container for that gas pressure. But since you can't even produce the measurement for the air pressure that's said to reside at the Kármán line where space is supposedly to begin, then you don't have even that argument. So what I'm saying is that space, the way you think it is completely made up. It's a story. It's fake. I don't know, fairy tale, whatever you want to call it. Not real. Unless you provide evidence that there is a measurement of vast pressure differential as you might think that there is. And everybody else has been presupposing for the container argument. The container argument only exists because of the high vast pressure differential that's said to be where at the Kármán line is like the vacuum of space. But that's the problem. There is no vacuum of space if there is no evidence of it. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I understand.
No evidence of the vacuum of space exists. Right. So now it's the onus is on those who would advocate for the fact that there is a vacuum of space, like the way they're saying. Now you have to provide evidence that there's pressure that's been measured in those regions.
Cool.
You and everybody else.
Cool. And so I'm understanding you right. You're saying the only way to even entertain the argument is to have a measurement of the actual pressure. And without that measurement, everything is null and void, right? Going there.
It's an inference. It's a calculation. Yep.
Okay.
That's correct.
I looked up with the help of LLMs that there have been measurements through satellites, specifically satellites called ACE, Discover, Parker Solar Probe, and Voyager. And I'm pulling those up as we speak right now. So if I provide those, what happens then?
Well, we're going to investigate as to how they measured the air pressure or if it's been an inference into it. Because all these, I've already looked into this, I'm telling you. There's meteorologists, there's field experts that I've already talked to about it. So you have a lot working against you at the moment to provide evidence that it actually exists because there's already field experts claiming that there isn't any. There's only, as I stated before, inferences, calculations, and other things that are assumptions. But there is no pressure measured in those regions. I'm trying to tell you this. I'm helping you. But if you read in, look at the whatever information popped up and see if the pressure is measured, not calculated or inferred. Whatever you pulled up, look into it. Make sure it doesn't say that.
I'm doing that right now. I'm on NASA website.
All right. Sounds great. I guarantee you, this is the reason why the container argument even exists. It's the same as it was before the very beginning when Flat Earth was went mainstream. So when Flat Earth went mainstream, there was the argument for the local sun. Do you guys remember that? It was a bogus argument, really, because we gave the idea that you guys were thinking of the 93 million mile away sun, and we're like, no, the sun wasn't 93 million miles away. It's actually close and local. But in all reality, that's a false dichotomy, because you can't even provide evidence that the sun is 93 million miles away. So therefore, us saying that it was close and local at the time was bogus, right? So whoever said that was in the wrong. So in the same way, I'm telling you now that we're telling you that the container argument exists right now because we're giving you the vast pressure differential at the Kármán line. So if we're saying that's true, then we're saying that, well, it can't happen, so then you need a container to have gas pressure and so on. So that only exists because we're giving you the argument that the high vast pressure differential that you said to be where space is exists. That doesn't exist. I can prove it to you. Now that you're looking it up, you can prove it to yourself.
Yeah, I posted something in chat, and it appears that that this is like a measure of both pressure and temperature related to altitude.
It's not. This is a model. I've already seen this before. It's a model.
So what would you just require, like a simple, measurement? Is that all you require, Alpha?
Do you know what a measurement is, Pads?
I'm just asking you, bro. Like, because
do you know what a measurement is, Pads?
No, not by definition, bro. No, I'm not a walking.
Okay, so go look up. Okay, do this. Go look up what measurement is. Come back and then restate what you just said.
I'm just. Right,
I posted.
I'm just asking you what evidence you would require, bro. It's not a.
Go look up what measurement is. Go look up because you're confused. You're confused. I'm trying to help you out. Right? Go look.
I'm trying to help you out.
I'm going to give you an option. I don't need you to stifle the conversation. Go look up what measurement is and then come back. Yeah, you are. Go look up what measurement is.
I posted something in chat from NASA, which is how
Hold on, Nate. I got to deal with Pads because he's interrupting.
I think he's done, right?
I don't know. Are you, Pads?
Oh, I'm getting the definition of measurement. One moment.
Thank you. All right, let me look at what you posted.
So this is a temperature sensor that they called VASI, and they deployed it on Venus, and it looks like there are.
No, that's not. Yeah, that's great. That's great. We got stuff happening elsewhere. I don't want elsewhere. I want it here, on Earth.
Wait, but you just said that to even engage in a conversation, you would need it outside of Earth, right? So that
no. They're telling us that space exists, right? And the atmosphere. Do you think is? I know it's a contradiction in terms saying atmosphere, but I'm doing this colloquially so you can understand what I'm saying. So they're telling us in the idea that the Earth is a globe. They're saying that there's certain layers to the Earth, right? You got the thermosphere. You got the troposphere, you got the stratosphere, you got the mesosphere, you got the thermosphere, and then you got the exosphere, right? All these are just like colloquially, I'm telling you. But they're telling you that above the stratosphere, where the mesosphere is, it's all inferred from there. There is no measurement of gas pressure or air pressure anywhere beyond the stratosphere where you could send balloons up. Anywhere you can't send a balloon up, you can't measure any pressure.
But why does
I'm trying to help you out here?
Wait. And I appreciate that.
Listen, no, I know it doesn't have to be a balloon. The thing is, air pressure cannot be measured in situ. In situ is the term that they use in meteorology, which means localized. So in situ, there is no air pressure measured in that region. Localized. You can't do it. It's not possible. Field experts have already said it's not possible.
I don't
Try
know.
looking for any measurements.
Hey, Alpha, I got that definition for you if you want it, bro.
Yeah, just what is the measurement?
So it is the act or the process of finding the size, quantity, or degree of something. But anyway, like I was trying to explain, I misspoke. So forget that anyway. So that was pointless. What evidence are you looking for, bro? Like
A measurement of
specifically,
air
like, from
pressure.
what agency?
It doesn't matter. I need to find out what device can measure air pressure, and if it can be done, if it can be verified to be done.
Okay, sweet. So that's all you need. Perfect. That's all I was asking.
Happy hunting.
I think I found something, but I don't know if it's worth
No,
presenting.
I don't think you have. There isn't. Let me just give you a little tidbit of information. The reason why I'm saying this is because the reason I'm saying this. I'm going to tell you my confidence, because it wasn't like this before. It wasn't like this before until I realized that you clowns that want to advocate for space being real cannot produce any evidence that the air pressure values that are said to reside in those regions are even real. You can't do it. And I've challenged you before, but this one right here is for you, Pads, because you think space exists and the low pressure that they are telling you that exists there or whatever, it's all just a fairy tale, dude. It doesn't exist.
But
it does not exist in the way that you and everybody else has been.
You're jumping
right in the middle of me saying, you jump into the middle of me telling Pads, you jump in the middle of me telling Pads that it's never been, dude, stop interrupting. It's never been proven. They're only using these inferences, and like I've looked at like papers that people have sent me. The only thing that they can do, the closest they come to, was some device that they outfitted the ISS with. Now this, even like this device that they outfitted the ISS with, cannot measure air pressure because of many variables that affect the device, according to them. So it's like their excuse is they can't measure it because there's too many factors that affect the device, so they can't produce the air pressure results. So, and they say this,
even
right?
inside Earth's atmosphere, we have
I'm trying to help
pressure
you out,
gradients
guys.
and temperature
I'm trying to help you
drops.
out here. Just a moment.
How
Nate.
would you
Just a
explain
moment.
that?
Nate, I'm
help
trying
me
to
out.
help you out here, dude. Yeah, I am. But if you interrupt me, it's not going to work. So
I'm
they're
not
saying
interrupting,
that you're doing it now. You're doing it now. You can wait till I'm done. So they're saying that, dude, you're doing Pads. You're going to get muted. You're not involved.
Obviously.
All right. You are going to get muted because you're not involved. So they're telling us that CubeSats, the little satellites that they say that are up there, can't be outfitted with such a device because it's too expensive and it's too big for these satellites to carry a device that could measure air pressure. So there isn't any way that they can do that with any of the satellites. It's just not what's the word here? Not maybe feasible is a word, but they're not able to do it. All right, so the only thing that could do that, they outfitted the ISS with this thing, but like I said, even that thing couldn't measure the air pressure. So there isn't anything that's suitable to measure any air pressure values to give you the readings to say that space exists as a vacuum, which is what I'm trying to tell you now, which is what you can't produce as information.
Yeah, and this says it's an extrapolation based on inferences and a correlation.
So, but we do have pressure drops and temperature drops inside Earth's atmosphere. The higher up you go, how would you explain that?
Yes, we do understand that there is all of these things that can be measured, right? And that's from the troposphere and the stratosphere. But we're not arguing that. The argument begins where you cannot produce the evidence that space exists the way you think it does. So that means that
we could start debunking the flat Earth inside the atmosphere.
It's not about this. Is not listen. What we're talking about right now is the cosmology aspect. Flat Earth and the idea that we're having that discussion is separate from the cosmology aspect. So the cosmos and the way you think it is based on space being what it should be is not existing the way you think it does, because there is no pressure value measured in those regions where it needs to be. Where you think space is and it's required to be a vacuum, there is no pressure measured there. Now, we've had people already look into this argument. It's a solid argument. There isn't any, because think about it like this. If you say that there is pressure measured and you demonstrate then the container argument exists. That's where the container argument begins. It doesn't begin if you can't measure any vast pressure differential where it needs to be. So let's put it this way. If you can't produce any air pressure measurements, I don't have to produce or you actually don't have to produce the container argument. Because that means that space, the way you think it is, doesn't exist like the way you think it does. You got it? So space?
Let's move to Earth then. Inside the atmosphere.
No. I actually think this point right here, Nate, is the one that should ring a lot more true to a lot of the guys who believe the cosmology, right, is what they think it is. So the cosmology, where they think they're in a solar system or whatever the shit they think they believe they're in, does not exist in the thing they think it exists in, which is a vacuum.
You don't need to reiterate the same point like 4 times. I get it. You're not convinced of that argument, and that's fine. I haven't produced a measurement yet, and until I can do that, you don't want to engage with that. But inside Earth, even, you granted that there is pressure drops and temperature drops with altitude increase, and that can't happen also. So
how you have?
What do you mean? What do you mean it can't happen? I don't get that argument.
Well,
Why
show
can't
me
it
a
not
pressurized
happen?
system where that occurs that you can produce.
Yeah, we have a dynamic system, which means that
but why?
the high and low pressure, because we have the thing called the sun, which increases temperature, which also causes
Wait, can you
the
prove
expansion
that,
of
though?
gas. Dude, I'm trying to tell you, and you're interrupting me, bro. Like, how is that?
Yeah,
how is that even a discussion anymore? And you're not in good faith if you keep interrupting me. Does that make any
you
sense to you?
talk
You
in
say you're in good
paragraphs, though, and I'm asking simple questions.
No, I can't talk. That's the problem. I can't talk because you interrupt.
We can do a timer.
So when
and
I
we'll
get
see
this,
who talks the most.
no,
you
can do a timer. You can do whatever you want. But the thing that the dynamic pressures exist because of the fact that we have temperature changes. With temperature changes causes gas expansion or contraction depending on the temperature. So that causes high and low pressure systems to be moved around the Earth, which causes weather. Which means that if we have that, I mean, what else do you need? That's proof right there.
I'm pretty sure it wouldn't add up to those decreases that we see, but I'll deep dive.
How do you know? How do you know? Wait, no. How do you know that? I want to know how you know that's true.
That's inference. That's why I said I would look into.
Yeah, there you go. We're not building this argument on inferences. I can show you how temperature changes causes pressure. Bro, I'm telling you, we're building everything off of what we know, which means that temperature causes gas expansion. Does it not?
Yeah, but at what rate?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You just demonstrated that my argument is sound.
Matters.
It's sound because it's sound because when I told you that's a dynamic system, then you have to understand that we have highs and low pressures always moving around the Earth. It's never static. Okay, it's always in fluctuation. Always. It's a fluctuation of pressure. So we're never going to have a static pressure like you might think in your head. So it's always moving around. There's never going to be a static.
Yeah?
What?
The problem with that argument is that, first of all, you'd have to describe why it is that it changes. You can't assume it. I won't grant that. And then second of all, even with that, you'd have to...
Stop. No,
wait,
stop.
why are you interrupting?
I'm trying to tell you.
A big fuss
because you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're saying I can't prove it. You're saying I can't prove it. Yes, I can.
Go ahead and prove it.
The sun induces heat.
Yeah, but you have to prove that, though.
The sun induces heat? What do you mean I have to prove it? You don't think the sun induces heat?
I haven't seen that demonstrated by you. No.
Oh my God, dude. Listen, if you don't know the sun induces heat, I can't help you. Like, that's obvious. That's the obvious truth.
But then it seems that you failed to make the argument sound.
Yeah, if the sun induces heat and causes gas expansion, that's a failure?
If you can't demonstrate it, that's a failure. Absolutely, yes. You're asking for measurements, you're asking for sources, and I ask you that.
Yeah.
You run away.
So when the sun strikes something, right, like the ground, heats the ground up, and it causes heat and it causes gas expansion. Therefore, we understand the gas expands because of temperature.
Yeah, I mean, I get the claim, but I say
it's not a claim, dude. This is proven. Dude, honestly, you telling me that it's not proven that gas expands with heat is obviously
haven't
like the dumbest
proven it.
shit ever. What do you
You
mean I haven't proven it? Listen, bro, let me show you a simple example, okay? If I can do that. It's a pretty simple example. But you can have like helium in a balloon, right? Half helium, half air, let's just say. And it'll kind of stay a little bit buoyant where it just floats. It doesn't really do anything. The moment you add a hairdryer and you heat that balloon up, guess what? The helium will expand and the balloon will rise. So we understand gas will expand. We know this.
I'm
It's
not
been
denying
tested.
that point. I'm
I think
saying,
you are. You just were before
then
this.
you're not
You were
tracking.
denying it. Fuck, dude. You're a goddamn liar. You were denying it just right before. I had to show you this example to show how ridiculous the argument that you're trying to make is, that it's never been proven. Now that you've seen it, you're like, oh shit, yeah, that's true.
Well, to be clear, I never ever said it has not been proven. I said you haven't proven it. And to
Okay.
add to that,
You were just saying this fucking not only moments ago, bro.
To add to that,
So that
right,
means
I
that my
said,
point is
you
valid,
haven't
right?
proven-
That means my point is valid. Nate, I'm going to hold
No.
you to this. That means my point is valid, right?
Not right. No.
Yeah, it is right, because you were proven wrong. I told
Did
you
you
that
say
gas
so?
expands with heat induced. Yep, now I answered. Is that true or not? Gas expands when heat is induced.
True.
Okay, true. Therefore, we have a dynamic system. That means that when the sun moves around the sky and it heats up the ground, guess what's going to happen to the gas? It's going to expand and move around. Duh.
See, that's the problem. That's the problem we have. You assume that's the case, but you haven't demonstrated.
Did I assume that gas expands with the balloon example? You freaking
No,
clown.
you assume that the sun.
No, dude, I showed you. It was a demonstration of what happens when gas expands. Why are you being like and then you agreed with me on top of that.
So you're muting me because you can't produce.
Yes, I'm muting you because you were actually agreeing with the point, and now you're you're backsliding into that it's not proving anything, and I just proved you wrong, and you agreed with me. Now you're saying that it's not true again. You keep flip-flopping back and forth.
So that's not what happened. I said that gas expands with heat increase, and it.
Yeah, there you go. So you've just proved the point that I was making, that the sun makes it a dynamic system, which of course is what we're telling you that happens on the surface. So therefore, I'm right. That's a sound argument. Thank you very much. That's all, folks.
So you're just going to mute me and not answer.
Yeah, it's actually declaring victory, because you agreed with me, even though you were so hesitant to do so. Now that you did, I want to make sure everybody understands. I want you to marinate in the fact that you agreed with what I said, that we can have a dynamic system where gas can make, that heat can make gas expand, which the sun does. Therefore, it can be a dynamic system with the sun moving around the sky. So what? Point proven.
You still have failed to demonstrate that the sun is the.
No, I didn't fail. Oh, you agreed with my demonstration. You agreed with it.
A hairdryer is not the sun, right?
Yeah, but it's heat, dumbass. You're a freaking clown, dude. Heat is the hairdryer is not the sun. I know that, dumbass. It's heat that I was talking about.
It's not so apparent that you do know.
Yeah, it is apparent. Because you put a hairdryer to that balloon, and guess what? It's going to rise every time. You got any more?
I mean, I think you don't have more.
Yeah, well, you just ran out of shit to say, huh? That's okay. You're easy to dunk on, AT.
It's not hard to quote unquote dunk.
You got any more? You need to go look for that gas pressure being measured up in the mesosphere. That's what you got to do. Because you can't prove that space exists in the way you think it does. Cosmos went bye-bye.
Let's try something else.
No, we're not gonna do that. You ran out of arguments. The one that you try to produce in space is somehow coherent with the gas pressure being measured. It's not true. I proved to you that a dynamic system with the sun inducing heat. You're losing on every point.
You did not
on every
prove
turn.
that at all. You muted
Yeah, I
me.
did. Well, I'm doing it again because I did, and you would agree with me. Demonstration of inducing heat causes gas expansion, causes a dynamic system, which the sun actually does, heats the ground up, gas expands. Duh.
Well, then prove it.
It has been.
Well, not by you.
Really?
Yeah, really.
So when you it's nighttime, right? And you go outside and if there's dirt on the ground or whatever, you walk on that dirt, but yet in midday when it's really hot, you go outside and you walk on that same dirt. You think your feet are not going to be hot? You don't think that's the case?
You're asking me if it's warmer during daytime?
Yeah.
Well, you can measure that to be the case.
Oh, we can measure that. There you go. Thanks for that. Game over. Thanks, Nate.
This is pathetic. You keep muting me. You don't want to have...
Yeah, I do, because it's simple. You just don't have an argument, man. You keep going back to try to make something out of what you never can.
Well, this was fun.
You're goddamn right it was. Because I have to get back, so I'll let somebody else do it too. First chat.
You've just been erased.
Yeah, I just dropped in here for a minute to say to Alpha, hopefully he's still listening. Yeah, because I was just listening there on Twitch, and I really like how you put that across, especially bringing in the whole concept of local versus distant sun and this new argument that you're presenting about the claim of pressure, because it really highlights how empty their model is, and that it's not even, it doesn't rise to the level of science. It doesn't even really rise to the level of math. I mean, that's where we can easily skewer it, is in the geometry. So it doesn't rise to that level because it's not demonstrated anywhere, this alleged geometry of the sphere. But also, it's like somebody came in here and said, oh yeah, unicorns exist, they do. And we'd be like, oh, okay, so let's argue about the composition of that unicorn's horn then. You know what I mean? And they'd say, oh yeah, all the pictures I've seen kind of looks like it's probably made of keratin. And then we'd say, oh, I don't think so, or whatever. Like, it's giving their argument credence that it even has any validity to be argued against when there's no objective evidence for it in the first place. So, I mean, not everybody has to.
Geometry. Where's the objective evidence of a surface that's flat throughout and that has an edge? Where's
I'd be
the
happy to
evidence
move.
of that?
I'd be happy to move on to that topic, or someone else could, if I could just get to the period at the end of my sentence. We were really close. So now I'm gonna have to backtrack and try to remember what I was saying. That's sad. That was really rude. It makes me not really want to engage with you, because I did have a coherent thought and I was so close to the end. It's almost like you knew that and didn't want me to get to the coherent end and have like a 2-second pause for people to think about what I said. Does anyone else want to engage with this guy on the geometry? Because I really do have to get back to work, but I just wanted to say I really enjoyed that.
Wild.
Oh, I mean, I could go with geometry all day long, but you're not paying me, and the people I'm working for are. So unless you want to send me a check, I'm out of
Why are
here.
you
But you got
engaging at
lots of.
all?
Oh my gosh, you didn't listen to what I said. I understand. I
Yes,
was
you
talking to
said
my
you were being
buddy.
paid.
I was talking to my buddy Alpha. So does anyone want to talk to this guy about the geometry? T-Dub, Sporadic. I don't know who's involved. Q. There's tons of people in here. Airtick, DJ, Elbow. I mean, all these people are fully qualified. Grit.
Good, because you're not.
Okay, I'll give you a short version then, buddy. The geometry of the sphere is not observed anywhere on Earth. According to the geometry of your sphere with radius 3,959 miles, the horizon would be visible. The geometric horizon would be easily visible at a distance of 1.22 miles times the observer's.
Yeah, that was not
The square root of the observer's height in feet, and yet we routinely have multiple observations beyond this alleged geometric horizon. Therefore, the geometric horizon is not demonstrated in reality and has been falsified multiple times. It only takes one counterexample that is verifiable, testable, and repeatable to disprove a claim. If you ever took a mathematical proofs class, you would understand that. There's a claim, there's a, proposal. You come up with a counterexample.
Premise, conclusion.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't know what
Okay,
you're
so
talking
if
about.
you understand that, then you should understand how each one of these observations disprove the geometry of the sphere. We have thousands of them. It only takes one. So what part don't you get about that?
I don't get why you're attacking that argument, since that's not the argument that I put forward. I put forward the argument that the Earth cannot be flat due to it not having any demonstrated edges anywhere.
Nope. Flat things don't have to have edges. Who said they do? Give me the proof of that statement.
That's geometry. I can prove that through geometry.
You don't. You've not. When you took geometry, they never talked about infinite planes or the concept of infinity in general. I mean, what class was that?
That's true. However, I don't assume, and maybe I'm wrong, that you're proposing that Earth is infinite.
I'm not proposing anything. This is your claim of the globe, which I have just disproved to you. And I asked you what part you don't understand about each one of these observations disprove the geometry claimed of the sphere, and we have thousands of them when you only need one. Well, I'm not. You're the one who just said I brought up the geometry. Then you said you wanted to discuss it. Then I told you I'd give you a brief summary. Then you challenged it. So what is your challenge to what I presented, please?
I already made that clear, but I can reiterate, right? So if you're claiming a flat Earth, right, not a not globe claim, but a flat claim, then in that positive claim with the premise conclusion, it follows that there should be, unless it's infinite, an edge. There should in fact be multiple edges, but one would suffice. Could you please demonstrate any of these?
No, because you're the one who's making the claim of lack of it. No, because that's your claim. I'm not going to prove your claim of a limit. Why should I prove your claim of the limit? I'm not claiming a limit. I'm disproving the geometric horizon limit that you're claiming. Now you're trying to switch the argument and say, if I disprove your claim, I'm claiming infinity, which I never did. You're saying if I can't disprove infinity, then there's something wrong with my claim, which I'm not claiming it. You are. You explain it then. You explain why there's no geometric horizon. You explain why there's no geometric horizon. I'm not upset in any way, shape, or form. Hook me up to a lie detector. I'm completely calm.
I'd hate to be married to you. Okay, so...
Well, you're not. Good thing, because I would never marry you. Believe me.
Great.
I don't need to marry a global.
So I'll just ask again, right? Is the Earth flat?
The Earth measures flat. That's absolutely right. The Earth is flat and stationary, just as it appears. The way reality presents itself to us is the wisest way to accept reality.
So I'm assuming that's a yes, right? You're proposing Earth is flat.
Yeah, we're proposing that it measures flat, that it's flat and stationary, just as it appears, and that there's no curvature measured anywhere. Yeah.
And then the second part to that is, I'm asking again, are you proposing that Earth is infinite or finite?
I'm not proposing anything about that. Why would I make a claim on that when it's not possible for me to? No, it is not. No, I can disprove a geometric horizon without having to make a claim to. Let me get to the end of my sentence. I can disprove the geometric horizon without having to make a claim to replace your reality. The reality you are claiming, which is a geometric sphere, has been disproven multiple times over. You don't need a replacement model. Why do you need a replacement model, Nate?
In science, whenever you need to explain something, you create a model for it, right?
No, that is not true. In certain limited situations, usually if there's an abstract if you can observe the actual thing in reality, then you don't need a model for it. A model is generally created for some kind of abstract concept that can't be demonstrated in reality. That's what a model is usually for. I know people make models of things, and they're called models. It depends on what you're technically describing as a model. Like if you go to a science museum, there's a model of the human body, and it's put there because we can't run around, displaying, intestines. It's kind of gross, and they would mold, and we'd have to change the display every day. So yeah, models can be of things that you can see in reality, but usually a scientific model is created to explain an abstract concept, not for something you can actually go out and test, like the geometry of the Earth where we live.
A lot of claims there. First and foremost, right? If you're saying, well, a model is insufficient because we have a theory that explains and we have measurements that we can utilize to gauge whether or not that inference is correct, then I'm asking you to provide that. You haven't done that.
What are you asking me
How do you know the theory? How do you know the theory of flat Earth is correct?
Yeah, I'm not claiming a model. Thank you. I don't need to prove anything to you.
I'm not saying model. I'm saying theory. I'm not saying model.
What theory did I?
You know the difference?
I never proposed. Hold on. Oh, yeah, I do, sir. When did I propose a theory? I do not recall making a natural in this conversation, making a natural observation, developing a hypothesis, testing it through a rigorous process, having those results validated and repeated by other unbiased scientists, and then coming up with a theory to explain my observations. I do not recall doing that in this conversation. So if you're imagining this, then give me the quote of when I made a theory, when I proposed a theory in this conversation, please.
Yeah, you said Earth is measured flat, and that on a globe claim, you should be able to perceive the horizon. But since you do not, and you invoked measurements, you even said thousands, right? Verbatim.
No. I did not make a theory. I talked about the measurements and disproving the geometry. Nothing to do with a scientific theory. I made no theory about it. I explained the fact.
No claim.
That's right. Yep, you got all the claims. Back your claims up. Where's your claim? What's your best claim about this curvature?
So is it true that you don't have? Wait. Is it true that you don't have a theory or a claim that Earth is flat? Is that true?
It's not. That's not a theory. No, that's just disproving the curvature. Meaning, when we say
not whether or not it's curved, I'm asking you, do you have a proposal or a scientific theory or a measurement, anything like that, that would go and support the? Okay, then prove that.
The measurement, yeah. I already told you all about it at the beginning. If you don't understand it, that's really not my problem. I got to get back to work, so Nate, I'd be happy to talk to you. Yeah, okay. I'm not running away. I have a job. Nope.
Go clean some toilets.
Okay, I'm going to mute you.
Nate,
I'm going to mute you.
Bro.
Yep, you already been muted by someone. No, just because someone is tired. Okay, let me just give an exit here, and you guys can go on. I'm not, just because someone explains to you in great detail, and he's deafened, but I'll say it to the room. Just because somebody explains to you in great detail the way that the geometry is disproved, and you don't like it, and they don't want to waste any more time with you. Just like Alpha had to get back to work. Yeah, I had to get back to work. So I don't know. What was the other person going to say? Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying, he's just trying to gaslight you at the moment. He's being ridiculous.
Yeah, That's right. So I just want to make sure the audience understands that this Nate did not win anything. He hasn't demonstrated anything. He hasn't backed up any of his claims. He has lost this argument first against Alpha, next against me. I don't know if he'll try again with somebody else, but yeah, he's just lost 2 times now. But instead of conceding like a gentleman, he decides to resort to insults. All right, guys, I just was so tempted to come on here. I really was only coming on to say I thought Alpha did a great job. So, I did not really want to talk to that Nate dude, but I did it anyway. So I don't know. Hopefully it had some value to somebody.
No, we appreciate it.
All right. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Catch you later. Bye.
Another one bites the dust. Oh, lovely.
What the hell did you just say? What kind of shit is that?
Well, no proof yet. I wonder why.
What?
Alpha.
helping you out. You're about to get banned.
How is it relevant? How is it relevant? If I make a prediction and I'm right every single time, how is it relevant how I made the experiment?
Because you're trying to say that they're using some sort of globe fucking ideology to predict this shit. Show what they're using. Show what they're using then.
But you're being ridiculous because you're asking for
show what they're using then. Support your shit or shut the fuck up.
Random guy, show your claim. Put it up in side chat. Or kick rocks. Either.
All he keeps doing is fucking going to one subject. He gets destroyed. Indio fucking wrecked him, and this guy's the one that brought up the fucking Jaren video, and then he gets wrecked. I just made mention it's 3.88 miles, and he had to be 120 fucking feet tall to fucking see that light, or his arms had to be that fucking high up. But this guy keeps getting wrecked, and all he does is just jump to another fucking bullshit claim. Then he gets wrecked there. Then he jumps to another one. Indio just fucking wrecked him with the fucking beam battle of the beam.
Well, now this nigga's gonna try to play pretend. You see him? I guess you don't have an answer to my question, bro. Serious?
The Saros cycle. Question answered.
Oh, dude, you think I was going to bring that up, too. No, when I was telling him, like, stuff that he thinks is done one way, and this is how they think, I was actually going to bring up the Saros. So, random guy, you have a problem because the heliocentric model can't be used to predict eclipses. You're mistaken again. They don't use a 3-ball heliocentric model. It's like we've been predicting them since the fucking Babylonians, brother. We've been predicting them since the Babylonians, dude.
They do use the
He didn't check. He's going.
No, they don't use it.
Teed up. He's going off this vague notion. Shut up, bro. He's going off this vague notion that he has that everything must be done by these so-called scientists because Earth's a ball. Right? He doesn't go and check to see if that's true.
Dude, this is an exposition in absolute faith-based nonsense, dude.
Why are these scientists that are predicting these things saying we're actually flat earthers and you're all wrong then?
Dude, the first eclipse that was ever predicted was predicted by a character, dumb fuck.
I literally just asked you a question, you won't answer it. Why are you evading the question?
Dude, because that's a social question and it's off topic.
Not a social question.
No one gives a fuck about your sociology. No one gives a fuck about your... No one gives a fuck about your sociology. It is sociology because you're talking about people. Once you start talking about people and not flat Earth, globe Earth, that's sociology. It's a gimmick.
Well, explain to me how it's done then. Go ahead, explain.
Okay, it's a coincidence of 3 cycles.
A coincidence?
Yeah. So there's 3 cycles in the sky. The new moon.
They're not making predictions. It's all coincidence.
They're not using. No, the word in this sense, the word coincidence means when these 3 cycles coincide on a single day, there's an eclipse. That's what coincidence means. It's the coincidence of 3 cycles. So there's 3 different astronomical cycles, right? So when they happen, cycle starts over. When there's these 3 cycles, when they end and start over and arrive at the same point, there's an eclipse at that time. This has been known since 2000 BC.
Yeah, cycles don't always happen at the same frequency, though. They change over time.
No shit, but there's a common divisible. There's a divisible number, dude. Okay, a number which they all divide by.
Maybe.
A common denominator, as they say.
Okay, so it's not just eclipses though. It's also star constellations, positions of stuff in the sky, stuff like that. So
no one's talking about that. We're talking about eclipses. Dude.
No, well, I'm talking about
how do they predict eclipses? They don't use a globe model. They can't use a globe model. Can't.
Why do you think they can't?
Because according to them, there's too many perturbations of objects in the solar system.
What? Who claims that?
Gravitational perturbations caused by objects in the solar system make it impossible to use a dynamic model to predict. So you're going to talk over me. You're going to ask me a question and talk over me. That's fucking cute.
Because he's getting wrecked.
So if they use a dynamic model of the solar system, i.e. gravity, mass attracts mass, there's too many perturbations of the orbits caused by asteroids, asteroid belt, fucking wobbling, buried centers, all sorts of shit, right? That when they go to make the prediction, it won't be accurate. Okay?
Well, it is accurate.
So they use the Soros cycle. Now, you can just type in NASA Soros. They'll tell you themselves that's what they fucking use.
Indio, I already put the link in the chat if he's paying any attention. I already put the Sarah Cycle
No, of course not.
link on NASA.gov and tagged you, random guys. So maybe you can
All the
research
people
that
that make
later.
these predictions are all just hiding the fact that the Earth is flat, just for a reason.
Yeah, why are you going to straw man? Like, well, who said that?
Well, why aren't they saying that the Earth is flat then? All these people making these.
Who cares?
Maybe because they want to keep
Who cares?
Now, so he's gotten wrecked on every position. Now he's into the why.
Okay.
Saying someone's getting wrecked.
There's only one. So all the eclipses. Okay, you listen. You asked a question, dude. There's only one person. There's only one person that made all the eclipse tables from NASA going out to like 3000 AD. His name is Fred Espernak. And so it's only one guy. I don't know if he's a globe earther or flat earther. Who fucking cares? But it's one guy that made all the predictions.
No, maybe not. What about predictions
No,
like?
it says it on their website. Not maybe. Definitely.
Okay, maybe so.
Or they lied about that. NASA knows who they got their eclipse predictions from. I think they know.
Maybe it's one guy. It's still irrelevant.
In fact, there's even a disclaimer that says we're not responsible for these eclipse predictions. This guy is.
How does an eclipse happen on a flat Earth model then?
Well, how about you make your own prediction?
Has nothing to do with a flat Earth.
Can you make your own prediction? Like, do the math yourself and see if you can get close.
So the people that are doing all these predictions are globers, or are they not suddenly?
Oh, so what? They're also Christians. So what?
So what?
They also like cottage cheese. So what?
Yeah, but they're globers.
What does that matter?
Because
what does that matter?
The way they do
what does that matter that you're globers? What does that matter? So what?
The way they do this is assuming the Earth is a
What does their mental state have to do with the truth of the matter?
It's not a mental state. The way they conduct this.
It is a mental state. So a belief. You're really saying a belief isn't a mental state?
No.
So a belief is not a mental state.
So in order to observe something,
is a belief a mental state? Yes or no?
I'm answering your question. If I'm in Australia,
no, it's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no question.
What's the
is a belief a mental state?
A what?
A mental state. Is a belief a mental state?
I don't know what are you trying to ask here? Is a belief a mental state?
Yes. Is it a mental state in a human being?
No, belief is not a mental state of a human being. A mental state would be, I don't know, paranoia,
so what is it?
Or schizophrenia. That's a mental state. A belief is just a belief. Anyone can hold a belief. It doesn't.
A belief is just a belief. That's profound.
Yeah, a belief is just something a guy holds. It doesn't have to be regarded to.
A guy holds. Where does he hold it?
What are these questions?
Where does he hold it? Where does he hold it?
In his heart or in his head? Who gives a shit?
In his heart. Yeah, because it's a mental state. He holds it in his head. He holds it in his mind because it's a mental state.
Yeah, but how is that relevant to what I asked? I don't know.
Okay, the mental state of a human being is irrelevant to the truth of this fucking claim. They make eclipse predictions using not a globe, right? And whether they think the Earth's a globe, their mental state is irrelevant to the question. Okay? You're just a slime ball trying to use gimmicks to deflect from the fact you're getting cooked.
But they're presenting these things with precise accuracy, and they know exactly in which.
Not using a globe. Not using a globe.
That's why.
We already debunked that, dude. It's in the chat.
That's why they know.
It's in the chat.
Oh my god! That's why they know people in the North Hemisphere can't observe the same things as people in the South Hemisphere. Or else, how do you explain that if it's a flat Earth?
It's called perspective. Do you know what that is?
No, it's not perspective. It's literally how the shape of the Earth works. They say people in the South.
So your reputation was
people in the South Hemisphere can see.
There is no South Hemisphere.
Okay. There's no South.
You don't have a sphere, dude. And your reputation and perspective as the answer
what do you have? What does flat Earth have? What do you have? Do you have a map or something showing the flat Earth?
Well, yeah, there's plenty.
Show me. Okay. I'm willing to. I'll wait.
Yeah, you have no way to check it.
Why
You're just going to say it's wrong.
baselessly.
I won't say anything. I'll just ask questions about it.
No, you'll say it's wrong baselessly because you don't know it's right.
Wrong. I promise I won't say it's wrong. Go ahead. I just want. I'll poke holes at it. I'll ask certain things about it, but I won't say it's wrong.
Oh, I'm sure
I'm an honest debater. I don't come here to.
No, you're going to try to bring out your can. No, I'm going to show you a map that you've never seen, even though it's been out for half a decade, and you're going to try to use your canned answers, and they're not going to work, which is hilarious.
My what? My canned answers?
Your canned answers. You're going to give me. You're going to make statements about like arguments that you would make against the AE map. They don't apply to this map.
Wait, so you're going to show me a map that you.
This is not an AE map. This is not based upon. This map is not based on the globe whatsoever. Not even a little bit. None of it.
Okay. So it's not based on the globe. Okay, perfect.
None of it.
Can you show me it then?
Yeah, hold on. Shut, dude.
I got 3 maps here.
So I'm going to show you a map, dude. I'm going to show you a map. So you can become a flat earther after you see this map.
Which map?
Are you gonna admit the Earth is flat after you see this map?
Why would I admit the Earth is flat just looking at a picture that you posted?
Then why am I showing it to you?
So I can ask questions about why you believe this is the
why?
flat Earth picture.
Why? There's no question you could ask that would make you a flat earther, right?
So let me get this straight.
Is there any question about this map that will make you a flat earther?
What do you mean?
I'm going to show you this map, right? Is there any question that you can ask about this map that would make you go, yes, the Earth is flat?
Well, if you can answer all my questions about the map, yes, absolutely. I'd be like, okay, that's a reasonable argument to say that.
And you're going to be a flat earther after this?
Well,
because of the map.
I'd have to study it and ask.
Yeah, okay, so basically you're just playing games. You're just playing more games again. So here it is, but you're just playing more games again. And I just wanted to illustrate that before I even show the map.
So this is the flat Earth model?
The map,
or map, rather?
Yeah, it's a map made by Antonio Subirats. It's based upon what the countries report their actual country sizes are and shipping time logs.
Shipping time logs can change, but it's a variant. But
what do you mean they can change? They go in and they edit them?
No, I'm saying it depends on weather, as opposed to other stuff.
Yeah, he went the data he compiled goes back to the end of the 19th century.
Where's Antarctica on this?
There is no Antarctica. There's no continent of Antarctica.
So Antarctica doesn't exist.
Not as a continent.
There?
What?
Not as a continent.
Not as a so as what? So people are just making places up that don't exist and showing evidence of it existing?
Dude, yeah, that's been on maps for a long time. Where the fuck you been?
So that's your argument. The people are making stuff
California
up.
Used to be shown as an island on maps.
Well, nobody.
You don't know very much, do you?
He doesn't.
Nobody claims California is an island, but okay.
Okay, listen, on maps for like 200 years it showed California as an island.
Can you show me Chile on this map and Australia?
You can't figure out which is South America.
I want you to tell me because I want you to completely agree with me that I'm not strawmanning my arguments here. I want you to point to me.
This is a burden of.
How am I going to show you?
Taking him an hour.
Red dot where Australia is, red dot where Chile is. That's it. That's all I'm
Well, you do that.
If you can't work out where Australia is on that, you ought not be in this fucking.
This isn't my map. If I claim I know that whatever it is, he's going to say that I'm just.
It's obvious.
Can you use this map? If you can't use the map, that's bigger problems.
I just want him to point to. Why is it so contentious?
You point to it. You point to it.
I'll say what I think.
You point to it, dude.
Okay, I'll say where I think it is, and if I'm wrong, then you can correct me. I don't know why this is so contentious with you. Like, why it's so?
Well, yeah, because
you're acting so defensive.
If you can't point to where they are, that means you're just proving you can't evaluate the map in the first place.
Well, it's hard to evaluate a map I never saw before. I just want to see.
Oh, you've never seen the globe Earth before? How would you evaluate a globe?
What do you mean? Because it has writings on which country is which country and which continent is which continent.
Yeah, but how do you know that that's their orientation, dude?
I take it at face value, but here's what I think. Chile.
Face value.
Maybe I'm.
So that would be also a mistake because if you take a physical globe and actually you test it
return of consistency of distances. They're all wrong. Every single one of them.
Okay. Is this correct or am I wrong?
Correct about what? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Close enough.
Close enough. Okay. So, explain to me how flights exist, right? Planes exist.
Yeah, dude.
Okay. So, if you've flown from like Chile to like Sydney or
Yeah, just say Sydney, Santiago. Okay.
Okay, Santiago to Sydney.
So you're gonna. Yeah. So post the direct. So I want to know how they flew. So could you have that information?
How they?
Yeah, I want to know how they flew, like the direction they flew in. Do you have like their flight path?
Yeah.
Their flight path data, like their azimuth, what direction they went in. But don't give it to me in latitude and longitude.
Flights usually lock in a straight line towards the destination. Are they flying?
No, they don't, dude. No, they don't. No, they don't, dude.
When they lift off from the airport, they might do some maneuvers, but then they lock into position. They fly in a straight line, which is the fastest way to get to somewhere.
Who told you that?
Every single pilot I asked.
McToon. Okay, how many is that?
I don't know. I asked like 2 or 3 pilots.
You're a liar. And now you're banned. Planes fly in international and domestic flight corridors. You're a fucking liar. Okay? This is well known. They have tracks that cross the oceans. So if you're not near the track, you have to fly to where the track is and fly within it. You just don't point your plane where you want to go and go there.
Well,
I would say give it some.
What? You're gonna fucking admit you lied?
Dude, listen, I'm trying to help you out here.
You're gonna admit you lied, dude. Are you gonna admit you lied, dude?
Well, maybe he didn't lie. He just got lied to. He got lied to.
Why would a pilot lie to him, dude?
You're so defensive. I don't understand what's your...
No, it's defensive. You're a fucking liar, dude.
It wasn't a pilot. It was someone on YouTube who trolled him. So he's a victim here.
I worked at the airport.
Someone trolled him. Dude, hold on. I'm helping you out. You're about to get banned. Someone trolled him.
I got banned because I'm asking questions about something.
No, because you.
No, you're gonna get banned for lying, dude. Just to be clear, you don't say that again. You're gonna get banned for lying.
Ban me. Go ahead. Prove your point.
Okay, because this is what happened was you got trolled.
When you lose your argument, you ban people. That's
okay. Listen,
I just told you why I would ban you for lying.
I'm helping you. I'm trying to save you. Here's a life jacket. I'm throwing you a life jacket. Just admit you got trolled by someone on social media, probably YouTube. That person on YouTube said this is an easy target. And they told you, hey, buddy, I'm a pilot. And you can tell flat earthers this. And then he just got off on Duper's Delight. You got trolled. Just admit it.
Why would I admit to something that didn't happen, though?
Because you didn't talk to a pilot.
How do you know?
Because what you said,
because planes don't fly the way you said they fly, dude.
I literally explained to you what he said.
Listen, dude. Look, it's a common thing that exists within you anti-flat Earth community that planes fly in great circle routes, point to point to get to places. They don't. They do not. They fly in international flight corridors or domestic flight corridors. Pre-designated corridors they fly in. They don't fly great circle routes.
And what do you think the shape of these routes are? Circular? Does that make sense to you?
They could be whatever. Why would they fly in a fucking straight line to point to point?
Yes, they might deviate occasionally to not fly over certain countries, but they're still flying.
Okay, so check this out. If I want to fly from New York to the United Kingdom, they have to fly all the way up to fucking Iceland.
What? Iceland? What?
Yeah, dude. They could get into the Atlantic track. The North Atlantic track, where they fly across the Atlantic. All the planes, dude, if you fly a Flight Aware 24, you'll see that all the planes are clustered in these tracks.
I have a flight path above my house. I see how they all fly. I know what they do. There's it's like a route.
Yeah, I have a flight path above my house. That's anecdotal evidence, dude. You're the most ridiculous moron.
Evidence?
Dude, are you serious?
Regardless of which way the planes fly, Indio, he does have one very small problem. They don't dip their nose to fly around a ball tard. and we have evidence of that, which is something he can't counteract, and we know.
He knows planes flying great circle routes because planes fly over his house. Gotta be the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my life, dude.
Well, at least he realizes the guy who pretended to be a pilot that he talked to trolled him. I mean, that is some progress. Then he, okay.
When he says that the plane goes up and then just goes straight across, like I just imagine like saying like, how do you get to the store? I just get in my car and just go straight to it. Like I don't fucking follow the roads we don't have a path. I just go through parks and houses to get to the store. Like this guy's an idiot, dude. Like just.
Well, he's not an idiot. He got trolled and he got tricked by somebody who wanted to make fun of him on social media. And so it's not really he just trusts, like his worldview is based on a lot of trust. And that is a problem because he should know that there are people out there who will tell him stupid shit to get him to repeat it because they think it's funny.
Well, here's the point, though, Crit. This guy's been coming here over and over and getting his ass handed to him left and right. His ass handed to him left and right, and he resets just like normal, right? That's just par for course, I guess. But he'll come back and reset and ask the same dumb questions, even though like you can go and fucking talk to him for hours and tell him every.
Yeah,
he will concede to nothing, no concessions, nothing.
Yeah, he just offered up the globe. He just offered up the globe model here. He presented the globe model and said it doesn't work because of these flight paths.
That's not okay, random guy. So let me tell you, that's not the map I posted, and I knew you'd do something stupid like this.
That's AE. If the AE doesn't work,
that's an AE map. Well, let me bring this up. You're measuring distances wrong on an AE map. Distances are measured from the center to each location, and a formula was applied. Point to point is not how you measure a distance.
Yeah, so either one, that's a good example. That's a good charity you gave him. Because I was going to say that he thinks this map doesn't work. That map is the globe projected using math, and you said, "Hey, he just used the map wrong." So we got. Well, let's see what he's going to say. Is he still here? He's been quiet for a while.
Yeah. So you're saying the entire time? How many times he using this gimmick, dude? She's saying the entire world is wrong about distances. No, the entire world don't know the distances between fucking 2 points.
So no one knows the distance between two countries or continents.
You don't. You
just fucked it up.
Okay. So I don't, but someone does.
No, they don't. Nobody knows.
They're all making it up.
Because they've been using because they're not measured. They've been using calculations for a long time.
Okay.
So it's agreed upon by convention.
So you're
agreed upon by convention, dude. You understand what that means?
That's not true, though.
It is true. You can look up on the internet.
They measure it with satellites.
Okay, tell me, what instrument on the satellite measures it?
What?
What instrument on the satellite measures it?
What instrument on the satellite measures it?
Yeah, the instrument that's on the satellite. The satellite's not a measuring device. It'll have a measuring device inside it. What instrument is that?
Well, they can send a signal to the satellite from a certain position, right, on the wherever they're standing.
Yeah, what instrument's that?
1 second. They get a location. Then they stand at a different location that they know is the other side of the country, okay, because they know there's a border. You can check where the border is, right? Have you ever been to Italy or
So funny, you just making shit up like this. It's fucking embarrassing.
You never been to Europe, dude? What the fuck?
Yeah, but you're making shit up.
You never been to a border in Europe?
Bye.
Is that what you're saying?
Dude, just ban him, bro. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude.
Yeah, that's so irrelevant. It's not even funny.
Glober tactics.
You don't believe in Europe? Indio, you don't believe in Europe?
Dude, that was Glober Tactic 101, dude. Say some dumb shit and then try to focus on that. That's what they always do, dude. It's like the border of Italy.
I'm a Europe denier. I confess.
He was already on thin ice because of when he said he talked to a pilot.
He just flat out lies when he comes, dude. He comes. I swear to God, dude. He's a Professor Dave McKeegan McToon Craig fucking ite. I guess you just add a ite at the end because he's all for all of them, and he comes with their lame fucking arguments, like how to fucking debunk a flat earther. He comes with the stupidest fucking arguments that he gets wrecked on all the fucking time, and he will not change, dude. He doesn't. Nah. He won't
I was hoping he would have been honest because he melted down in my DMs that his flat earthers have one of two choices. Either they don't go online, they stay basically under house arrest, or he would round them up and all kinds of crazy shit. Like completely freaked out, completely melted down. Like somehow he's one of those people. I'm not sure if he's a fan of these anti-flat earthers, but his main epistemology is that flat earthers are damaging humanity, like a threat, a clear and present danger to the welfare of the human race.
Crazy.
About it and admit it, but he wanted to be cloaked and just pretend like, oh, I just said that because I was mad. I was trying to trigger you. I go, dude, nothing you say will have any effect. That's your words. Why would I care about some agenda that you'll never enact? You'll never have any power or authority to enact any agenda. So why would I care if you have that belief?
I will say this, dude. It's conversations like that creates flat earthers even more. Because I'm pretty sure someone that had questions had all the questions answered, saw how he fumbled the ball, kicked the can, fucking, bobbed and weaved. He did no shit. And then, just being on point, answering all his points, even though he doesn't concede, at least somebody with fucking a brain will be like, oh, okay, yeah, Globers don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And these guys, these flat earthers that I thought was stupid when I came in, are actually the fucking smarter ones. And they are way more informed. So, I guess there's some silver lining here of having to deal with that dumb fuck. But it helps the listeners that do have questions. And they probably learned so much shit from Indio in that fucking last hour of, confrontation.
Yeah, it keeps the conversation.
That was great.
Oh, go ahead, Mary. Sorry.
No, I just said Indio did a great job. There's a lot of good information there, yeah. So even though, what's his name, can't handle the truth, hopefully other people will. But go ahead, Crit.
Yeah, keep them. This is the best part because you want to show the difference between him and Indio. That contrast. Because they would say, I don't like flat earthers, but that guy who was talking to the flat earther, I don't want to be that person. Because that's way worse.
Well, yeah, the whole, I guess it was, I don't know if he thought that was a clever ad hom, asking if someone's been to Europe that's now proof of the globe. It's just outrageous. Any person who even has a shred of intellectual honesty will recognize that for, something a second grader would say. It's just so far below any kind of intellectual discourse. It's not even, it's just not even worth recognizing in any way, shape, or form. It's just not even worth entertaining. Here. Just nonsense. Yeah.
It's point and laugh. That's what I'm saying. It's point and laugh at that guy.
Well, what he does, just like that's why it's a Glober tactic. What they do is when you ask them a question that they can't answer, they'll start saying all this other shit until you're like, wait, no, what? You try to stop them, but then they'll focus on, oh, what? You don't know, you don't think Europe exists? You don't know what Italy looks like? A border? And it's like, what the fuck? You're the one that took it over to that point. But he only did that because the question that was asked right before that, Indio said, do you know it's on a satellite? That gives him that position. He didn't know that answer, so there he goes.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm glad you made that connection. Yeah, it was because he didn't know the answer yet to the question. Yep, you're so right. Instead of saying, I don't know, can you please tell me? Because I would like to become an educated person, which is what an actual educated person or a person who wanted to be educated would say. Yeah, they'd be curious And so he's obviously an uneducated person who prefers to say it that way.
Exactly. He'll just obfuscate and go, that's what a lot of Globers do, though. If you notice, like a lot of times when they get asked something and they don't know what the fuck the answer is, but they know we do, but they don't. So then they'll try to like a little weasel. I think Mickey always calls him, "You're a fucking weasel." Like all the time, he calls him out, like, "You're a weasel. You don't know the answer. Now you're trying to obfuscate." They always that's par for course with these Globers.
Why can't they say? Why is it so hard for them to say, "I don't know"?
Exactly.
Well, so I've did a deep dive into that because they have a fucked up moral compass. They don't understand right from wrong anymore. So there isn't any good or evil. There isn't any like just and unjust. What they see is that knowledge is the ultimate form of morality. So if you don't know something, that is bad. It's like the person's lazy, they're weak, they have some sort of deficiency for how they would not know it. So by them saying, "I don't know," what they think they're saying, or what in their worldview, they just said, "I'm a bad person."
Isn't that how the West conquered the world? No morality, just I know and can do? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's how it actually went down.
I don't think so. I disagree.
So when you genocided a whole continent of people, what was the morality in that?
Is this what we're debating in here now? My answer is no. That's all I got to say.
Hold up. I don't know what your name is because I can't see it at the moment.
You call him Newt.
We don't discuss that shit in here. Full stop. You mention it again, you get bounced.
No, it's not Newt. Was it Newt or no? It's not Pickle. Is it Newt?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought it was Nate or N8.
Yeah, it was Newt.
Yeah, my point stands. It's kind of contradiction right there.
Yeah, but you can't talk about those things in the server though. That's the problem.
I'm aware. Yeah.
No worries. But I mean, I don't know. Any other Globers that want to have the discussion? Want to learn something today? Or just sit back and.
What you got, Pickle? Survey says. I want to talk about how come there's like 40 people in here and no one's talking. Why is everyone on mute?
Well, Owlish is a fan of the Wandering Stars. I don't know if Owlish feels like talking.
What do you guys think of the Chinese space station hoax as well?
Wait, who are you? Hello?
Newt.
No, not you, Owlish.
Oh.
Who is?
Hey, Owlish, I've been wanting to reach out to you. Would you want to participate in the ladies' night on Wednesdays?
Who is a lady?
A ladies.
Don't pretend you're one.
What time? What time in EST?
So I think it worked out to be 9 EST.
Ooh.
Too late?
That's like my bedtime.
Yeah, that's why I was holding off. I was adding people, women to the group chat, and then going through as something say yes or no. But I thought I would wait for you to show up instead of like reach out to you.
Yeah, well, I could. It's just that like I usually have to go to bed at like 9:30, unfortunately, because I work at 6.
Well, you could be there for a half hour then, 9 to 9:30.
That's so true, but like, who wants to talk to me like for real though?
I want to.
That's crazy.
I like talking to you.
Oh, okay.
All right, the
Well,
guy
that's
asked
crazy.
about the Chinese space station. Like, yeah, that one's real, and the rest of them are fake. The one out of all of them that's real is the Chinese. What the hell are you?
Yeah, I'm with Bear Police on this. The one that shows the flat Earth, that's the real space station.
Yo, what about Katy Perry going to space?
Yeah, they say that she kissed the ground and she didn't like it.
I saw the thing where like she opened the door too early or something. Like, did you all see that?
No.
You guys don't watch
Yeah,
TikTok.
of course we saw it. Yeah. You didn't see that?
Well, I don't know what.
Yeah, I saw it.
Like, apparently the door was supposed to be like vacuum sealed, but like she opened the door too early, and then they had to go and like pretend like she didn't open the door so they could open the door, right?
That's
I don't even think that was the same thing.
Indio, you talked to her because I never even watched the whole cartoon clown show. I have no, you know.
I don't even think it was. People pointed out like some of the like there's like the one they messed up, right? Their little photo op that it doesn't have like bolts and like bolt holes that are in the other one that are in the one that was on top of the rocket. Like they're actually like a little bit different or something. So that
you guys,
photo op was completely staged.
Yeah, you guys don't have enough. You guys don't watch enough conspiracy TikTok.
Like, it looked like somebody grabbed.
Yes, I do. None.
God. It looked like a pry bar. It looked like he got like a freaking pry bar for freaking like Harbor Freight, and like used it to open the hatch, even though it opened on its own.
Yeah. So the hatch apparently they weren't supposed to open it.
The Earth is round. The Earth is round.
You mean like a pizza?
Hold on, Addy. Okay, Brooklyn, go ahead. The floor is yours. Tell us all about your round Earth.
Okay, so as like, observable by, the pictures and, the fact that you can't see forever when you go straight and like all that, right? So the Earth is, a sphere.
So like,
yeah, it's spherical.
when you go straight, like what happens when you go gay? What does it look like then?
Oh my God, you thought you ate that, girl. You thought you ate that.
Okay, we're not doing that.
I did.
Girl, you didn't. You didn't eat anything other than that Big Mac at McDonald's because you're fat. Anyways, next. Keep it pushing.
Yeah, okay. And you're eating tuna tacos, so shut up. Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyway, of course you can't see forever when you look straight. The air's not transparent. Dude, look up your local meteorological forecast and look at visibility.
Okay, the Earth is literally round. Like, I can't believe you think the Earth is flat. The Earth is round. Like, what?
You
How
just
is the
come in
Earth
here
flat?
chanting like a nut, dude. You're just a nutball. You're like in a
You're
cult,
a
dude.
nutball. You literally think the Earth is flat.
Go to the airport, start handing out flyers.
Go to the airport and start telling the people that you think the Earth is flat, girl. They're gonna be looking at you real crazy. They're gonna be real smooth.
Well, don't
Talking
they
about the
fly like
Earth
the
is
Earth is flat? You think they fly around the globe?
Girl, what do you mean? Yes, they would. Like, why would they not?
How would they land?
You sound stupid, bitch.
How would they land if the Earth is spinning then? How would they land?
Girl, what are you talking about? Like, do you not know what inertia is? It's
So the
inertia.
Earth is going
you know what inertia is?
Listen.
You clearly have never graduated like 7th grade.
Yeah. So say you take off from Texas, right? And at that location, you're at the spinning.
Baby, it's called inertia. It's inertia. Like, you move with the object.
Yeah, I know. Like, where is it coming from?
Indio, answer you. Two seconds.
She don't want to because say we take off from Texas.
Say your piece.
Yeah, so I take off from Texas, right? And the Texas is spinning at 600 miles an hour. That's my tangential velocity. And I'm going to the equator. And that's going 1,000 miles per hour. Where's that extra 400 miles per hour come from?
Girl, what are you talking about? Let me fact check that, because that doesn't make any sense. You sound
At
stupid.
the equator, the tangential you sound stupid is not a refutation.
Okay, I can't even hear you because your microphone is so bad. So, like, can you tell me exactly what
my
you're saying?
microphone being bad is also not a reputation.
I'm not. Okay, here's your reputation. The Earth is round, and like, if you think the Earth is flat, like,
So I'll just keep chanting like a nutball at the fucking airport.
A nutball. Just like the Earth,
nutball,
the
man.
ball.
Keep saying round. A pizza's round.
Girl, it's a sphere.
round.
It's spherical. It's
it's a sphere.
Okay, that's enough of that.
Well, did you understand what he said about?
No, she doesn't want to understand. She comes in here and
faster at the equator. Oh, she just like it.
she does this all the time. She just comes in here and just chants.
okay.
Earth is round, Earth is round, Earth is round.
Brooklyn,
Purposely
listen,
sounds like a
you have to come here with evidence.
now.
Like, you have to have like scientific evidence in order to actually have a say in what happens. You can't insist the Earth is round. You have to actually have like an argument.
Well, she can insist, but she needs to do more
What
than
would scientific evidence look like?
You said
It
what
looks
does
like-
scientific evidence?
Yes,
It would look like something that don't exist.
scientific evidence looks repeatable, observable, immeasurable, and falsifiable. That's what it looks like.
Yes. And there is certain evidence that is, but you guys don't like my evidence.
What is that evidence?
I don't think there.
Well, there was the whole thing. Well, there was the whole thing I presented with the gyro theodolites. You guys didn't like that.
Gyro
Presented a whole-
theodolites?
Yeah, I went through this whole thing with gyro theodolites. You guys didn't like that.
You mean the ones they use for surveying in tunnels?
Yeah.
Okay, how do those
Because-
prove the Earth is a globe?
So it basically proves rotation is what the entire point of it was, because I read documents from the 60s and 70s about gyro theodolites that were being used to actually track rotation from tunnels, and they had a 15% or a 15 degree drift every 30 minutes that had to be accounted for, which basically would indicate
That's nonsense. That's nonsense, Alish.
Okay, sorry.
I'm going to tell you why it's nonsense. Because 15 degrees per hour would only be at a pole. Listen, the drift is supposed to be 15 degrees times the sine of your latitude. Right?
Well,
that is only 15 degrees. That's only 15 degrees at one of the poles.
So yeah, it depends on where you are, because everyone knows that at the equator, you can't really measure it, because as we've demonstrated, the Foucault's pendulum does not work at the equator.
No shit. Okay. Who demonstrated that, dude? This is getting crazier.
It does work. It does work.
What are you talking about? It works
How come
everywhere.
It has a motor. How come
it works everywhere?
Where the fuck is the motor, bro? You're lying.
You want to double down?
There
It
is
works
a motor.
everywhere.
So
You want to double down?
it
You want
does
to
have a motor.
I bet that it works everywhere.
And
So there,
I ain't doubling down. Shit.
attached. It's attached.
Yeah, of course.
To the
You're just
Earth.
talking out your ass, both of you. You're talking out your
Right,
ass.
so-
You're saying
Where's the motor?
there's
Where's the motor?
observations.
Just look it up.
No.
Started.
Look up the motor.
Okay,
Oh,
I'll
okay.
tell you where to look.
Guys, hold on.
Academy,
It's getting kind of crazy. Okay, let India
I'll
go.
tell you where to look, Carter. Academy pendulums.
Carter, there is
What?
a motor. However,
Academy pendulums, the
there is
manufacturer of
a
Paul pendulums for museums, and malls
There's no
and shit
motor.
like that.
What?
Yes,
no.
there is.
There is a motor,
For a
but it's
Foucault
only
pendulum?
because. Right. There is a motor, but it's only because perpetual motion has not been invented yet. So there has to be a motor to actually,
Okay.
propulse the device. But the device is actually, acting upon its own will. So the motor is only there to actually
Earth spin do that.
Okay, that makes sense actually, because it's like
Why can't the spin of the
I don't
Earth
know,
do that?
like.
perpetual freaking swing. That makes sense. Yeah.
I don't know, dude. Why can't you attach a magnet to the front of a car and just drive wherever, bro? I don't know.
Because there's not somebody in front of me with a friggin' other magnet that's equally as strong pulling me, which would be.
Oh my god! Everybody knows. No, literally, everybody knows like the funny tale where you put a magnet on the front of a car, you hang it over the front of the car, and you put metal. Well, the bumper. On the car, and it
right.
It theoretically would go forever, right?
Well, the
Like you've seen
heliocentric,
that.
Ultra, the heliocentric model would do it itself.
You can say either.
The Earth would be perpetual motion. Like, how come someone couldn't harvest the power of the Earth moving continuously?
What?
When does gravity run out? When does that run out of power?
Well,
Spinning 1,000 miles per hour to the equator. Shouldn't you be able to harness all that freaking power?
That's a lot of power.
A harness? I mean, like,
How could you possibly
literally.
do anything with that?
I mean, that's what water power is, though, right?
Yeah, kind of, but
Isn't
think
that
of
what-
a larger scale where even the motions of all the planets, like say if the heliocentric model was true, and you could harvest the power of perpetual motion with all the different planets, every planet tap into their perpetual motion.
But how would
You should
do that?
design
How
it.
would
You should design how they'd make that. Yeah.
No, you can't. There's a stationary. Yeah, there's no such thing as perpetual motion.
Okay,
like,
well,
how
what
would
would it
you-
look like? What would it theoretically be? Because I think you're BSing us.
Yeah, it would look like a perpetual motion machine.
No, but like, how would
What does that look
you
like?
get?
But like this Foucault's pendulum that you're talking about, if the Earth was moving and the movement of the Earth caused the pendulum to move, you could
No,
then,
that's
you
it's
could
not
design-
causing it to move. It's causing it to rotate.
Yeah, exactly. Rotate, move, rotation.
Yeah, but it's not gonna. You're not gonna have rotation without the motor. The motor isn't making it rotate.
You said
It's
there wasn't
making
a
it
motor.
swing.
You said there wasn't a motor.
Okay, well they proved me. I stand corrected because I guess it has to keep swinging. But it wouldn't. The
Yes,
swing
there is
wouldn't
a
be
motor.
rotating if there was no rotation.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, though, prior to you being corrected, you thought it was a perpetual motion machine. You believe
I didn't think about it.
Dude, think about it.
I
It's
wasn't thinking
attached
about
to
it.
the Earth also. It's attached to the Earth. It's not just like
Right, it has to be.
in the air. It's attached to the Earth. And you know what they say they do? Keep that from affecting it? A frictionless elbow.
Right, it would have to be
Frictionless.
attached to the Earth in order to
No
show the Earth
friction.
is rotating. Like, that's how that works. Like, you don't. Like, if you're measuring something, you don't, like.
Frictionless elbows. I'd like some
no
frictionless
such thing as
rings
frictionless.
for my motor. Frictionless motor rings. My pistons. That'd be awesome.
There is no such thing as frictionless.
Well, no,
Well,
you
that's
do.
what they
You
called
got
it.
that.
That's what they called it. That's what they called it on your little
Foucault's pendulum. Yeah. No, that's the other thing too. Like all this space technology, like you've got O-rings supposedly on the ISS, maintenance-free O-rings for 20 years. 20 years. Yeah. Like, where's that O-ring? I would buy some of them.
But that's because there's no friction in space.
No, the O-ring.
You pendulum from a drone.
Of course there's not. Yeah, of course there's no.
Need gravity with
Yeah, because there would be no gravity. Gravity would
gravity to
equal
have friction,
right?
contact, and stuff.
Earlier this week, I had to fix a faucet. It was only about 5 years old, and the O-ring went bad. How come I just couldn't have tossed in some maintenance-free O-rings brought to you by NASA? Supposedly
Maybe
we
you
own
should have
it.
tossed in. Bro, maybe you should toss in some anti-gravity.
Pet it.
Well, bro, if you like put it in space, you would have been fine. What's the problem?
Do you think
Put all your fossils in space.
So
no friction in space.
Stays in space much longer. Is that what you're saying?
You can't hear somebody scream in space, and everything's frictionless. Whew.
Well, I mean, holy fuck! What?
It's too much. There's a lot of cross-talking going on. Let's try to get one speaker at a time.
Cross-talking, I know that. That refers to chords that are picking up other signals from different chords.
The wavelength right now is a little ramped up.
Yeah, man, we're
Yeah.
debating.
I
This
didn't
is it.
yeah, that's fine. But I just joined to say I'm listening on the live stream, and people are just talking straight through each other. It's absolutely unbearable.
Oh my bad.
The voice of reason. The voice of reason has entered. The voice of reason has entered. What is it you're trying to find out here, Owlish? I wasn't paying any attention at all. I was just letting it all kind of wash over me. Although I did hear the word O-ring, which was commonly mentioned. Was that around 1987? We kept hearing about the O-rings malfunctioning. What do you think, Owlish?
Yeah.
You've been around this flat Earth argument for a while, or what's going on with you?
I mean, literally an O-ring is just a piece of plastic. What question do you have about an O-ring?
I have no questions about that. My question was, what was your question? I don't have any questions about O-rings at all.
No, in a frictionless environment, there will be no friction on an O-ring, so there will be no chance for it to fail. That was the point I was making.
What do you think O-ring does?
So friction is determined by gravity.
Oh,
No,
or just
it's
opens and
not.
closes, or holds pressure, or just moves in and out or up and down. Dude, are you kidding me? It's going to be frictionless. That's
Go wipe your ass with sandpaper and tell yourself that was gravity. Go ahead, Gary.
In space, yes. I mean, not anywhere else.
So you can wipe your ass with sandpaper in space?
I guess if you want to, you can. You can do anything you want in space, I guess.
Why would you think space is frictionless? What's your?
Because it requires gravity to have.
It's the miracle location that nobody got to.
Well,
What do you guys think
it
friction
requires
is?
gravity for friction to exist. There has to be gravity, right?
It has to be a force.
Uh-huh. Our boy Newton was like chilling about this. That's what he was. So that was like his deal. Like, we're all familiar with like Newton and his like badass laws, right?
His badass laws.
Yeah.
Interesting way you put it.
Why is that an interesting way to put it? Bro made some laws and everybody adhered to it for the rest of their life.
Not really. Number one, he tried to say, don't assign that to me. He said that he feigns no hypothesis. It was kind of a side hustle. The majority of Newton's life was experimenting with heavy metals and playing with dolls and writing about the Bible.
Okay, well, what's wrong with that? Bro had a hobby.
No, I mean, nothing's wrong with it. I didn't knock him for it. I'm just saying that history has sort of took something he did for a couple years and made it into his life's work. And I bet,
all right, yeah, I see.
If you were to ask, if you were to ask him, dude, like, what do you want to be known for? And if he could, like, no, dude, you're known for taking a knock to the head by an apple, seeing stars, and then talking about mass attracts mass. He'd be like, fuck.
Right, because we all know that was defied by Einstein, right?
Or even Newton himself. I feign no hypothesis.
Right, so Einstein even disproved his theory of gravity with his own form of gravity.
Well, it wasn't never proven. That's what I'm saying. Newton never proved anything. He didn't even present a hypothesis. He didn't even pretend he was presenting the hypothesis.
And then Einstein came along with his own gravity. Who's next? Who's next with their gravity?
I got one.
Katy Perry?
Maybe. She did, like, force a door open that was, like, apparently sealed shut, so.
Oh, man. You guys know Olbert's paradox?
Whose paradox?
Olber, O-L-B-E-R, Olber's paradox.
I don't think I know that one. What is that?
It's relevant to this convo. Let me explain. So Newton's conceptions of what universal gravitation would be on a cosmological scale requires an infinite universe. With an infinite or near infinite universe with a plethora of near infinite suns floating, you would have daylight all the frickin' time. It would be day, 24 hours a day, all day, every day. So they really quickly realized that was retarded, because obviously it's not day, all day, every day. And so they had to abandon the idea of an infinite universe and Newtonian conceptions of gravity. That's how it went down.
Well, I mean, day is only relevant to where you are in the world.
Yeah, I understand what you mean, but I'm saying
if you have the sun, you know how they say the sun would be up all the time if the Earth was flat? Well, it's actually the case that all the suns would be up all the time if the Earth was a globe with Newtonian gravity in an infinite universe, because there'd be a saturation of sunlight in all directions all the time.
But there is no up and down. Like, what do you mean up?
Infinite directions. When did I say up?
You said up.
The
You said
sun,
the
yeah,
sun
yeah,
is
yeah.
up.
Yeah, so like people try to talk about flat Earth, they say if the sun was above the Earth, it would shine on all points of the Earth simultaneously because there'd be nothing blocking the light. But the same is true in Olbert's paradox, which is if there's an infinite amount of suns in every direction relative to where you're at, then you're going to be cascaded with sunlight at all times.
I mean, that's kind of restricted by the speed of light. Right?
No, it isn't.
I mean, it is. Because
well, you'd have to decide about the creation story.
I mean, if you have that would be like saying if you have your headlights on in your neighborhood, you would be able to see them in California if you were on the East Coast because light travels forever. But that's not the case. So I don't see the paradox.
Yeah, but why not? Why not? In that instance that you just said, why is it not the case? Is it because their atmosphere is in the way? Is it because buildings are in the way? Is it because trees are in the way?
No, it's just because of you can't see light that. I mean, it would be an atmospheric issue, yeah. So I mean, light dissipates after a certain amount of time. Light does travel forever.
I
mean, or does it? Like, I don't actually know. Does light travel forever, or like does it dissipate?
It has nothing to do with the size of the universe. It has to do with the age of the universe.
About the loose signals. Please go on and explain it to her.
I'm sorry,
Hook it up a little bit, AI.
Man.
You're roboting. Alice, look in the chat, dude.
Oh, hold on.
Hey, if there's an infinite static universe, every line of sight would have a star in it.
It does.
It does. There's no black?
There is, but that's because light hasn't reached you yet, right? You can't see everything at the same time because of the speed of light.
I mean, but at the time of Newton, there was no speed of light.
But like for example, when you're on the highway, you don't see every single car's headlight heading towards you. Like at the same time, every single car
There also
on the
is an
road.
infinite amount of cars on the highway.
There are. I mean, there is a
Who made them?
well, there's a finite amount of cars. However, you don't see every single headlight of those cars due to.
Missing the point.
Are you?
No. At the time of Newton, speed of light was infinite, right? In the infinite static universe.
So you,
I'm just saying at the time of Newton, there was no speed of light.
like, who invented speed of light then?
No. Who discovered it? I think it was. First person to measure it might have been Fizeau. I think it's Fizeau. He used like a rotary disc in a candle, and you could synchronize the little holes in the disc and figure out like what the speed of light is by when you can actually see it through the holes. So if you had a disc with like say 360 holes on it, and another disc, and you're looking at the light through both the rotary discs with the holes, only when the holes are aligned you'll see the light source, and when you can calculate how fast the light has to go to traverse that gap so that it will go through both holes. Or something like that.
It says at the end of this article, recent observations suggesting the estimated number of galaxies based on direct observations is too low by a factor of 10 to not materially alter the resolution, but rather suggests that the full explanation involves a combination of finite age redshifts and UV absorption by hydrogen followed by re-emission in near IR wavelengths also plays a role. So I guess that's why.
I don't think
on
it was
that.
AI's argument, and I don't think he was linking it to gravity. Just in general, Newton's laws, I guess. Newton's worldview.
But so are you just like speaking
I'm talking to Dazzle.
strictly? Oh, okay.
So if you want the rest of the argument, you have to wait till AI comes back and figure it out, Dazzler.
Yeah,
Right,
what
so
do you
it's line
think,
of sight-
Alice, about that?
Well, it says in it, line of sight version of the paradox starts by imagining a line of any direction in an infinite Euclidean universe. I mean, we don't live in a Euclidean universe, so
How do you know that?
because we don't see that. If we lived in a Euclidean universe, we would see exactly what you're stating, or exactly what
don't.
this paradox states. Right.
At large scales, they do say the universe is Euclidean, though. They say that the universe is flat.
No, it says in a Euclidean universe, meaning implying that it's not a Euclidean universe. That's what this.
Yeah, I know, but in general relativity, space-time is to call it asymptotically flat space-time. They say that the universe is flat at large scales. It's supposed to be a flat universe, according to mainstream cosmology. According to mainstream cosmology, the universe is flat.
I've never heard that, but
I'll
a
post
lot of
it.
things I haven't heard. Okay. Not that I don't believe you, I've just never heard it.
Well, I mean, kind of troll Gobers with it. Like, where's the edge of your flat universe? Gonna fall off? Where's the edge? All that shit. Shit they.
I mean, the common scientific agreement is that it's ever expanding, so there is no edge. Well, there is an edge, but it's ever expanding.
Oh, the edge of the expansion has to be an edge, right?
Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, that's what I said. That, like, so there is an edge, but it's ever expanding. So therefore, the edge just keeps moving. So the ever expanding universe is basically edgeless because the edge keeps getting overtaken by the expansion. It's like a tsunami; it just keeps on coming.
Carter, what the fuck are you talking about? She's destroying them. What did she destroy them? What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, I don't know. What am I doing?
No, I don't know. You got a cheerleader.
Nah,
What's going on? My biggest fan.
Your simping can get you laid, dude.
Dude, okay, be quiet. Alish, are you an astrology major? No, astronomy? Sorry.
No.
You're probably right the first time.
Alish is like
No, I don't. I don't do astrology.
a very
either.
special person.
Not astrology, sorry.
Lots of
A special person.
Yeah, with lots of knowledge and lots of different topics. So, I mean, just if you want to know something, probably she has a good working knowledge in almost every topic you can think of.
No. I'm a network engineer. I don't know that much.
Everything she knows, she learned from us. At least about this topic.
Well, you know what? I would say that I learned it indirectly because of you, because all of the knowledge that you presented to me, I've gone and learned about.
Oh, you fact checked us? Good. You should. Yeah, you should fact check.
No. It's not called. Well, yeah, it's fact checking, but it's also doing deeper research on what you've discussed, just to basically because I find it interesting.
Yeah, it's important. This stuff is very important.
Well, I don't think the expansion, non-expansion, size of the universe, I don't think that's very important. What are you going to do with that information?
Well, I mean, with that part's important because a lot of times the globals will come in here and be like, they have all the answers. And you're like, well, when you use astronomy, you don't get answers, you get more questions.
Same in biology. The more you know, the dumber you get. It's pretty crazy.
That's true.
Because they're walking the wrong path. Like, they're using biology to learn about stuff, asking the wrong questions, and coming out the other side with like, huh.
No, it's like this. They discover something, right? And in the process of that discovery, they discover 3 things they haven't had no clue about, right? And then they
This article
research for
states-
them, and then they figure that out. In the process of figuring that out, 3 more things they realize they didn't have no clue about. So now they're up to 5 things now they have no clue about. It keeps going like this. Every time they discover something, they realize that there's a bunch more things in the process of that discovery they didn't know anything about.
Right,
keep
dark
trying to
energy.
drive it-
In this article left or this. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you got it. Go ahead.
I was going to say in the discovery of dark energy in this article specifically describes the geometry of the universe either being open, flat, or closed. And since that they can't decide whether or not the universe is flat.
Okay, I'm talking about what they call the lambda dark matter. So lambda CDM.
Yeah, it says that dark matter, because of dark matter, it's not really. They're not really sure if the geometry of the universe is open, flat, or closed because of dark matter. So that kind of, it was perceived to be flat, but then because of dark matter, it could either be open, closed, or flat.
It all depends on what they assume.
Yeah, that's what this is about.
But the mainstream, I would say the majority of cosmology thinks the universe is flat. And yes, as a flat means Euclidean in that context. So the choices are Euclidean, non-Euclidean, as in what they would call an elliptic geometry, which would be spherical, or hyperbolic geometry. So those are like the 3 choices. Now, it's either positive curvature, negative curvature, or no curvature.
Yeah, it's just like something we don't know. I mean, it's not like we can. I mean, like, it depends on what you believe in at this point. It depends on your belief in science. Do you think that we went to space? That we sent satellites? That we sent I don't know what you would call it, like
heard a compelling
robots?
argument on why well, I haven't heard a compelling argument on why I should believe that. It's always some sociological argument.
What is a sociological
Everybody
argument?
else thinks it. When the argument is about people.
What do you think of the point?
So the argument for believing in space would be like, oh, there's a rocket at fucking Cape Canaveral and you can touch it, right? So that would be a argument based on physical arguments. Sociological argument would be like, you don't trust all the scientists? So then it's a statement about people, right? Scientists are people, and you're evaluating truth based upon what you think about people, not about what you think about.
What would be the sociological reason for somebody to lie about, say, like sending a probe to the surface of Saturn and it getting sucked into its gravity and being destroyed? What would be the reason why they would?
Why would they lie about that?
Yeah.
About doing that? Because there's money in it.
But they spent money sending it there. They're not receiving money.
Who spent money? Not them.
NASA, whoever said, yeah, NASA. Well, that would be a government agency, so it would be.
Yeah, and then how does the government spend money? They go up to the printer and they hit Control P, type in a number. Well, they type in a number, then hit Control P, and the frickin' printer goes brr, and money comes out.
Wow, you assume that they're using.
And then you have to work 5 more hours this year to fucking make up for it.
Wow, I can't believe you assume that they're using Windows. Everybody knows NASA uses Macintosh.
Oh, so it's it's Command P or something?
Yeah.
Command P? That makes more sense.
Command.
But if you want to know what government's about, is government about control or command?
Both.
Yawn.
What is the argument I typically make about why they would do it? So, like, these projects are government make-work projects of the same type that they did during the Great Depression. They only exist to keep people employed.
Yeah, but don't you want people to have jobs?
Yeah, that's fine. And they back in the 30s, they had jobs to make roads that went to nowhere.
Which
they had a whole corps where they hired unemployed people, and they would lay road, and those roads didn't actually go to anywhere. They just fucking went off into the fucking wilderness.
They go somewhere now, though, right?
I mean, I think they end up connecting it some. So this is back in the 30s, right? They did end up connecting some of them up, but you could just still. I know, at least in New England, there's still some of these roads that are now overgrown and shit, where the cobblestone is like underneath fucking, bushes and brush and trees and shit.
Well, that's because they made it out of
They're cobblestone roads. They weren't like pavement.
Oh.
The main reason why the government did this, too, because they didn't want to revolt. They didn't want people idle hands. They wanted to keep them busy and just keep them with enough calories that they stay alive and not revolt.
I mean, I can eat more calories than what it requires. I can eat more calories than what is required to stay alive. The government doesn't tell me how much calories I should intake.
I mean, not in the 1930s.
That wasn't. I didn't expect you to chase that one word like a squirrel and just run with it.
Yeah, not in the 1930s when there was pretty limited options on what food you could eat. I mean, I think in this case, calories is referring to just mental consumption.
Well, think about just the space program in general. Space is a general human endeavor. Like anything else, general human endeavor. And you look at, say, okay, we're going to do the ledger for outer space. The costs, the outlays versus the inlays, right? How much money has been spent? How much money has come in? We're in the red. We've been in the red for so long, we ain't never getting out of the red. So knowing human beings, I'm not going to make a sociological argument. Knowing human beings and us doing things, how long are we going to do something and keep losing money? Normally. Before we go, this is fucking stupid, we're going to stop doing this, we're going to stop pushing money out.
I mean, America still exists, so.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, there's no money in outer space. There's no way to make a profit. There's just no money there.
So when you think that, since there's no money in that, if they were really trying to
we're in a
scam
capitalist
people,
society, right? No, we're in a capitalist society, right? That's where we are.
but when you think that if they were really trying to trick people into thinking something has happened, they would choose the ocean rather than space, because this ocean is more accessible.
You can check the ocean.
You can't check the. No, it's actually the ocean is actually more inaccessible than space.
Well, I mean, no, because you can make a drone or something, right? You could sink a bathtub. And the ocean's not more inaccessible than space. Do you even hear what you're saying right now?
It is more inaccessible than space.
Really?
The ocean is more, yes, the ocean is more inaccessible than space, because at some point the ocean will actually kill you or whatever you're trying to put down there by pressure.
Yeah, but it exists. So, I could get you to the bottom of the ocean with a fucking anvil and a piece of chain. There's no way I can get you to... Yeah, and you die, but there's no way I could get you to space dead or alive.
Are you sure you can get to the bottom with an anvil?
Yeah, dude, I just tie an anvil to a fucking ankle, dude, and just throw it overboard.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I would
but
go down there and
doesn't
never
it-
come back up, though. I'd never be able to report upon it. And that's why the ocean hasn't been discovered, because every time you send something down there, you have to actually determine what pressure
We'll just take a camera on you.
Yeah, I mean, there's
And this
literally.
okay,
Sorry, what?
I'll say that's how you can demonstrate flat Earth too, because now you got buoyancy and density. If you replace the water with like mercury, then the anvil wouldn't be enough. You'd float.
So,
But it's the ocean.
Yeah, so if you change the medium, you change directions.
But like, so why is the ocean?
Oh my
why
gosh.
is it that if you go deeper into the ocean, like, there's so much pressure that you actually can't even continue to withstand it?
Yeah, we got machines that could probably get that deep.
Yeah, remember when they tried to send a machine down to the Titanic and it exploded? Remember that? It happened like 2 years ago.
That was a machine with people in it.
Yeah, isn't there a videographer?
So what's the difference?
That was a
Right, but what's the difference between something with people and something with...
And then that was a can. Supposedly, there's a guy that went to the Mariana Trench.
Which guy went to the Mariana Trench?
Back in the 70s.
Oh wait, okay. Because I thought the director of Avatar,
James Cameron.
Yeah.
Yeah, he also did.
Challenger Deep or something.
Yep, that's him.
Yeah, I mean, he did go to the Titanic. That's correct. James Cameron.
He went to the Mariana Trench. He filmed it.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't think he went to the bottom, though. He didn't go to the bottom.
No, he didn't.
Well, he said he bounced off the bottom. Yeah, he did. He said they bounced off a puddle of water or something. Puddle of something.
Oh, right.
You believe that, don't you?
Right, so like the...
I never said I believe it. I said what he said, dude.
Called.
I'm just repeating what he said.
Right, I don't remember what it's called. It's called like dark
I
oxygen
don't
or
believe things
something.
unless I have a good reason to believe it, right? Dark oxygen is something different. That has to do with electro static charge and fucking. Oh, so your hot mic.
No, I was really trying to say something.
Loud too. Your hot mic.
Wait.
Hello, y'all. My name is Danny. I'm new to the server.
Hi, Danny. How are you?
It sounds like
I'm fine. Sorry, I've been just jumping in here and there, but I figured I'd introduce myself.
Hi, Danny. What brings you here to the Flat Earth?
Well, I'm from Jim's server, and it's pretty dead over there right now.
Jim?
Who's Jim?
Jim Panda.
Jim Panda.
Oh, my condolences. Please take a shower before you come in this chat.
No. I don't see. I'm not like into flat Earth. I'm not like into flat Earth. That's not like my. I go over there and argue politics or something, whatever. I don't argue flat Earth, so I'm new to this whole flat Earth thing.
Dude, I argue politics on...
So you are... hold on, dude. I got to get this straight. You argue politics in the Flat Earth server, and you came over to the politics server to argue Flat Earth?
Yeah, that's basically it, right? Yeah. You've nailed me right there. Jim's server's not just flat Earth, right? Like, sure, you have flat Earth. We really don't get flat Earth. We get like Pete Shea over there. I don't know if you guys know who that is.
Yeah, we know who Pete Shea is. Yes.
Right. So that's the kind of flat Earth that we get over there. So it's like
the reason why they banned all the flat earthers systematically one by one.
No, they haven't.
I just got banned not even a month ago for being AFK.
Jim doesn't ban no one. Jim will allow you to speak.
No, they banned.
He will mute you.
No, they banned flat earthers. All of them.
No.
Yes. Flat. The whole
Jim Panda server? No,
Yeah,
I don't think you're
yeah,
banned. I think you can go in there right now. We can go back to that server right now, and I bet you can speak freely.
Kurt's been on John Panda's server since 2018, man. Okay, I think he knows.
I mean, if you say something like something racist, like a racist slur, you'll get
just
banned.
being AFK, you get banned. You can get banned there for anything.
Dude, I've been AFK. Dude, I've left my computer on and been AFK in that room.
Yeah, because you're not a flat earther. If you're a flat earther, you could get banned.
What do you mean I'm not a flat earther?
Yeah, you're an anti-flat earther. I've heard you talk before.
I'm not an anti-flat earther. I just don't believe the evidence that flat earthers are putting forth that the Earth is shaped like a cookie.
What flat earther presented the evidence that Earth is shaped like a fucking cookie?
Well, I mean, I've been in this fucking community since.
Who presented that as evidence, dude? Who said that?
I've been in this community for a very long time. That is the only model I've seen put forth.
A cookie.
Yeah.
I've never seen any flat Earth model.
E-map.
You're a lying sack of shit, dude. Already, dude. Fucking shut up.
Yeah, he's a.
I mean, that's true because I've never seen a model.
Yeah, I was going to say when he was in here earlier, I was going to give him some charity if he wanted to identify or not. But yeah, I've talked to this guy many times. Complete freak. Complete freak.
So Alish, say I wanted to present you with a visual of the universe in its entirety. How could I do that?
How would you present the universe in its
The entire
entirety?
universe. So we kind of like touched on this before, like, where's the edge, right, of the universe? You realize that this is an infinite regression fallacy, right?
Yeah.
If we don't think that there's any space, that there's nothing outside, right? How can we represent the Earth as an object when we don't think it's an object inside of something else? Because you'd have a piece of paper, right? A piece of paper would be the embedding space, and then we'd have to draw the Earth inside of that, right? Or what if you think the Earth is the piece of paper? Where there's nothing, when outside doesn't mean anything. Has no meaning.
So, but we know that there is a finite part of Earth, right?
How do we know that?
Because if you continually traverse the Earth, you're going to revisit the places you've already visited.
If you walk in a circle.
If you continually travel around the Earth, there isn't an infinite amount of places that you can visit.
Well, I don't know that to be true. I mean, dude, like
in 2025, we do know it to be true because social media is something that we rely on to know about other parts of the Earth, so we can.
Okay, so you're contaminated by the West. Your brain is contaminated by the Western world. It is.
No, this isn't Western.
I'll give you for instance, Amazon rainforest. The Amazon rainforest. There's tribes in the Amazon rainforest that haven't interacted with anybody outside the Amazon rainforest, any peoples other than themselves, for 200 years.
But we know the Amazon rainforest.
And if you go in there, they'll spear you to death. And if you go in there, they'll spear you to death.
Right, but there are places like, for example, the what is that island called? The one off the coast of.
I know you're talking about the one off in India where they freaking kill people. Yeah, I know one.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the Amazon rainforest, which is gigantic, right? It's not small.
Right. But we know exists because why?
We know there's an Amazon rainforest, but we don't know the particulars of what's in it.
There's areas that they have marked off that you're not supposed to go in. They say don't go past this area. And just like that island off of India, there's a guy right now who's in legal trouble because he canoed there and dropped off a Coke or a Pepsi or something.
Oh, sick. Nice. Bro, spreading the love.
Yeah, but I'm saying that these areas are completely controlled. So when you get globalists come in here and be like, you can go wherever you want. There's no laws or rules or regulations blocking anyone from going anywhere. And you're like, really?
No.
Really, dude?
You know that's not true because you can't just go to Antarctica if you want to.
Yeah, that's the main point there, Antarctica. That's one of the most controlled areas.
You can't go anywhere without permission.
Literally.
I mean,
this is the same individual that said that space is more accessible than the ocean. For crying out loud.
Space is more accessible than the ocean.
Okay, so do you live near the ocean?
Yes.
Okay, how much gas will it cost you to get there? How much time?
Bro, I mean the bottom of the ocean. You can't just go to the bottom of the ocean if you want.
So now you're qualifying it with the bottom of the ocean.
Yes, because that's part of the ocean.
Okay, so yeah, that's a composition fallacy. So it's a composition fallacy. So you have access to the ocean.
Whoa, hold on. I'm not doing this.
Okay, so the parts are true of the whole in this case?
Yes, because if you go to... How many people have been to the Titanic, for example, physically?
Oh, now we're talking
qualifying words, dude. Like, how easy is it to get to the top of space? Since you're going to talk about the bottom of the ocean, I want to go to the top.
What is the top of space? What is the top of space? It's not a physical location. So we know that the ocean has a finish, a finite area. So we know it's there, but we've never been there personally.
Don't get herring away from the point. Do you have access to the ocean? Is it pretty simple?
We accessibility and knowledge of what is there are two different things.
Yeah, just more non sequiturs. Do you have access to the ocean? You live near it, so you can go to it. You can go to the beach. You have access to it. You could probably even ask a friend of yours to put a boat on it. Now,
if I asked you to go to the Titanic right now, could you?
That wasn't the claim.
That is the claim.
Oh, now it's the
more
claim.
Access.
You've gone to the Titanic wreckage instead of just access to the ocean versus access to space.
Where do you think the Titanic is? Do you think it's like...
I wasn't talking about the Titanic at all. Now you're talking about the Titanic.
I was.
Yeah. You're running away from your own claim, Mush. You're running away from it.
I'm not running away from any claim.
Yeah, you're being more and more particular.
I talked about the Titanic from the beginning.
Yeah, but you made a blanket statement about the ocean versus space. You didn't say the Titanic.
Yes, the bottom of the ocean. Right. The ocean is less accessible than space.
Okay, so is there anything at the bottom of the ocean that is less accessible than the ISS?
Yes,
for you?
Point Nemo. Point Nemo.
So you can't go to Point Nemo.
You can, if you're determined enough, but it's more inaccessible. It's more inaccessible in space.
How determined do you have to be to get to space?
I mean, pretty determined, but you also have to be pretty determined to get to Point Nemo. If your access to Point Nemo is equally as accessible as it is to space, and from that point you can't even get to the bottom of the ocean, let alone to the place that you want to visit, it makes it pretty inaccessible.
You realize that there's no scenario in which you're going to space.
There's no scenario in which we're going to Point Nemo. Why would you go there?
There is scenarios. I can just give you a fucking $100 million, dude. You can get there.
With $100 million, I could get to space.
No, you can't.
Literally, no, because no. I mean, it depends because Red Bull went to space, didn't they? Well, they went to the outer atmosphere.
Let's have an equivalence, right? Okay, so Point Nemo versus, I tell you what, get to Jupiter. It's not even that deep within the celestial sea, right? So Jupiter versus Point Nemo, which one is actually more accessible?
Considering that the ISS, which is in the thermosphere, is more accessible than...
did I say the ISS or did I say Jupiter?
Why would you choose Jupiter? Like, what is your logic?
What is your logic?
Titanic.
So, like, why would you because the Titanic is literally on Earth. Like, we're talking about things that we know exist.
You just said that space is more accessible than the ocean, right?
It is more accessible than the ocean, but we're talking about things that we know exist. We know that Titanic.
So Jupiter doesn't exist, right?
You're assuming, in your logic, space doesn't exist. In your world.
Let's try to keep this just really concise. So maybe I want to see the wreckage of the Titanic. So maybe there's a few $100,000 involved in getting to that, but I don't even think it's that expensive, right? So now maybe somebody wants to go visit Jupiter. Could you compare and contrast the cost difference, hypothetically, since Jupiter isn't actually a place that we can go to? Could you break down the cost benefit to, like everything involved in that?
So there's logistics that would make that more impossible than visiting the Titanic.
Oh, great. So it turns out that space is not as accessible as the ocean. Thank you.
Space, not Jupiter. Like, I didn't name a specific place. I said space, right?
Where does space start for you?
Space starts on the outside of the thermosphere.
You mean
outside
of the named a specific place about Earth? What the fuck?
No, that's not Earth. That's
no.
So
You named
outside of
a
the thermosphere
specific
would be
place about
considered outer
Earth. You named a specific place about space, and now you're saying not there.
Correct, because there's a logistical issue with that. So, like, for example, if you were to say the moon, I mean, like, that's like saying, like, I want to walk to the corner store versus I want to walk to Milwaukee from where you are. There's...
Yeah. Congratulations.
I
You're
answer
good
faster
at your
than
own argument.
So
You're good at your own argument.
You
I
compared the
didn't
most
repeat my
easily
argument.
accessible.
There's logistical. So, in your mind, so like let's talk about it logistically. So we know that the Titanic, we know exactly where it is. We can visit it. Like we know precisely where it sank. We know how deep it is. We know where to go to find it because we've identified it. But in order to get there, it's almost impossible for any person, most people to even go. Right? So that makes it more inaccessible than say, like, hey, I want to go to the moon. All I need is X amount of money to go to the moon. We did it in the 70s, so we should be able to do it again. Or the 60s, rather.
The Titanic
I've seen no evidence of that.
The Titanic
I mean, okay, but like...
Yeah, you could go there. Your survivability, that's the problem. It's not really a problem getting there, it's just survivability.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, the logistical issues. The pressure, literally the pressure prevents you from actually going there.
Okay, but we could take zero survivability. So we don't care if you die going to space, and we don't care if you die going to the bottom of the ocean. It's still harder to go to space.
No, it's harder to go. Well, I mean, if you're talking survivability, then yeah. But like the point of visiting somewhere is survivability.
He just got rid of that variable, right? He said if it doesn't matter, then it's harder to get to space.
Survivability is like literally the variable we care about when we say visiting something. Like you can literally do anything and die. Like I could visit the bottom of a volcano and say, yeah, it's perfectly accessible if you die and burn to death. Like, sure, yeah, I've been to the center of the Earth, which nobody has ever visited, because I dove through the giant, what is it called? The borehole? I don't know what it's called.
Well, spectroscopy needs a container, so I know you haven't been there through that.
You said spectroscopy needs a container?
Yeah.
That's completely retarded.
What does that mean? What do you mean spectroscopy needs a container?
That means he's retarded.
Okay.
I thought my other cult members agreed with me on this. My bad. I'll take it back.
I mean, like, in what terms of spectroscopy? I can't even say the fucking word.
Well, yeah, like seeing what's in the middle of the Earth. I mean, like viewing
mega
other
borehole.
planets.
Wait, the mega borehole, Kola, gigantic hole, or whatever it's called. I know it's called Kola something. The one they did in Russia.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the 8 mile deep hole they dug. They can't dig deeper than that.
How deep?
Yeah, why? I think it was more than. I think it was pretty deep.
Because there's like fire and lava and like.
How deep did you say?
stuff.
Excuse you. It's magma. Excuse you.
7.6 miles. Sounded like he
Something
said
like-
80 miles. And he said there's lava and magma. Is that what they found when they dug there?
I think. I don't know. I could be wrong.
No, it wasn't.
Well, then why did they stop? If there's no fire and lava, keep drilling.
So if we want to be,
Okay,
if we,
yeah, hold
so,
on. It's getting a little crazy right now. Let's get back on topic. We got Owlish talking about the ocean.
right. So if we want to even make that argument, the center of the Earth is even more inaccessible than the bottom of the ocean and space.
Yeah, no
We
shit. But
haven't
the bottom of
even
the
been-
ocean is still more accessible than space, bro. What are you talking about? If we're not talking about, because now you're not talking about people in life, right? So
How many
now you
people
threw that
have
out
been
the
to the bottom of
window.
the ocean? How many people have been to the bottom of the ocean versus how many people have been
now
in
you're
space?
putting life back in, right?
So how many people
It doesn't matter.
have been to the bottom of the ocean versus how many people have been or claim to have been to space?
All the
And
people
why
that
doesn't
were left
one number match the other?
All the people that were left on the Titanic and went down to the bottom.
So we have nuclear
Yeah, but, like, how-
powered submarine fleets, Owlish. What are you talking about?
How many physical people, real people, living human beings have been to the bottom of the ocean, the bottom of the Mariana Trench?
150,000?
Oh, the retards that went on the submarine and fucking drowned.
Okay,
That's not the Mariana Trench.
Yeah, we're not going to do like disrespect of dead people. All right.
Yeah. What the heck?
It's a drunk stroll.
That's not the Mariana Trench, and that's not.
We have nuclear submarines that go to the bottom of the ocean. Okay.
Are they full of people? Are they going to the Mariana
They're
Trench?
full of sailors.
You've got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me, Alish. Seriously?
Yeah.
Even you know better.
Better than
Stop
what?
it. You know how
Who's
many
yelling at
people
me right
have
now?
pushed to the bottom of it. It says who. Don't even worry about it. Get a hold of yourself.
Whoa.
We think submarines are self-driving cars?
It says that only 27 people have ever descended to the Challenger Deep, which is in the Mariana
that's
Trench.
that's 7 miles down.
And 279 people have been to the ISS. Well, which technically is in the thermosphere, but still.
Okay,
Yeah,
that
by
doesn't,
your
mean, that
own
doesn't really
logic.
mean much.
By your own logic,
Why?
that's not space.
Because there's incentives, different incentives to go to each.
What do you mean? What are the incentives? Wouldn't you think that people who are quote unquote pretending to want to have scientific discoveries will want to say what's on Earth rather than what's
Scientific
in
discoveries.
space?
Oh my
No.
goodness gracious.
They want to do the most.
Name me one
glamorous thing.
scientific discovery the ISS made.
Why has nobody?
Name me one
Nobody
scientific discovery from the ISS, dude. And we don't know. And I don't mean how they go to the bathroom in space.
They sent like monkeys up there and whatever. So
Oh my gosh.
and dogs. And dogs.
And
Stop
And dogs up
derailing.
Owlish is in full cope mode.
I'm not
You're in full
derailing. What do
cope
you
mode,
mean?
Owlish.
Why hasn't anybody claimed to
So
have
why
been to
haven't
the
you
center of
answered
the
the
Earth?
question?
She's got you turned down, Indio. Sounds like.
no, she's just all red herrings and non sequiturs. maybe we should just have an apples to apples comparison in this scenario, right? So the edge of the thermosphere is like the beach. So how many people have been to the ISS? How many people have been to the fucking beach in the last 5 minutes?
There's people on the beach right now.
Yep.
She wanted to compare the Titanic to the beach.
I bet you right now there's probably like 4 billion people.
Beach, or did I say ocean?
So can anyone hear me?
What are you talking about? There's 4 billion people.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You said beef. She said
So
beef.
one of the discoveries that have been made in the International Space Station is known as ZAFO, which is zero attenuation fiber optic cables, which we can't make on Earth because it can only be made in microgravity.
Oh snap! We got ourselves an educated person.
Why
He
can't
got
they be
some of
made
that
on
fancy
Earth again?
work line.
Huh?
Zero attenuation fiber optic cables? So what property do they have?
They allow the transmission of signals across longer distances without repeaters.
Okay. Why do they need to make them in space? What's different in the manufacturing process?
It comes out with less impurities than being on Earth because of gravity, which is why it's called zero attenuation, because it almost has zero impurities.
So gravity affects chemistry?
Yeah, of course. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you.
If you go to
You know
Mount
how
Everest
chemistry
and
works?
boil things at a lower temperature, that's how gravity affects chemistry.
That's because of pressure.
Sure, but there's also gravity, which affects the pressure that is, at that.
Okay, so give me the gravitational theory of gas pressure.
Why?
Because you're talking out your ass. Because there's no
You're saying that
gravity.
it affects-
There's no
saying that it
gravity
Just
in the
asking one
kinetic
question
theory of
after
gas.
another.
There's
You have
no
absolutely
gravity
no
in the
useful rebuttal.
No, stop talking over me. There's no gravity in the kinetic theory of gases. Period. End of story.
Where's your proof for that?
The kinetic theory of gases.
The kinetic theory of gases, dude. It doesn't state anywhere there. Gravity's not a part of it. You should know this if you're talking about gravity. Do you not know this? Oh, it's new to him, Indio. He doesn't.
Did you not know about zero attenuation fiber optic? It must be new to you.
Crap.
Yeah, gravity when it concerns what this
It must be new to you that you can
technology
actually
is.
manufacture things completely different in zero gravity.
Yeah, but you're making a claim that's unsubstantiated. It's a claim
It's not unsubstantiated.
that's
There's a lot of
unsubstantiated.
information on this.
You're not. Yeah, you are not substantiated to
information.
claim
Oh, boy.
that gravity has anything to do with kinetic molecular theory, dude. There's nothing tying it into that. Is there?
You're making zero sense right
That's
now.
No, I'm making perfect sense. That's the claim that you made.
No, you're just talking out of your ass
And you-
right now. What
Oh,
claim?
so I'm talking out of my ass, but you weren't doing that just moments ago.
No,
When you
I
made a
wasn't.
claim that you can't substantiate with gases being affected by gravity. Yeah? Aw.
It already has been proven.
Cat got your tongue? Yeah, it has been proven. You haven't
can you
proved it,
post a
man.
citation? Can you post a
And
citation
now you're
in the chat?
diverting completely about the fact that
Hey,
things
can
can
you
be
post this?
manufactured in microgravity.
Hey, can you post a citation in the chat substantiating what you just claimed?
Can you post anything in chat substantiating anything that you've claimed?
Yeah, I didn't make. I didn't make the claim. Can you post in the chat
I was
because
questioning. Can you make
I just
anything?
looked. I just looked for your claim, dude, and I can't find it, dude. So can you post it?
Gravity differently than planet Earth, and that's the main point.
No, that there's something called zero attenuation.
Do you deny that we can't make things different?
Why are you interrupting me again, loser?
You, the one that's been interrupting me.
I am asking you to substantiate your claim that there was zero attenuation fiber optics made on the International Space Station. Can you please post that?
He ran away.
Bitch, he just made shit up, dude. He literally made that up.
Yep.
Yeah, he did. Isn't that fun? They just make shit up and then just leave. Wow, dude. They're playing pigeon chess, really.
It's a boot scoot boogie.
Hold on.
He shot on the board and he flew away.
Like, how could you even have zero attenuation fiber optic? It doesn't even make sense.
It's been theorized only.
Well, that guy has a lot of fancy book learning, so obviously he knows more than us. We don't have all that knowledge.
Oh my gosh, I'm unmuted. Hey, what's up?
What up, Alice?
Sorry.
You're digging into your old bag of tricks again? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, somebody said I answered faster than ChatGPT, and I don't know what that
Oh
means.
my god! Don't give yourself props, Alice. You're just barely getting by.
Somebody literally said that.
Yeah, you guys don't know that Alish was directly responsible for all of AI, so that's why AI appears like Alish is using AI, because it's just a very small mirror of her own personality.
Is that right?
Crazy.
You had a part to play with ChatGPT, do you?
Yes, I am ChatGPT. Please ask me questions if you would like.
How did they measure the curvature of the Earth?
How do you measure the curvature of the Earth? What a great question. I don't know, man.
Yeah, the fiber optic he's talking about, they tried to do it. It says they tried to do it in 1996 and failed, and that they are still trying to do it. He made that shit up, bro.
What did he say? Zero attenuation fiber optics? Is that what he said?
Yeah, yeah. It's not even called that, but you know.
I don't know, but I use fiber optics every day. Since fiber is preferred over copper connections, since they're faster.
What's also too that people aren't going to steal the fiber; they'll steal the copper and rip it up and turn it in, recycle.
Yeah, you can't claim they're fast. They're only faster at longer distances.
Oh, you mean fiber optics?
Yeah, I mean you can have super fast freaking copper, but it's not only good for short distances.
Yeah, that's the point, because you want to use fiber over longer distances if you have a places that are directly connected over longer distances.
Yeah, they have fiber that comes to the house, and then the copper goes inside.
Yes. Copper is more durable.
But it is fiber running from the pole to the house, though.
Mm-hmm. Because it's better over longer distances.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's light.
So, Alpha, you still here?
Yeah, but I'm at the store right now.
Okay, because we
Oh my
got.
god, can you give me something?
Yeah, what, Doritos?
Yeah.
6-pack of wine coolers? Or those 4-packs?
I'm just buying a head of lettuce, that's all.
Ew.
The Doritos are Canadian. You guys getting tariffed on those?
There's generic Doritos. I can't think of the name of it right now, but like if you go to Walmart.
Select pin pad now. Scan everything I can done. Pin pad to complete transaction.
Or is it Safeway?
Your hot mic there would fucking hear that robot talking to you.
I thought it was Alice.
That was Owlish. That wasn't Hot Mike.
No, it wasn't me. But or is it Safeway? Or is that,
Was that
a
Ronan?
Safeway equivalent?
The late July nacho cheese chips are way better. They don't have the MSG or the dye.
No, that's not AI, guys.
That was Owlish talking.
No, they both.
No, that was me.
That wasn't me.
No, that was way different.
So that Alpha, we got a jump in a transplant in here. Kind of trolly, but I don't know. Yeah, that's what I know. Like I know your game. I'm not fucking with that shit, dude. I got better. I don't need the blood pressure raising.
Well, let me get the party started. Let me get the party started, and then you can jump in whenever you feel the water's warm enough.
You know I'm not a globe earther, right?
You're anti-flat.
How's this possible?
I am not a globe earther because I don't believe in all that nonsense space sciencey shit they tell you. I'm just not like the circle earther AE map guy. I think that's
if you don't believe, if you don't think space is a thing, why did you think that flat earthers think the Earth is a cookie in space?
Well, because that's all you guys have ever shown me.
Who are you talking to, man? You've never even been in here, dude. Fuck.
Well, no, but I've been around flat earthers for the past 10 years, right?
That's a stereotype. Why are you stereotyping us? That's kind of irresponsible.
Your
don't you
leaders
think?
have constantly shown me.
Yeah, that's still more stereotyping and now straw manning. So who would my leader be?
Who has leaders, dude?
Well, you certainly have spokespeople, right?
Such as?
Well, Jaren, for one.
Jarenism, are you kidding me, dude? You fucking serious? You can't be.
Yeah, let me just ask this guy, what? Yeah, dude, what is your position right now on this topic? What are you? You don't hold to the fact that the Earth is a globe? Is that not? Is that not?
Well, I don't know what the shape of the Earth is because I've never seen it in its entirety. But I certainly don't think there are like galaxies and like nebula and all that. I think that's. I don't believe what they're telling me there.
So is the Earth obviously flat?
It looks. I mean, obviously from my front porch, it looks flat, and I've never experienced any curvature or anything like that.
Is this a Jet Panda clone, or what is this guy? I thought I was going to get...
Right, I was born in Florida, right? I was born in Miami, Florida. I lived on the beach my whole life, right? I've never seen any curvature.
Okay. Was this a Gem Panda clone, Indio, or was this some other guy?
No, but I'm from Gem Panda server, and I mean, they shit on me, so whatever. I don't give a shit.
Nah, I mean...
He's lying. They make fun of him, and he gets hurt by that, so then he punches back down at flat earthers to make himself feel more important.
Nah. I mean, I'm certainly not. I wouldn't call myself a flat earther because I don't fucking know, right? And I've seen the pretty pictures they've sent me from NASA. And I don't know. I mean, it looks pretty. I mean, I've taken pictures with my own telescope, and that shit looks pretty, but, like, I don't fucking know what that shit is, right?
All right, so he really doesn't hold to a position, sounds like.
No, but I'm one of those guys who thinks that I don't experience curvature. I don't experience any sort of motion, right? To me, it seems flat and motionless.
Flamingo. All right. It's very obvious that you're LARPing in here. Crit knows you well enough to know what your position is. So
well,
you
my
can either cut
position
the
is
act.
Whatever the mainstream is, right? Because who am I to question that, right? But like,
right. So just go ahead and stand on that.
I experience flat and stationary, right?
Let me just ask Crit. Crit, is he LARPing? Like, is he a Glober?
Yeah, he's one of those, like, when you're trying to have a conversation. He's one of the guys in the background blurting, "What an idiot!" Just the chirpers in the background making animal noises and stuff.
I don't think I've ever called anyone.
He's one of those guys. He's the guy who constantly distracts.
No, I take that back. I called Pete Shea an idiot.
He's doing it right now. Dude, you're not close. I've been on that server for years and years, on and off. I would get banned, get put back on. Dude, everyone.
Crit, yeah, I know who you are, Crit. I know you go by a different name over there, right? Yeah, but when have you ever heard me fucking defend any of this shit?
Yeah, it was a Disco Critsmanot.
Maybe I have gotten to the point where I was like, look, some of the absurd shit that, like a true flat Earth believer would say. I'd be like, look, that just doesn't work out, right? Like, that's the only thing I would say, right? But as far as
true flat Earth believer say, dude?
You're out of Gem Pandas. How about play it straight? Can you do it?
Well, yeah, a true flat earther would say, hold on, Crit. A true flat earther would say that the sun goes away because it just goes away, right? Like it gets smaller as it goes away, or it just goes too far for you to see it. Like, I don't believe none of that nonsense.
So
it seems absurd.
Yeah,
right?
what's the
Because
explanation then?
Well, because you can see you can stand on the highway and watch a vehicle go away.
No, I get it. What's the explanation then? What's the alternative?
I wouldn't know. I just maybe.
So then, how can you say that's not? Yeah, but how can you say that's not the case if what we witness is the very thing of the sun's light moving away from us? How can you say that's not true?
I don't. Like, I can't explain that. I don't have any explanation.
Well, you need to. If you're hand wave dismissing it and saying that's not true, then I want to know what is your rebuttal to it not being true.
Well, my rebuttal was my everyday observations of watching objects go away and watch.
Yes. But how are you saying the sun is equivalent to those things that go away that you're saying that's not the same? It's not the same that the sun's going away.
Well, how are you saying that it's not equivalent? Well, I mean, how are you
because
making that distinction?
you're building a case that true flat earther says that the sun moves away, and you're saying I just can't get with that. That's not the case. And I'm like, okay. Then what's the alternative? What are you come up with something?
Well, no,
different?
you just played a word game there. You said the true flat earther. Yeah, sure. I may have mentioned it earlier. Like, what do flat earthers actually believe in this? Because I don't know. I can't explain it. Right? The sun does go down. Right?
Okay, so it's going down. Or do you think it goes underneath the earth?
I don't think so because we can all see it, right? Like,
then what is this?
We can text somebody in China and they can say, "Yeah, I see the sun." Right?
Okay, so in the case of you said it, not me. You said true flat earther. You said it, not me. In the case of a true flat earther, when they're saying that the sun moves away, and you're saying that's not the case, why do you say that it's not the case?
Well, when I mention true flat earther, I mean like. The guy who will come in and argue against you, he'll say the sun moves away and it just gets so far that it looks like it's being buried. Right?
Yeah, yes. So now why would you say that's incorrect?
Because I have other observations that I've seen.
Like what? Like what?
Like any fucking thing. Like a car moving down the highway, like a boat going off into the horizon, right?
Yeah,
like I've watched it. It shrank in size, right?
Yeah, I know. So what are you missing here that you're saying that it's not like that?
Well, the sun is special is what I'm missing.
Okay. And so it moving away doesn't mean that you don't have anything to rebut against it if you're making the analogy of it doing the same thing that other things would when they go away from you.
I do have a rebuttal. It's the sun is special.
In what way?
I can't explain that. The sun is special. That means, the only thing that doesn't shrink as it moves away.
All right. So let me summarize. That means that you don't have a rebuttal to the true flat earther saying that the sun just moves away.
I do have a rebuttal.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You don't have one. You just finished saying you can't explain it. You still told everybody right now I can't explain it. That means essentially you don't have a rebuttal. Yeah. We all good?
To that particular instance, you're right. I cannot explain why the sun doesn't change in angular size as it moves away and still.
That's a good lad. Now we cleared that up, so you can't say the true flat earther saying that sun moves away is not a good explanation because it is.
What do you mean? A true flat earther does say that the sun
moves away,
disappears from the bottom up because it's too far away.
Yeah, that's good enough. Yes.
Yeah, I posted
every other instance I've ever had is that something that moves away changes in angular size as well.
I posted a picture for you where it changes size as well.
I've actually measured this, but personally, right? So it does not change in angular size. I know you might think it does, right? Because you saw some YouTube video where maybe there were some clouds and shit where it looked like it got smaller, but it actually doesn't. Like,
I'm gonna give this back to you guys. I gotta get something real quick.
Is it another head of lettuce?
And I still don't believe space and all that, right? But I don't think the Earth is like. I don't think it's a globe. I don't think it's like a spherical object. I just don't think it's like a flat, like biscuit or something. That's nonsense.
Nobody said it was a
can't
flat
be.
disc.
Yeah, you guys do. You guys do. Stop it. Stop it.
So this guy.
Would you say it's an oblate spheroid?
It's a disc in space. It's not.
And the only reason why you guys don't believe it's a cookie
didn't know he was
is
even
the Globers have fucking.
Didn't even know he was muted. That's how fucking crazy he is.
So what's on the bottom of your flat Earth, dude?
Well,
I know it's crazy. I know it's crazy, but the Pac-Man ideal. I mean, that's the only thing I feel. I don't know, man. I'm just. It looks flat to me. I like I said, I was born on the beach. It looks flat. I don't feel no fucking motion. I'm not like some crazy, Christian or religious person, but it just looks flat and stationary to me. I suppose you could call me. I'm more along the lines of the fucking Tesla realm. I think it's a realm, right? It's some sort of realm that, perhaps I don't know. It's magic.
He's a brain in the jar, folks. He thinks he lives in some kind of weird brain in the jar thing.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I feel pain and shit, so it can't be that, right? Like if.
Yeah,
like I've been shot. I've been shot, and I felt that.
Brain in the jars
so I
gets
can't
shot
be a brain
too.
in the jar.
Yeah, brain in the jars gets shot too.
I don't know. How would you simulate? I guess it's simulated, right?
You're a brain in the jar. Remember, you're not 100% sure of anything.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. Right. Well, that's like a matrix theory, right? Well, like I plugged in, right? We're plugged in.
Oh, you are. You're the one that's not 100% sure.
No, I'm not plugged in.
Brain in the jar. You don't know what's going on.
No. No, I think I'm 100% physical, right? I think God put me on this earth to be special, right? I just don't know what this earth that he put me on is, because I've seen plenty of evidence of fakery with NASA. So, it kind of gives me pause, right? That's where I'm at. And yeah, I'm from Jim Panda server, but they give me shit there all the time, so, And yeah, I will argue against the flat earther, because the only thing I've ever been presented from a flat earther is like the fucking AE map. And I'm like, that is bollocks, right? Complete fucking bollocks.
I don't know who you've been talking to, man, but that's not this room, so.
You guys go to some lame servers, dude, where they talk about dumb shit like ether and AE maps and shit like that. That's lame earthers.
So is there anything from Flat Earth that you're against outside of that AE map? Just trying to get a feel for, if you have to, what Flat Earth is about. Or if maybe you're just refuting some of the points that are
No. I think we do know through spectral analysis the compositions of some of this stuff that we're looking at, right? Because like you can use spectral analysis. like hydrogen or oxygen or
No.
we can,
I know the elements. I know the elements you're talking, but I'm talking about what are you looking at?
I mean, we're looking at a big ball. Like, let's say we're looking at the sun. We're looking at a big ball of hydrogen, right? Or something.
No, that's incorrect.
Because we can see the spectral analysis of it, and we
you're wrong.
those.
Somebody lied to you about that.
Oh, see, I don't. That's one thing I don't know. Like the shape of the Earth, I don't know. There's a big conspiracy there, but as far as some of these, because you can do that like on your own, like you can.
Yeah, you need to examine it in a vacuum. Is where you examine that stuff. Not looking through clouds.
How does that change?
And birds flying around and clouds and weird light. That's not how you look at things.
So, I mean, birds are like high in hydrogen and helium.
Hydrogen's man-made.
Yeah, well, it's a name we gave it, right?
Well, whatever. You're wrong, so it doesn't matter.
So, what is the sun made of?
Oh, the fuck would anybody know?
You don't think we can determine that?
No, you can't fly there. No, you can't fly there and scoop it up with a little ladle and put it in a jar and bring it back and put it under a microscope.
And that's the only way we can ever know.
Yes.
Well, I mean,
best guess, dude.
I guess. I mean, whatever.
Well, it's not whatever. It's like these are empirical means by which you can determine what it is. You can't just whatever. No, that's how you do things. You want to test and verify the thing that you're looking at and saying, I wonder what it is. Makes sense, dude. It's not whatever.
And there's no, in your mind, there's no way we can ever determine.
Oh, in your mind also, there are no gas balls in a vacuum. That violates laws of nature.
I don't necessarily think that's a vacuum. It could be water for all I know.
Then you better argue with NASA and everybody else about it.
Well, again, NASA's bollocks, right?
Oh yeah, so doesn't matter then. It's build your own globe, I guess, for you. Build your own
realm of
imagination.
But
it's
it
realm
does
of
certainly.
imagination, I call it. Your realm of imagination, where you live in a jar. You get shot, you feel that because it's a simulation. I'm just highlighting all of your copes so far.
I mean, it seems like that's where you live, not me. I mean,
I live by Lake Erie. I can see it flat every day. Every single day I drive right past the lake shore.
Well, again, I was born and raised in Miami, Florida, so I've walked out.
You see curved
It's not like I can fucking see any curvature. Right? But I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just. I suppose I'm philosophizing on what it could be based off what I've heard and read, right? But you're just saying that we could never know, right?
Jesus, dude. I'm philosophizing.
What are you drinking? What kind of whiskey are you drinking?
I am not drinking whiskey, but I am drinking plenty of beer.
Oh, shit, Miller Lite.
I apologize if I've gotten a little drunkard. But
sounds like it.
Yeah, you are.
I just don't mute me though. That's all I say. Don't mute me because I'm not here to fucking
in here. You just talk through people. You won't remember being in here.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to talk to you.
Unlike Gems, we archive the recordings. So you're getting, you might think that you're being recorded, but no one's clipping it or whatever.
That's fine. What? I'm from Jim's server, dude. Everything's recorded.
No, it's not. It's deleted every 12 hours.
Oh, but if you say something they feel like is worth recording, though, they will record it.
We can go back forever since we started.
Yeah. I'm just looking for a home, man. I mean, you guys can throw me out.
We're just looking for quality arguments from the Globe side. We're searching.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not necessarily a Glober, so you know. I mean, you could say, look, I fucking follow the mainstream, whatever, you know, for my wife and my children's sake, you know, I just go with the flow.
You're a Glober. You're a Glober. You go along with what everybody else does, like an NPC, like a robot.
No, but when it comes to these arguments that we have online, when it comes to the arguments we have online, I will make arguments for the, you know, I don't think it's a Globe. I mean, who the fuck do you know, right? We can only get so high up there.
I know a lot of stuff. I actually know a lot of things.
Well, in this particular subject, obviously, right? But you can't go high, right? Like you can't go up there and look, right? Well, you know a lot, but you can't go up there and look. You can misquote people, and you know you can do crazy whatever mathematics or whatever. But you can't go up there and fucking look, right?
Why not?
Oh, Godspeed.
No, what would be your reason for why you can't?
What? Why you can't go up there?
Yeah.
Well, I think for one thing, I think there's a barrier.
Why would there need to be a barrier?
How they do it 50 years ago?
Space is fake. Why would there need to be a barrier?
Because I just think there's a barrier. I don't know how high it is. I couldn't tell you where it is. I think there's a barrier. I think there's something you can't go. It may be further than the moon.
Helicopters don't work because the air pressure is so low. That's how high it goes. It goes so high that nobody can go up there because nothing works.
Well, that could be, yeah, that could be a thing because you can't like strike a match up there, right? Right. Like if you go up there and you try to strike a match, like it's not going to work. Even if you don't even have to be in space, you just have to be like a balloon.
Tried that though. You've never tried that.
No, obviously I have not. But it seems to me that you need oxygen to strike a match, right?
No,
and if you go high,
as simple as helicopters can't fly to the top of Mount Everest because of the air pressure. So airplanes can't fly any higher than highest ones they have right now, and rockets just go up in a curve and land in the ocean, and they go pick them up.
I don't know. I think there's an area up there that we can fuck around with. Honestly,
I do know. That's why I told you.
I don't think we can like go to Mars or anything like that, but I think there's an area up there that we can fuck around with, right? There may be like, I don't know, like a parabolic thing where it seems like you're falling around and you can like maybe float, right?
Hey,
and they give you like.
At this point, is there any Globers in here?
How do you think that if there's a barrier?
I mean, I don't know what a barrier is. It could be beyond the moon. Right.
So, like, you think there's a barrier, but you also think there's not a barrier. So, like, what? I'm not really sure as to what your beliefs are because you keep contradicting yourself.
Who, me?
Yeah. So you said that there's a barrier.
Well, yeah, I think there's a barrier. Maybe beyond the moon.
The barrier is, you said, beyond the moon?
Well, yeah, because the moon's certainly closer than any other thing.
Why would that make sense? Why would that make sense, though? Logically.
Because the moon is closer than anything we can see out there. Because if you're looking at the stars and you're looking at the moon and you see the moon go across the sky,
They're all the same distance. They're all the same distance, dude. Well, the moon is a little different. All the stars are the same.
That's
distance,
absurd.
according to my camera.
That's absurd.
When I focus on one star, all the other stars are in focus from my point of view.
I certainly don't think they're all at the same distance. The moon is certainly closer to us than any of the stars. I mean, it is.
That they're the same thing. But sun and moon do not look like stars, do they?
No, I just said the moon is closer than the stars.
I don't know if it's
Why do you think the sun is not a star?
The sun is the sun.
Why would the sun be a star? Is a star supposed to be gas balls in a vacuum?
Why would it not be a star?
Is a star a gas ball in a vacuum?
Yeah, how is it similar to the other lights in the sky?
Is a star a gas ball in a vacuum?
I don't know. You called it a star, not me.
Well,
so
I
what
guess
is a star to you?
If you invoke gravity, right, you can use that to.
What is a star to you if it's not what you described?
A light in the sky.
So you just call it a star, or does a star have a specific meaning to you?
You call the sun a star. I call it the sun.
No, but you said a star. So what is a star to you if it's not what you
The little
described?
lights up in the sky, the little lights up there, they go twinkle, twinkle. Those are stars.
So how is the sun different?
It doesn't go little twinkle, twinkle.
So it's a big twinkle twinkle. Is that different? So how is the moon different from the star if they both do the same thing?
Blinding your face for the whole time it's up there. So it's not twinkling.
Does the moon not do the same thing?
Oh, the moon doesn't twinkle either. It's just there and moves, and then you see it again the next day or whenever.
How do you know the sun is not or the moon is not like a dimmer sun? Or a dimmer star, for that matter.
What about way?
I mean, the claim is that
What do you mean? I've always
claim
been
that
here.
it is a star. Can you prove that it is a star?
No, I didn't say anything about. No, he said it was a star. I'm asking what the definition of a star is because
I said
the sun was a star.
Stars are up there.
Why are we even arguing semantics? Let's call it what it
because
is.
you're making the claim, right? But you seem to have some sort of argument about what is a star and what isn't a star. So
if I said little lights, if I said little lights, what would you think when I'm saying I went outside and saw little lights? You'd be like, oh, you saw lightning bugs? Oh, somebody had Christmas lights on their trees? So I can't use little lights. I have to call them stars because that's what you guys call them.
You guys. So then people also call the sun a star.
That's because they're idiots
Right?
and they don't know what they're talking about. Correct. That's because they don't know what they're talking about.
Who's they?
You, your friends, your mom, especially your dad, all those people.
Scientists? The people who literally name them?
No science. You don't do science by looking in the sky.
But that's how they got their name, was by scientists. So you learn the word from somewhere. So star has a specific meaning.
Experiment to give it its name. You retard.
Yeah, but that's why we don't call them lights in the sky. We call them stars, and then we refer to the sun as a star because we have a designation for that.
To it. You are the ones who call it that. I said that. Because you guys don't know
right,
anybody.
Scientists.
You're not a scientist. You're far from it.
Yo, Radwin, if you don't know what the stars are, how are people wrong calling the sun a star?
Little lights.
When you don't know what you can call them what you want, but you don't know what the stars are. So how do you know?
Exactly. Neither do you. Nobody does.
Well, so here's the thing.
So are you saying that you don't call them stars?
Your imaginary story doesn't trump my little lights.
Radwin. I need you to use like more than 2 brain cells right now. If you don't know what stars are, then how do you know the sun isn't one?
And how can you claim he's wrong if you don't know what they are either?
I'm not claiming. I'm actually not claiming anything. I'm asking questions.
Yes, you are. You just questioned him on it. So therefore, you must know what they are.
No, that's
How
not what
can
a
you
claim
claim
is.
this if you don't know that?
That's not what a claim is. I'm not claiming anything. So don't lie about me.
So how can you question something that you don't know yourself? You are questioning him on his knowledge of the
you can
subject.
question someone's knowledge without making a claim. That's
Banhammer,
what you guys do.
Banhammer. It's funny actually because when you don't know something, asking questions.
There you go.
That's what happened.
Why'd you mute him? He made a point.
I'm not like in favor of that, man.
Well, let's get rid of you for a second because we don't want to hear you whine. And Carter, you want to whine too, or no?
That's a spherical shape, oblate.
That is Earth curvature is the Earth curve calculator. That's priceless.
Yeah, I know. It's priceless, bro. We got more ammo, dudes. Got it, bro.
Yeah, too bad you don't have any of that stuff on Earth itself. Not curving, not moving, and contained.
Shit, I don't have that clip. So if anybody else has it, that'd be great. I want to see Rob do his best shithouse lawyer performance. Oh, he didn't say that. I swear, my client is innocent. Oh, there is Clipcord. Hey, bro, show us that clip, man. Somebody can play that clip. Clipboard's typing. Let's go.
So, what are you gonna say, Rob, when the clip gets posted?
This is exciting.
I'm gonna say it.
Facts.
Yeah, but I want to hear you say it with your chest, bro.
I said no, motherfucker.
Yeah, that was a week.
That's the way.
That's all he's got. Beta.
Beta, you're a bunch of lambdas.
Rob, do you play cards with the ladies in the neighborhood during the day while the husbands and your wife's at work?
Fuck no. I'm busy, bro. I'm doing shit.
I think
don't
he
lay
has
around and
tea
eat.
par-
I don't
I
sit
think he
around
has
and
tea
eat
parties.
bonbons.
He has tea parties with him.
No, I got weightlifting parties, bro. And you ain't invited. You got to bench more than 100
group-
pounds.
Knitting groups, you know.
Yeah. I got 18-inch arms from knitting. It's a
The
good
cake
way to do it.
decorating.
You got me, bro. I make
Bro,
big
aren't you
cakes.
watch Will Duffy's videos, bro?
Yeah, I watch Will Duffy's videos.
It's cringe.
Will Duffy's the man, bro. They call him Duffmeister, dude.
He sucks at golf.
Yo, why do y'all think the Earth is flat? Let's just get straight into it. Why are you stupid?
Your eyeballs are round because your eyeballs and your head's round.
You're actually so stupid if you think that. But anyways, right? I can show you curvature on the Earth. It's possible.
Eyeballs are curved. That's why.
Well, no, you can see it with your eyes too.
Wait for the girly laugh. Are you gonna laugh like a girl again?
I don't know what you're talking about, but anyways, right? What's it called?
Your backyard with your cute pink whip again?
You got some weird switches.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Weird facial tics, don't you?
I have no idea what you're talking about, but anyways, right?
He never knows what we're talking about,
Yes, you
especially
do.
when we.
Hear it when you're talking. You have facial tics and verbal tics.
He doesn't know what we're talking about, especially when we ask him for the Earth curve measurement.
Well, no, I can show you the Earth curve measurement, and I can show you the curvature on the Earth.
Provide the Earth curve measurement. Put it in the text chat.
Okay, no problem. Okay, give me life. Yeah.
Watch him post something that's not a measurement. He doesn't even know what a measurement is.
No, I do.
Yeah, this guy's a repeat offender, by the way.
A repeat offender. What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by that?
We can look at that and then just cope with.
Okay, so you provided the claim. Where's the measurement? Red Bear, where's the measurement?
Eyes are round. That's what he's going to say.
We need to hear that squirrely laugh too. Come on, man.
Dude, he has that laugh from "Don't Be a Menace to South Central While Drinking Your Juice in the Hood." That one that it's called Legs. The character in that show, he goes hee. It's like a weird laugh. That's what that dude sounds like right there.
Yeah, son.
Yeah, he sounds like Legs. Yeah, we're
Come on, clipboard, hurry up with that clip. I got to get back to work.
Yeah, me too, bro. Okay, we got to hear Rob just at least one time just spiral. No, man, he didn't say that. Oh.
Dude, people were posting that clip everywhere, and I'm like trying to find it and fumbling around.
I gotta go to push to talk because my freaking iPhone unmutes.
Yeah, that is weird, man. I noticed that. Don't tell AI though.
No, it's okay, dude. It's better than getting like 10,000 applications just to do one thing. And
shots fired.
Just saying, bro.
You got? Would you buy an iPhone from a Chinese guy or Indian guy on the corner? Because I got an iPhone 16 Pro Max and mine doesn't unmute.
But do you have headphones? Like whenever I take my headphones out, it unmutes me automatically.
That's it, right there. That's what it does to me too. Yep. Because I'm listening to my earbuds, and when I like take it off and I put it in my pocket.
Might be in your settings to fix that. I gotta go.
Nah, it's an issue with Discord. If you put it on push to talk, it won't do it.
Well, okay, I'll try. Well, I have it on push to talk, but I guess I'll just run with it like this.
Sounds good.
Do you guys hear the beep every time I unmute though? When I push to talk?
Nah, not at all.
No.
Clipcord, send that to me to the DMs too, bro, so I can have it in my DMs if you don't mind. Yeah, he posted the clip. Can anybody put that to the speakers?
Yeah, I got it. I can do it.
I can confirm that's the clip.
Alrighty. Thank you, Clipcord.
Yeah, Alpha, the paper that NASA has on the mesospheric pressure thing.
Yeah.
It's called Specification on the Mesospheric Pressure, Density, Pressure, and Temperature by Extrapolation.
Yep.
That's the title of the paper.
They don't have anything, dude. I'm telling you, bro. This is a fucking bang on argument. Put the screws to the elbow when you get a chance with that argument.
I did that to the Cosmo or I think it was Cosmo the other day that when he tried to bring it up, and I was like, yeah, they don't have anything on that, and he didn't know how to rebut it.
Yeah, that negates the whole cosmology aspect of them thinking they live in a vacuum of space. So we can take away that whole vacuum of space idea. And we don't even have to talk about the container argument because they don't have the high vast pressure differential that needs to be there in order for there to be a container argument. You can have it if you want, but you don't need to. Oh, sorry. Were you going to play the clip, CB?
Yeah, here it is.
Hey, Sean, let me answer. I want to point out to the audience, you are evading the topic of the debate, which is the shape of the earth, by talking about the sun. Did you hear that? Okay. Hey, Sean, let me answer. I want to point out to the audience, you are evading the topic of the debate, which is the shape of the earth, by talking about the sun. Once more.
Got him. All right, Rob, you're up.
He's going to act like he wasn't here. Guaranteed.
What? Sorry, I know I speak English.
Sounds like he said you're evading the topic of the shape of the earth because you want to talk about the sun. Wow.
Therefore, the sun has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. Nice. Rob, you're up. Rob, you're up.
He's going to do the dancing chicken routine. That's fucking funny.
Have you gone quiet now, Rob? Why have you gone quiet?
He's gonna be like, "Oh, I'm back. What are you guys talking about?" Watch. Then just play the clip again.
I'll say exactly. We got the clip locked and loaded.
Yeah, problem with this, Rob, is that it's not going away.
He's definitely hearing everything right now. He's just ignoring us.
He's got to do some damage control, so he's got to think about what to say. Shit, what can I come up with? I got to get back to the grind. Cook Rob when he gets back, though.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, put your chef hat on, CB. Turn on the grill.
We got a whole panel of chefs right now. He's gonna get roasted. We got a sous chef in here. We got the line cooks. Shit, even the dishwasher will cook his ass.
Are you bringing some clips, man?
Hmm?
I thought you were bringing some more clips, CB.
More clips. It was just that Duffy one. Unless you guys want to hear more clips.
Yeah. I kind of missed it. What was it again? What did he say?
Oh, don't you worry. I'll get it pulled up. I see what you did there. Very nice. 1 second. Let me fix myself. Coming right up.
Sean, let me answer. I want to point out to the audience, you are evading the topic of the debate, which is the shape of the earth, by talking about the sun. Did you hear that? Okay. Hey, Sean, let me answer. I want to point out to the audience, you are evading the topic of the debate, which is the shape of the earth, by talking about the sun. And once more. Hey, Sean, let me answer. I want to point out to the audience, you are evading the topic of the debate, which is the shape of the earth, by talking about the sun. These people who represent the globe do not know whether they're coming or going because they do not operate on truth and honesty. They're dishonest, disingenuous.
They don't have any honor, any truth. They're run by cognitive biases, knee-jerk reactions, and dishonest hearts. Will Duffy has just destroyed his own final experiment here. So keen to win his debate over concepts and ideas, his ego allowed him to go in so deep that he debunked his own claims, his own final experiment, by highlighting the sun has no relevance whatsoever regarding the ground we walk upon. Crazy times, I'll tell you.
There it is, folks.
He's practically a walking contradiction.
I don't know about you guys, but there's something off about Duffy. I can't put my finger on it exactly, but something a little weird about that guy.
You believe in flat Earth?
What was your question?
She dropped out.
Quiet. Anyone here?
Minor. What's up, dude?
So
Oh, who is this? Charlie or never
it's
mind,
Charlie.
Manila. Charlie. So, dude, what keeps you coming back, dude?
Fascination, entertainment. Sociology, human psychology.
Shaking my damn head. But all right, no worries. People like to come here and do the psychoanalysis thing.
Oh no, I don't pretend to know anything about the field. I just find the human aspect of it quite interesting.
And there it is.
There's what?
What would you, like if you had on a scale of like 1 to 10, 1 being not likely at all and 10 being very likely, how like the flat Earth, where does that fall for you?
What's 0 again?
Bruh. There was no 0.
There was no 0.
1 to 10, buddy.
And what's 1 again?
Not likely.
1. I would say a 1.
Bruh. Are you going off of your idea of what you think flat Earth is, or no?
I mean, I would have to tautologically, right? I don't know what you mean by that question.
Well, then I think that's where a lot of people fail. Is they think of flat Earth in their head, often some sort of very sloppy, garbled, fused idea of it, and then they go, "Well, that can't be true." It's
I know,
like,
but
well,
what would it mean for me to go off of an idea that's not in my head? That makes no sense.
Why would you make like that's the problem? It's like you guys often create some sort of like ghost in your head of flat Earth, and you're like, I don't like it. It's like, well, it's you're basically.
Are you trying to say that I'm straw manning what flat Earth actually is? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So tell me what my idea of flat Earth is then, and tell me how I'm straw manning it.
Well, I probably just could ask you a couple of questions. We could expose it pretty quickly, but
No. I want you to tell me what it is, since you already know what it is, right?
Just the Earth outside as it is. That's it.
What?
Guys, am I speaking Chinese here? Do I need to speak Spanish?
No, your mic cut out, you genius.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear now. It cut out the beginning of your sentence.
Okay. Is just the Earth outside as is currently.
Is that a question or a statement?
Is this guy do I need to speak Spanish, Miggy? I can speak Spanish if you want, like if that would be more helpful.
Sure, go ahead.
¿Sabes inglés?
Claro que sí, también sablo español y sablo otros lenguajes también.
La tierra afuera está el mundo.
Your Spanish is not very good.
Well, why don't you speak English, dude?
I do speak English. I don't think you do.
Outside, as is, when you buy something as is.
Again, your question's cutting off. What are you asking me?
Bro, is this guy fucking retarded already? What the hell?
Every single first or second word in your sentence isn't included when your mic turns on. It's like your mic threshold is too low or something.
I'll change it for you. But I'm not saying anything crazy. It's not a question. You asked me, what is the flat Earth? Is just the Earth outside right now, as is currently.
Right, that's your opinion.
No. It's not an opinion.
Yeah, it's your opinion that the flat Earth represents the actual current state of the Earth.
What else would it be?
It could be a cube. It could be a sphere.
No.
It could be a rhomboid.
No.
Sure.
We're not imagining an Earth.
Hold on, dude. That's not how words work. Okay, you can't just say X is defined by Y because Y is the only thing that X could be. That's not how definitions work.
Giving you our position. Our position.
I understand your opinion very well.
It's not an opinion. It's not an opinion.
It is an opinion.
Charlie, is just the Earth outside right now. That's it. There's no like.
Obviously.
God damn, I'd like
obviously, I disagree with the shape of the Earth just as it is right now. And with you, that makes no sense. See, one of the things that keep.
Hold on, Charlie. We're not even making a shape claim, bro. That's the problem. So you guys, this is how you guys get so garbled and confused, is you start imagining what a flat Earth would be to you, and it's way garbled and confused and jumbled and sloppy. And you go, well, that cannot be true. I don't like this idea. You guys shouldn't think this. Well, good news. We don't think that sloppy idea in your head. That's your idea. You're calling your own ideas bad. What we're referring to when we talk about the flat Earth is just the Earth outside as is right now, currently. That's it. There's no shape involved. There's no claim involved. It's just observing the Earth as is. That's the flat Earth we're discussing. That's why we're flat Earthers, because of the behavior of the current Earth that we live on. Ta-da!
You asked me earlier what keeps me coming back. One of the things that keeps me coming back is my fascination with observing all flat earthers, some globe earthers as well, but all flat earthers have this difficulty with language and how definitions work and where the boundaries of definitions of certain labels end and start, and with semantics in general. I don't think the field in which you guys struggle is linguistics per se. I think it's cognitive science, I think is the name of the field.
This has nothing to do with any of that.
It has absolutely everything to do with that. It's absurd. It's absurd to say that flat Earth is the way it is.
Notice how you're noticing, or you're not addressing. Notice, guys. You notice how he's not addressing the actual Earth outside, right? Well, I think you flat Earthers are like this. You flat Earthers are like that. It's not to do with flat Earthers. It has to do with the Earth, which you're not addressing, Charlie. Immediately, you want to do with flat Earthers. Yeah, I know. You put your fingers in yours. But listen to what I'm saying, right? Address the Earth outside instead of
I am listening to you.
Or whatever.
Address what?
Does that have to do with flat Earthers or how they talk or anything like that? Semantics. It's just the Earth outside as is right now, currently, which you are not addressing. That's our position.
I don't think you understand the point that I made about language, so I'm going to move on from that. If you want to go back to it, I'm happy to continue talking about the point about language.
Yeah, he's just not listening.
But
There's no
I obviously don't agree.
Every time he hears someone start talking, he wants to talk. So just shut Charlie up.
Over long
it
enough
doesn't really have much to do with language, right? It doesn't have much to do with language. It's just the Earth.
I know you
outside.
think it doesn't.
Why would it not have to do with the Earth? We're not flat Earthers because of language. We're flat Earthers because of the Earth and its current behavior.
Oh, I never said you were flat Earthers because of a deficiency in language. It's just a symptom that you exhibit.
Okay, well, the symptom you're exhibiting right now is the lack of observing the Earth as is, which I'm trying to point out to you.
I don't know what you mean by that. What do you think that just because you go outside and you observe the horizon to be flat, that means the Earth is flat?
Amongst other things, that would be a start. Okay, observing the Earth. That's like the first step in, how do you start without observation?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I agree that that's what you see when you use your eyes and you go to a horizon, right? But I don't limit myself by just the observations of like
Neither
what the
do we.
horizon
Newsflash.
shows my eyeballs, right? That's
Not just looking up the earth and
myopic.
going, hey, we're done. Like that, if that's what you think, then it's kind of L on your part. We're not just looking out and saying flat. Okay, let's go home. There's a lot more involved.
Right. You guys
But
don't
it's
address the
also-
claims, right? Like, I come in here and I tell you guys, I have personal data in my hands of actual geostationary satellites being tracked at 35,000 kilometers up in space. And none of you want to address that claim. Some of you say, oh, that's not incompatible with the Earth being flat. Some of you doubt the data that actually, the observations that I actually have. But most of you just dodge hard.
You can just address it right now.
Sorry,
you just
what?
want to tell us
Certified data?
Excuse me?
Is it
I like to
certified
talk about
data?
satellites. You want to chat about satellites?
Yeah, I do want to chat about satellites.
Okay.
What do you mean by verified data?
Well, first off, I want to know if your data has any rotational vector of the satellites for station keeping.
Does my data is positions in position space of the satellite?
Yeah,
I have no.
I realize
no
that. So it's
rotational
XYZ.
information.
Right. So you don't have any rotational
It's
data.
not
no
XYZ,
pitch
actually.
data for station keeping.
It's not XYZ. It's. I've explained this to you guys many times, but every single time that I come back in here, you guys forget. It's distance
What is
data from ground stations.
Yeah, I got that. Okay. Right. So you have what the altitude
raw
and,
data,
and
right?
azimuthal
No.
data from the ground stations.
Listen to me. The ground
I get
stations
you.
don't
Is it
have.
WiMAX data? What is
The
it?
ground stations don't have XYZ position to the satellite. The
How the
ground
fuck should he
stations.
listen to you when you aren't listening
The
to him?
ground stations have a radial distance from the ground station to the satellites, and there are hundreds of ground stations, right? And from all those hundreds,
Yeah. So what coordinate reference system are they using?
what coordinate system are they using? They're not using a coordinate system to give you a radial distance to the signal that they're picking up.
Yeah, they do. You
It's a
stated
one-dimensional
but
measurement.
Sounds like a point of origin, right? Like a local tangent plane.
What? The local.
Do you have any
tangent
idea what a
plane.
coordinate reference system is?
Of course I do.
Stop.
Hold on.
All right.
Why did you bring up tangent planes?
Because I'm trying to determine if they're using a local tangent plane relative to something like ECEF for determining coordinate fixes for each of the ground stations.
A local tangent plane. Listen to me, dude. Okay.
Yeah, where
All
do
have-
they establish
all
the
they
point of
have-
origin?
It's where they are. Where the ground station,
Okay,
where
so that'd
each
be
individual
local.
ground station is. That's where they all they have. Okay, is a single one-dimensional signal, which is how far away the satellite is from that individual ground station. Then you take those hundreds of ground stations, right, and then you run an algorithm called trilateration.
Right. This is the point I'm getting to, which
pinpoint
you
the
seem to
position
be
of the
missing.
satellite.
How do you know where these ground stations are?
Oh boy. Okay. I mean, I've gone
Yeah,
to them.
what
I've verified
coordinates-
them myself.
They're using, bro.
Okay, so you don't have to trust any one specific measurement. Like, for example, GPS, you can go on a map and actually see them for yourself, right? Whether or not
Can
you
you
believe
just
in the flat
answer
Earth
these
or
basic questions?
what?
What coordinate system are they using to determine the locations of the ground stations?
What coordinate system are they using to determine the locations of the ground stations?
Yeah, so that they can run range timing calculations based off of the signal vector.
So I believe that all the measurements we have is a latitude and a longitude and an
Right.
elevation.
So this is not an external validation of the globe, because you're beginning with a spherical coordinate reference system, and it's self-validating the spherical coordinate reference system.
Right, but it's actually self-validating because I've explained
Right,
this
so
already.
we're looking for an external
Do you remember-
validation, not
do you
an
remember-
internal critique, dude.
No, external validation would
Yeah,
mean
that's
that,
what we're looking for.
that it depends on something else to validate it, right? But I'm telling you that the
Right, and you just said for the
individual
audience several
coordinates.
times
Let
it's
me
internally
answer the
validating
question you asked me.
itself.
Let me answer the question you asked me. Okay, you asked me a question. Let me answer it. I've already answered this to you before, and it seems like you don't remember the answer that I told you last time. But the ground stations don't just listen to the signal of the satellite; they also listen to the signals of the other ground stations. Okay, so all the ground stations know that, for example, the the other ground stations are not coplanar with it. They don't fit roughly on a plane. They just don't. The distances don't work out.
Right, because you're using a spherical coordinate system in the first place, so you have to adjust.
I'm not using any coordinate system.
Yeah,
this is a one-dimensional measurement.
Spherical coordinate reference system to a plane, so that's why you have to bend the Earth to match the spherical grid in the sky.
No. You don't have to do that. Listen to me. If I give you a list of, let me give you a list of 300. Imagine 300 rows, and every row has two numbers: distance to satellite. Oh no, excuse me, not a row of two numbers. Imagine a matrix, okay, where every ground station has a distance measurement to every other ground station. Okay, so it's a table.
Right. How did they determine that? How did they determine the distance between ground stations?
I've already given you the explanation for this. Do you remember?
You did not answer that unless your answer was latitude, longitude, in which my original criticism still stands.
No. I've given, not in this call, I've given it before, but I will give it again if you'd like. Do you remember what my previous explanation of this was?
I don't remember talking to you at all, to be honest.
That's fine. I will tell you right now. The way that they detect it is that each of the individual ground stations gives out a ping, and all the other ground stations pick it up. Okay? And because they all have the same reference time, they know, okay, this ground station must be somewhere in a circle around me of this size, right? Because the speed of light travels at a known speed, blah, 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 blah. Yeah?
Not true, but okay.
So, right, but, well, whether or not that's true, that's how it's calculated, all right?
Yes, you don't have listen, how do you know where the ground stations are? How do they fix their positions?
They don't need to know where the ground stations are. Not in order, listen, or excuse me, you don't need to know where the ground stations are in order to know that they are not coplanar. All you need to know is the distance between all the ground stations to each other. And you can
How do you know they're not coplanar and this isn't path loss due to low angles of elevation of the horizon?
Oh, God. All right. I mean, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I do. I'm asking you about Fresnel
You're just
zones.
word saladding. You brought up like, the tangent
Fresnel
plane.
zone, Charlie?
What?
It sounds like you're starting to be afraid.
I'm not going to play your little quiz game.
Charlie, are they
I'm
pinging
not going to play your little quiz game. This is the industry
No,
that I work
pinging
in.
with radio?
I'm an engineer working for a well-known satellite communications company. I write software for them. I have personally validated the signals coming into these ground stations, calibrated
Great.
some of them.
Why can't you
and
answer
I
these
personally
questions?
wrote
Are they
the
pinging with
algorithm.
radio, Charlie?
Basic questions, Charlie.
Do they use radio to ping?
I've already answered this.
No, you did not answer this. You just said they ping each other. I'm asking if they're using radio.
They use electromagnetic waves, yes.
So they're using radio.
They use electromagnetic waves.
Frequency band.
What?
What frequency band of radio?
I'm not comfortable saying that.
Well, gee, okay.
I don't know. It sounds like Charlie's
Are they using directional antennas, high gain antennas?
I'm not comfortable saying that.
What's their radar horizon? Is it 4/3 R?
I'm not comfortable saying that.
All right, well, fine then. So your whiz bang proof of a globe is just something you're not comfortable talking about. Fantastic. Thanks,
Correct.
Charlie.
I'm not going to share company confidential data in a random Discord server, right? I've stated many times.
You work for,
I've
dude.
stated
Like, none of this
many
stuff, like, you
times.
can open up,
I've stated many
you can
times
open up
that this is
freaking
that I'm
manuals
never
on this
going to be able to
talk
prove
about.
this stuff to.
Great. Thanks for wasting our time.
It's confidential. You know, my proofs it's confidential. My proofs are confidential, guys. I can't really. It's facts, but I'm not comfortable sharing this. Yeah, honestly, Amish, it sounds like you're far more advanced than this guy in his own field. That's crazy.
Charlie's starting to sound like that guy last night. CB missed it. Some guy came in here. He's like, "Oh, I know it's a ball. How do you know?" "Oh, well, I got top security clearance. You can't tell you." It's like, okay.
Like, bro.
And the guy was 20 years old. Oh, you're kind of like, what the fuck? Like, get out of here.
Well, he kind of snickered when I brought up path loss due to low angles of propagation of the horizons. And I'm like, yeah, I got you, bitch.
That's word salad. You're using big words.
Why are you all so afraid to like actually engage with my points?
Not even answering basic questions. That's you afraid.
It's not a basic question. It's fucking word salad.
All right, ask me one more time.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Okay, actually, it seems like
engage with my premise. Why is it that you? Why is it that you think that the?
I'm just asking one more time, brother. You're getting cooked, Charlie.
Do you think that the existence of satellites at 35,000 kilometers is more compatible with flat or with spherical Earth?
Oh, watch this. I already put the bomb. Just remember earlier when I said that the flat Earth is just the Earth outside, where so anything that works on the Earth right now works on flat Earth.
Nope, no, it doesn't. Nope, ground stations that are not coplanar don't work on flat Earth, right? Because by definition,
doesn't hear that phone ringing. Because I sure as shit called that. Earlier I told you you were making up your own version of flat Earth that doesn't work for you, and then you're going to pawn that idea off on us and tell us...
You're right. My idea of flat Earth includes ground stations being coplanar. If you don't think they do, then I guess I don't know what the fuck you mean by flat Earth.
I know
you don't. CB, the word salad are top secret information for his company. Yeah. So what he considered word salad is just the question that he didn't want to answer.
No, I mean, I can provide evidence that I actually work for these companies. I'm just not willing to dox myself or to give up company information. Right?
How didn't he say like?
Okay, so what is it that you're doubting that I'm saying? With regards to the to me saying that I have access to this data, right?
I don't know, man. You shouldn't share confidential. We're gonna totally dox you if you give us proofs of the Earth being a globe.
No, obviously, giving you proof of the Earth being a globe isn't what would get me in trouble. It is my personal the data that I have access to, giving that publicly, is what would get me in trouble. Possibly get me in trouble.
We're not like you globe weirdos. We're not going to call up T-Mobile or whatever and be like, hey, man, this guy Charlie...
T-Mobile? It's not T-Mobile.
Nobody gives a fuck.
I don't think T-Mobile is in the satellite business.
Also...
Are they? Could be wrong about that.
There can be tech in the sky. I don't think there's any issue with that. And we talked about how the Earth behavior is why we're flat earthers. And you're like, yeah, but look at this tech in the sky. Like
at 35,000 kilometers?
There could be technology.
That's it. That's 35,000 kilometers is easier to spot than horizon on 10 miles. Is that correct?
All of your telecommunications is done by wire, not by space.
Yeah, the claim,
so you think it's...
The claim is not top secret information, but the details are top secret information. Yeah.
All right, you guys just gave like 5 different claims, right?
How do you know it's 37,000 kilometers? That's top secret.
35,000 kilometers.
But claiming it's not top secret.
That one's easily verifiable, right? 35,000 kilometers, because you can have ground stations on different parts of the planet. You put them down, you point them at one specific location, all right? And it's only when they're all pointing at a specific location that you get a signal going back, being received. And when you trilaterate, there is only one possible point at which it could be, and that's 35,000 kilometers. And actually, what's funny about that is that that's also compatible with the current best theory of gravity, general relativity, that states that the geostationary orbit is around at 35,000 kilometers. No other orbit.
That's interesting. That's 35,000 kilometers. How you can reach all that conclusions? But when we have observation on 10 miles, you don't see the horizon and you don't see the water on the 10 miles. Because then you need some kind of equipment, modern equipment, some kind of technology. Because 10 miles is difficult to realize what is on 10 miles, but on 35,000 miles, it's easier to understand the distance and all how it's working than on 10 miles. Is that correct?
I honestly did not understand your point at all.
Okay. Do you know what is black swan example?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the physical water behind the oil rigs?
Do I see the physical water behind the oil rigs? I'm familiar with the effect.
Do you see the ocean behind the oil rigs?
Do I see the? Yes, I see it behind it, and then at some time later, I see it in front of it. Yes. What's your point?
Okay. Is it that ocean real when you see it behind it?
Is it real? It's always real.
Yeah. Okay.
But
that means
do you
that you
think
see
I'm
the
seeing?
10 miles of the. That means that you see the 10 miles of the flat surface in that case.
No, it means that perhaps there are other effects going on, right? To be clear,
Well,
to be more precise, what you're seeing. Excuse me. To be precise.
Yeah, no, excuse me.
To be precise,
Excuse me.
what you're seeing isn't the ocean; it's an image of the ocean.
Excuse me. What effects is giving you that you see that what it is there where it is? What is that effect?
What?
What is the fact when you see something through, let's say, optics camera, and you see something, what is there, and that is there, and what it is? What we call that effect? How we call that effect?
I have no idea what the heck you're talking about.
Is it the ocean behind the oil? Is it the ocean behind the oil rigs again?
Are you trying to get me to say refraction?
No, I'm trying to ask you: is it the ocean behind the oil rigs? Only honestly, I'm not speaking nothing about. I'm speaking about the ocean.
So the ocean is both in front of it and behind the oil rig because the ocean is much bigger than the oil rig, right?
Of course.
The oil rig is on the ocean, and what your eyes are seeing are an image of the scene of the ocean and the oil rig. The image is produced by light traveling from the sun and then into the atmosphere and then hitting the water on the oil rig and then traveling through the atmosphere into your eyes. And as it travels through the atmosphere, all sorts of weird, fucked up things could happen. Most of the time it doesn't, but sometimes it could, depending on the index of refraction of every single point in between the scene and your eyes.
Okay, I'm only questioning this. Is it the water, that means ocean, the real water behind the oil rig's surface, the real water, or that it's some projection of the water?
I don't know what you mean by that. What you're seeing is an image of the scene, okay? The image is created.
Is that image, what I see, is that thing real, or is it some kind of projection?
Is the image... I don't think projections are not real. Okay, if I see, if I look at an image behind a fire, the fire makes the air hot, and so the image gets all sort of distorted. Is that image real? Of course, it's real. It's distorted, but it's real.
Of course, it's real. That means the surface behind the oil rig is real. It's physical.
Gotcha, bitch.
Got him. And you see that from 1 foot observer height, that water behind the oil rig.
Guys,
not 35,000 kilometers.
Is there refraction for satellites? Do you guys account for that too? Like, when the moon is eclipsed or you know what I mean? The lunar eclipse, it has the upside down shadow that's not really there. You guys claim that's refraction. Do satellites get refracted too?
I don't know. I would think that refraction is only an effect that happens.
You're the one who designs them. Do you design refraction into them?
No, I don't design the satellites. I never said I designed the satellites. Would you like to cite me on that?
You write Python code.
Do you think designing Python code is the same thing as designing a satellite?
No, not at all.
Okay, well, why are you asking me this then?
Because you said things are at 35,000 kilometers.
Right, but then you said that I designed the satellites.
5,000 kilometers? Is there refraction? You would know. You're picking up radio signals. Are they really there, or are they refracted signals?
I don't think refracted signals are any less really there than non-refracted signals. I don't understand this point that you guys always make, that refracted images are somehow not real.
There is no refracted surface on Black Swan example. That's why I'm asking.
I know you don't think so. I am aware.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you that there is a surface of the water 10 miles flatness with the 1 foot observer height. Yep.
Charlie, check this out.
That's not. It's not that I'm measuring 35,000 miles, man. It's only 10 miles. Do you understand?
35,000
It's easy.
kilometers.
Everybody can do that. Everybody can do that.
Guys, I have a side question though.
Hold on. I want to continue on this with Charlie. Charlie, do you see my post in the chat at 43 minutes past the hour?
Sorry, who's speaking?
Tis I, sir.
Mick. Your post on the chat at what?
43 minutes past the hour.
43 minutes past the hour.
Two snapshots.
Oh yeah, this is the advanced flare Earth calculator. I love this calculator. What about it?
Okay, so check this out. Okay, in the Black Swan image, you see the last platform at 9.41 miles away.
I mean, can you just make your point? I don't recall the specifics.
Okay. Well, it's at 42 minutes past the hour also, so if you want to double check. So I plug those numbers into the calculator, and in the first image, it shows us that on an ideal day with zero refraction, 44.68 feet of the thing would be cut
Can I
off.
stop you for a second?
Hang on, I'm not done.
Can I just say one thing? Can I ask you one question? Are you aware that this same website has an article on that specific Black Swan image, where they actually put in the actual image of the Black Swan and they find out what parameters you would have to have in order to reproduce the effect? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, sure, I'm doing it right now. I'm doing it right now.
No. But can you answer my question, please?
Yeah,
what please answer my question. Okay, if you're not aware, that's great. Excellent. I can just pull it up right now. Yes, let's walk through it. I'll open it up right now.
Okay. Yeah.
Hold on.
So in the second image.
No. Let's walk through it. Let me pull it up.
No, Charlie, Mick was making a point. Mick was making a point, and you said let him finish.
We're just going to do what Mick said because he brought it up. We're not switching to you.
Right. He's using the advanced flat Earth calculator to prove or disprove something about the Black Swan effect. When the author of the advanced Earth calculator.
Charlie, stop spiraling for fuck's sake. Mick, go and finish making your point.
Yeah, thank you. So in the first image, we see with zero refraction that 44.5 feet, just about, would be.
I'm not paying attention. I'm looking for the article.
All right, just put him on mute and you just talk, Mick.
Charlie, when you asked, have you seen the article? And they said yes. You're like, no, okay, wait, I'll get it for you. Let me show you. Dude.
Yeah, he's so panicked. It's hilarious.
Guys, I have a question to the room.
Well, hang on. For those who have
that article against them.
Yeah, maybe you can
let's let Mick.
Yeah, thank you,
And then
Charlie.
we'll
If you want,
because if Charlie's going to be a little melt, you can show me.
if he wants to stash that as maybe as a rebuttal afterwards, that would be fine. But at least getting the point right. Okay. Well, maybe he'll do that anyway. But for those who are not aware of it, I found this pretty interesting. In the second image, it took me some fiddling around with that actual refraction slider, right? Because it's an imputed value, right? To actually get the image so that the oil rig is lifted up by the amount in feet that it would have otherwise been cut off from the line of sight. And it requires a refraction index of close to 1, right, being 0.989182. So I was, going to pose to Charlie, and I try to pose this to anyone who's in here, of what conditions, like humidity, temperature, all that stuff, would actually yield this type of image, right, having given a refraction, or having given the conditions that create a refraction index of 0.9891 that this calculator actually classifies as extreme. Because this, according to that, this is not an everyday, situation. It would be a one-off type thing. A refraction index of close to 1, man. That's basically plain.
If you have it close to 1, the water temperature was 63 and the air temperature was 67, or the water temperature was 64 and the air temperature was 67 at the time that picture was taken. How much is that super duper refraction?
It doesn't sound odd to me. I mean,
so what do you have to say, Charlie?
What I have to say is that I posted the article, and that article has all of the atmospheric and temperature conditions that you would need in order to reproduce the pictures that you posted.
Cool. Let me check it out.
Okay, thank you. So now what do you have to say to what
why don't we go over it? I think that's a great idea, right?
Let's go over it. And then we're going to go over yours. He said that already.
Sure. So how do I share screen here?
Did he not hear me?
I have a question for you.
I'm going to go over what Mick said, and then we're going to go over what you said.
Why would?
But Charlie, I have a question for you.
Nobody look at
Yeah,
his
sure, go ahead.
screen right now.
Charlie, given the obesity rates on Earth, should we be concerned with flat Earth or a fat Earth? Oh.
Bye.
What the fuck?
Thank you, Mods, for kicking me.
You what? He waited all that time to say something I didn't understand.
All I heard was, oh.
What was the index value?
He's got nothing to say to what you said, that you need an index of 1 basically to make those appear.
Yeah, basically, Charlie, like what's going to come out of this?
Index of 1 is a vacuum.
Sorry, what's your question?
Yeah, I just want to point out.
You mean almost 2?
No, 1 in this calculator, basically for, if you look at the math, what happens is when you slide the thing over to 1, okay, in the calculator, you basically get a division by 0, and the calculator interprets that as no curve. Okay, so it creates a perfectly flat horizontal plane. So the closer to 1 you get, right, the more shallow the projection.
Sorry,
Now,
the closer what gets to 1?
In the calculator, the closer the refraction index that you put in the slider gets to 1.
At which point? The refraction index where?
In the calculator.
I know.
The slider
in the calculator. Listen.
Yeah.
In the calculator, the refraction index set to 1, is that 1 for everywhere in the atmosphere, or at specific points in the atmosphere?
This is from the point to the way it's calculated. My understanding is, I don't know if it's an average index over the entire view, or something like that. I think it might be that. It doesn't really specify, or I couldn't tell. But if you scroll down, you see there's the value k that you plug in. At some point, does a k something minus k, 1 minus k. You get a division by 0.
It gives you it basically gives you a radius of curvature for the ray of light, right?
There you go.
So
there you go.
Okay. So what is your question about that?
So what I was just pointing out is, as this value approaches 1, the thing approaches infinite plane, basically, because you're doing a 1 divided by 1. You can't divide by 0, so it interprets as...
because a radius of curvature would be, I believe, the same as the radius of the Earth, right? So in theory, you'd be able to see like behind your own head. Anyway.
A refraction of 0. No, a refraction of 0 is a perfect sphere, as is with 3,959 radius.
What's a perfect sphere?
I mean, if you put 0 refraction, it calculates based off of the standard radius value. Is my point.
No. K is equal to the radius of curvature of the Earth.
No.
Yes, it is over the radius of the light ray. Absolutely.
You didn't listen. K, it modifies things. If you put K as 0,
right, I understand that. But what is K? K is defined as what? K is the radius of curvature of the Earth over the radius of curvature of the light rays. Do you agree with that?
You're doing a division. Okay, yeah.
Hold on.
Sure, well, I get.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 30 seconds.
Yeah, read it. It says it right there. K, refraction coefficient.
Sorry, I have to go. I'll be back.
No, what I'm curious about, what's going to come out of the article if he actually does this. If he actually just goes through with it, is that somehow in the article, either they're going to try and explain away this immensely high value, or they're going to provide another means to actually reproduce it without such a high value, in which case I'm actually very interested.
But it's dinner time.
Walter Bislin in here.
Yeah. I mean, are they going to say, oh, well, this is a special case and we actually just need, another calculator, or give us some time. We're going to update the calculator with some extra parameters that we didn't account for in the first place. Like, it's just it's a moving goalpost, maybe, in that situation.
I only want to know when you are sure that what you see through the optics, that's the real thing. What you see, you don't have any doubt. Like okay, this is for sure that thing. How we can reach the real things in distance, or that is impossible.
Well, yeah, according to him, everything would be refracted ever so slightly. So nothing that you're looking at is actually direct line of sight of where you're looking.
Yeah, he wants to speak about the light in a sense of the black swan. There is a mana surface. You see the ocean. What I don't need stories now. What stories about the light? I see the ocean with my eyes. Well, I don't need more story.
Yeah,
and he wants the story about how light works. What are you talking about? I see ocean. You see the ocean. Why I need a story about the light?
Yeah.
Yeah, I predict for Easter, so do for you without. Okay. Thank you. Also, can I do auditions for people?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hey there.
Are you new to the server?
Can you shut the fuck up, please? Everyone is muted.
Smaller.
What's going on?
Oh, hey there. Do you want to talk about the Earth and
Yeah,
why
man.
it's flat? So
Why?
I personally believe that the Earth is actually a donut.
I don't know anything about any donuts.
Like a donut shape, you know. Like the space is like formed like a donut.
Donut einmal auf dem Schwanz so stapeln, weißt du, wie ich meine? So halt mehrere Donuts an einem Schwanz und so stapeln, weißt du, ich meine, so auseinander.
Like
We're gonna
how
have
should
to talk in
we...
English.
Jesus Christ. Das ist gut, mein Schatz.
Kacke essen.
Ja.
Scheiße essen.
We're here to talk about reality.
Scheiße essen.
You think you live on a globe?
I think that we actually live on a big turtle with on his shell, like there's Earth, you know.
That's kind of ridiculous, man. You don't really think
No,
that.
that's for real. That's the reality. Like the government tries to.
It's nice that you come here to tell all these people this information. This is so great.
Like, do you think you're the
so
first
great
guy to come in and say that?
It's so great that nobody come somewhere and say, I think this is this is great. Try again.
Do you want to have an honest conversation about the Earth?
What's bold?
What was that, Cat? Or Cat Enjoyer? Cat Enjoyer? Pretty clever. Because we're just trying to find out if people still think they live on a globe in 2025. And
The world is a simulation, guys. The world is a fucking simulation, guys. You have to realize we live in a simulation, guys. It's deep. It's very deep, guys. Everything is not real, guys. It's
dude, look how
guys,
triggered you're being just because I said
Floyd,
that you don't live on a globe.
Listen to me, Floyd, please.
There you have it.
Yo, Flat Lloyd, what do you believe?
Like, what is your much?
Hey, what do you think is
like
the
it's
Earth
okay to not know something, and it's okay to know something, right?
I want to ask, do you think the Earth is flat or a globe?
I think the Earth is a square. Actually, I think the Earth is a cube. So how about that, motherfucker?
Anita, I don't think anyone asked you to answer his question. I'm sorry.
Two profound things.
To be fair, like, for instance, like, do you say you believe in your shoe size, or do you know your shoe size?
Bro, we are talking about Earth and not my shoe size, you know?
I know, but you're saying, do I believe, do I think, do I know? And I think it's important to state the difference between those three words.
Oh, okay, I'm so sorry. You're right. So, what is your point of view?
Well, I know that it measures flat, and that what we've been taught, you and me, about the globe Earth is not true in reality, and that you can test it for yourself, just like we did here,
Earth is flat.
because all of us were taught the globe too.
Okay, I see. So why did they lie to us that the Earth is actually a globe? So why do they tell us that?
I don't know. I would have to speculate why they're lying to us. But isn't it more important to know if they're lying or not? Or whoever, is the textbook lying to you? Yeah. Who wrote the textbook? Are they lying? They could just believe it too. Is it really important who is lying? It's like walking into a room and seeing a murder scene, right? And you're like, oh my gosh, who would do this? If I don't know, there's clearly not a murder on the ground.
So why? So how did you realize that the Earth is actually flat?
Well, you look at the evidence, right? You look at the proposed claim of the globe. We have the same base axioms, right? Like if me and you go to a beach and we look at the horizon, it looks flat, right? But according to the globe, they would say, no, it's actually curving at a said geometric distance, right? And our same base axiom of no motion, right? If we're at that same beach, we're not going to really feel any movement of the earth unless, maybe we're in California and there's an earthquake or something. Then we would definitely feel the movement of the earth, right? But other than that, we would feel no movement. Correct.
Captain Jaya, could you please shut the fuck up?
He's just banging his head on the desk. He knows it's true. He doesn't feel any movement of the he's practically exploded at his own desk. Well, we'll let him maybe calm down. Maybe he's a tea kettle or something. I don't know.
I think we should just ban him. He just wants to troll.
It's all right, man. I understand that this topic, because we were all taught the globe, can be really triggering, as you can see. But we have the same base axiom of no motion, right? If me and you are at the beach, Sherlock?
Yeah, sorry.
Do you agree?
Could you repeat the question, please?
If me and you are at the beach, we experience no motion.
Like what kind of motion? Like I see that.
Do you experience the earth moving?
No, because I move with it. Like when you're sitting in a car. No, wait.
How do you know that you're moving? If you experience no motion.
Wait. When you're sitting in a car and it's driving very fast, then you also experience no motion. That's right, yes. And but
you
the car
experience the motion of the car, man, and all the little changes and everything. Yeah, you do. Plus, you're not like born in a car. You got in a car. You know when the car stops. You know when it's going.
Like when you're sitting in a train or something and you just close your eyes, you don't feel anything of if you're moving or not. Like during the drive,
It doesn't seem really analogous because, that would be a claim that no, the earth is actually moving even though me and you at our base axiom experience no movement. So what would tell you that the earth is moving? What would tell you that you're on this train, brother? Did you say science?
Do you know astrophysics?
Yeah, pseudoscience, astrophysics.
Yeah,
the scientific method cannot be applied.
What do you mean they cannot be applied?
How are you going to go up there and verify any of the astrophysics? It's all assumption and hypothesis. And not even a good one at that.
Satellites in space, around the Earth, and they measure it.
What do they measure? I mean, remember, we're trying to prove the spin of the globe here. How do you know that it's spinning outside of the beach? I mean, don't jump into the textbook. Don't grab Daddy NASA or SpaceX. How do you know that you're moving? Do you? It's okay to say I don't know. I just believe the textbook.
No, the Earth. Why is the Earth? How is the Earth spinning? Like if you look into the sky, you see the sun is rising. You see that the sun is coming
So the
up
sun
and
is
down.
moving, not the Earth.
No, the Earth is spinning. Like how do I explain it? Wait, can I stream?
You actually explained the truth, brother. Right? You said it. I see the sun come up. Right?
Yes.
Especially due to perspective, you see it go from the vanishing point and into your field of view.
Does that mean that the sun is moving around the Earth, or the Earth is just spinning and the sun sits there?
Well, if we look at our base observation, like you said, we see the sun moving across the sky. Now, you were told that that somehow means that you must be spinning, when that's not true. You're not. You're not moving. There is no movement. You see the sun, of course, moving. In fact, I've got a couple of GIFs of the sun and its movement across the sky. Because, I mean, when in doubt, you should just look at reality. But see, in the globe Earth paradigm, Sherlock, you would have to think that you are actually falling backwards, right? Spinning away from the sun, right?
Wait, do you can you stream?
Oh, I just posted in the side chat. Are you familiar with the channel and the little message open chat button at the top?
Yes.
You might be able to post there.
No, I meant like drawing in Paint, because I love to use Paint. It's my favorite program.
You got upgraded Photoshop, man.
I don't have Photoshop. I can't even stream here.
I mean, what's drawing going to do for you? Go ahead and draw it, take a screenshot, send it. Think outside the box. In your case, maybe a globe. Think outside the globe. There's still no proof that you're spinning on a globe. And my next question...
You didn't disprove it, though.
It wasn't my claim. I'd say we're not moving, just like we experience in our base axiom. I don't think flat Earth or this realm is moving at all, spinning at 1,000 miles at some sort of equator. Yeah, I've heard the story. But the question is, have you put it to the test? Have you verified it for yourself?
How should I? How should I?
You tell me. It's a big claim, isn't it?
Well, it's just logical.
Well, it would be logical that water should be sloshing around in the pond across the street, but it's just perfectly still.
What?
Is your brain fried, or Are you preoccupied?
No, it's just my English is so bad that I don't know the words I want to say.
It's not that bad, man. I think you were answering it pretty honest. You see the sun move across the sky, and you're realizing that you don't know how to verify that the Earth is moving, especially if you don't experience movement.
Like in school, we have that one subject called astrophysics that I will have next year, and maybe I can ask the teacher, and then
Yeah.
you can tell me. And then I tell you what you said.
Did you know space isn't, outer space, right?
Yes.
The vacuum of outer space, right? That's supposedly around the globe.
Yeah.
Did you know that that doesn't exist?
Uh-oh. Ask your teacher that one.
Yeah, I mean, you could simply ask him, Sherlock, how would you
Outer
have a
space
second
doesn't
law of
exist.
thermodynamics violation known as the outer space vacuum?
So
Right, because they
vacuum
tell us
doesn't
that the gas pressure, Sherlock, that we're breathing right now is next to a near vacuum without a container. And everybody knows that gas pressure requires containment.
Bro, Earth has like gravity that is pulling it towards it.
Uh-oh. So, have you ever seen like a cloud, or do you know what evaporation is?
Wait, I need to translate it.
You know, the water cycle. Helium balloons. Lots of gases go everywhere.
Yeah, but they don't leave into space. They stay in this zone of Earth.
Well, they can't
That
go
sounds
somewhere they don't exist, right?
That sounds like a story.
Did you translate evaporation?
Mm-hmm.
Is that gas going down or up?
Evaporation is it's just for dumb for me. The gas is going up because it's it's lighter than.
So not being held down by gravity, right?
It's lighter than oxygen.
Sherlock,
That's why
you can be honest, man. It's going up, so it's not being held by gravity.
it's held by gravity, but it's so light that it's going up. Like
That's nonsense. That's absolute nonsense.
So why?
Now, don't get me wrong. I don't know why it specifically goes up and down,
Why
but you can
doesn't,
be honest enough to say which direction it's going.
How
You
you
can
say
see
that
that
there's
it's
no
clearly not what you thought, that the gas was
there's-
going to be stuck to the Earth.
So when there's no gravity, how do I stay on Earth?
It's just gas pressure, man. Right? You've never floated around the Earth, ever. Right? But somebody told you when you were young that the reason you're just still on the Earth because you must be magnetically attracted to it in a sort of way. I was told the same story. Right? Newtonian mass attracts mass. And then we were told about Einstein and his relativity gravity. They've changed the story about gravity actually a lot of different times. If you wanted to understand why something, goes down or goes up, would just be Archimedes' principle and relative density, right? The medium that surrounds something has very much to do with an object going up or down, right? Like if you had 2 glasses of water and an egg, right? Have you ever done this little experiment where you put salt in one of the bottles of water, drop the egg, and the egg suddenly floats, right? Because the water is now more dense than the water without the salt. Or like if you've ever seen a gradient tower, where there's multiple different densities of different stuff, right? Like milk, oil, water, and different objects, right? I mean, relative density explains why things go up and down, or how, at least, right? And we've got some good demonstrations of that as well. I'm sure you've actually seen some of these before. I remember them like middle school science class.
Mashallah.
But the whole point is that the air that you're breathing right now is gas pressure, specifically at about 14.7 psi. And gas law, natural law, would state that in order to have gas pressure, it needs to be contained. Last time I checked, the globe is not contained by some sort of magical glass or gravity or air holding air. You've just never thought about it, right? And you've been applying a story for how you're breathing right now. And it's pretty ridiculous. And you don't have to believe that.
What's up, Flat Lloyd?
What I meant.
Chilling, brother.
Same.
I'm watching something right now, right?
What was that, Sherlock?
Said he's watching a anti-flat Earth video.
Ah, gotcha.
No, I'm in my stream right now. We got Kabuki that just joined the chat.
What's going on, Kabuki?
Yeah, it seems like push to talk works a lot better for me. I guess I'm just gonna leave it like this. Nice.
Yeah, you never came through.
And I just left it on push to talk the whole time. Since my last break till now.
Yeah, good to know, because that's kind of deterred me from my iPhone and being on Discord too.
Welcome, Sunflower. Welcome, Artizal. Hey, we're asking new people the question if they know if the Earth is a globe. Do you guys know? Bro, why is no one talking? Some people are just shy. Some just want to listen. That's fine.
Do you still know if it's a globe or not, Sherlock?
Actually, my English is so bad that that I can't say anything. Like if we would talk in German, it would be a lot easier for me, But talking in English is hard for me.
I understand, but as you know, I would say I can understand you very well. You're doing just fine. I mean, it's okay to say I don't know, right? And it's okay to stand on 10 toes when you do know.
No.
Got Art CL as well. Don't think I've talked to you. Still got Sunflower.
I'd like Push to talk to, because every so often the dogs will just go into a cacophony, and they'd just be like crazy, I have to try to mute, like something will get their attention, or they'll be playing.
They try to get their attention to shut up, be like, hey, shh, quiet. They don't listen to you, huh? You have to go over there, physically tell them to be quiet. Or do you have them in command like that, Crit, or?
Yeah, they're really good. I mean, every so often I'll have a puppy. I'm not sure I've told you guys about this, but I do. Where I live, there isn't a humane society, so they have it where people have dogs at their house, like temporary, like foster, like almost like a foster system. And there's people like we have a whole network because there's people who do cats and birds. Like there's a lady who does like birds and bunnies. And so when like someone has to give a pet up, instead of just like trying to get them all the way down, to where the cities are. So yeah, it's like sometimes you get a wide range, but I mean generally they all it's interesting because my personal dogs are kind of like they know this like their house, and it's almost like they talk to each other. Hey, these are the rules of the house, and they fall in line like this like packed behavior. And I think for the most part, it's like they play a lot, and like sometimes like one dog might be kind of shy, so I've like one part of the house that's gated off where they can be alone for a while if they want to. You just kind of read how they are, and you try to pick up on their behavior.
We got Isaac Paul that just joined the chat. Looks like he's got the crucifix or something as his avatar.
Hello.
How you doing, Isaac?
Good, man. How are y'all doing?
Excellent. So, the forum you just entered is Flat Earth Forum, right?
Yeah.
All right. So, are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe, Isaac?
I used to entertain Flat Earth. I don't anymore.
And why is that, sir?
You have the shadows of in Egypt that are cast at different angles depending on the time of day.
Okay, so in order to have an angle, you need two straight lines, right?
What is it? Sorry.
In order to have an angle, you need two straight lines, right?
I don't know what you're saying.
So in order to have shadow angles, for an angle, you need two straight lines.
Okay.
One of them being the bottom, the floor.
Okay.
And the other one angled at the light source.
I'm not really following you. I'm more of a visual person, not an audible.
Well, just think about it, right? So you have a light source, and you have an object. So however far away the object is from the light source, there's going to be an angle of shadow cast from that, right? Depending on how close you are to the light source. That makes sense?
I think I can't remember the name of the Greek. I think it was a Greek, but basically he did studies in Egypt a very long time ago when he was alive, and he made a conclusion because of the shadows cast at different angles depending on the type of time of day, and he theorized that the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, we understand it. People like that's kind of the usual argument people come in with Eratosthenes. But I want you to think about, in order for you to have an angle, you need two straight lines. So when you're measuring angles on the surface of the Earth, the bottom line is going to be the one that's on the Earth. The other line for the shadow is going to be the one that's from the ground to the object.
Yeah, I'm not totally opposed that the Earth could be like a plane. I'm not opposed to that. I just I think it's not really pertinent to my belief. So overall, it doesn't really it doesn't talk about eternal life, salvation.
Think about this. Yeah, think about this. What it does, you look like a religious man because of your avatar. I'm just guessing here. I don't know if you are.
Yeah.
But if that is the case, Isaac, then what you're saying about what God created is not what he created, but what man has put in your mind about what to think about what he created. So in other words, man's telling you a story about God's creation, and you're believing man over what God says. That's one way to think about it if you're going that way.
No, I can address your argument. That's
Go for
not
it.
where I'm coming from, though. A long period of time. I do believe in the literal creation as defined in Genesis. But like when you look at this passage, in one of I think it's in the book of Job. I'd have to search it because I don't have a computer brain.
38 and 14. I know exactly which one you're talking about.
Yeah, but that word that
Job 38, 14.
as that word that's been translated as sphere is actually orbus in Latin.
Oh, that's not it. I'm sorry. That wasn't it. I gave you that. That's not the scripture that you're thinking of. It's a different one. It's in Isaiah. I have to look that one up, but it's not the one that I just gave you. But I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So orbus is a sphere in Latin. It's not used to show circle or sphere. Or excuse me. What is the word?
Ball.
No. Orbus is to show that it is a sphere. It's not used to ever denote anything 2D or flat.
Yeah, but you're using the what translation are you using? What Bible translation?
So Saint Jerome in the 4th century, he looked at the Hebrew, the Greek, and the Syriac, and where they all agreed, he translated that into the Latin equivalent. So the Greek manuscripts he had available to him in the 4th century, in combination with the Syriac Peshitta and the Hebrew in Jerusalem because he studied with the rabbis and he learned Hebrew for 8 years while he was in Jerusalem. He wrote Orbus, which is orb, where we get orb from, which is a ball.
Yeah, that's great. Now, if you're going to take the word contextually, then in Genesis, do you think it describes a solar system?
Wait a minute, what verse is that?
Wait, what?
He's talking about the one in Isaiah that describes ball, which is translated from the word shug. Or I say shug, but it's probably
fair. Right, so the Bible, the original manuscripts, doesn't have Orbis anywhere in it, right?
Yeah, it does.
Because it wasn't written in that language.
It does in the Latin Vulgate.
Originally, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the originals were written in Latin. So the Hebrew wrote in Latin.
It's in the Greek Septuagint.
What's the verse?
Anyway, man, I'm not trying to get into
Isaiah.
a dispute about this. You can believe what you want to believe. I'm just trying to say one way to conclude that it
Okay,
is
what's the verse? What's the question, dude?
Huh? It's not a question. It's more of a declaration.
Can I have the verse, please? Yeah, what's the verse? That's the question, dude. What's the verse?
Okay, hold on. Calm down. It's Isaiah 40:22. Says,
I think that's
it is he that sitteth upon the globe of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as locusts. He that stretcheth out the heavens as nothing, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell on. This word globe is orbos in Latin.
Yeah. Well, hold on a second. I was asking him for the translation that he was using. He still hasn't gave that to me, so I don't know. He might tell you. AI.
Yeah, Dewey Rhymes. The Dewey Rhymes.
There we go. Dewey Rhymes. There it is.
Of course, it's the Dewey
Yeah.
Rhymes. So,
At the end of the day, you have to come up with your own conclusion. You can believe it's a flat planet,
you understand
or it's a globe. It really doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
that not all translations are divinely inspired.
It doesn't have
Inspired, right?
anything to do with. It is divinely inspired because I'm Catholic. I used to be Protestant.
Oh yeah. Well, hold on, dude.
Mm-hmm. So my argument, and
why are you just steamrolling like?
No. Let me tell you.
Oh, you're AI. Yeah, hold on, dude.
Can't even address what you just said.
Hey, hold on. Yeah, AI, you're roboting really bad. So
dude,
there's
it's painful. It's painful, right? It's painful. I get it, dude. It's painful. I understand.
What?
Dude, you gonna be okay? No, your argument is you're muted. That's your argument, dude. There you go.
I think. Yeah. I'll try again, AI.
Yeah. So in the Latin Vulgate, did they differentiate the term "tug" from the other term, which is translated as a ball in the different verse in the same book? That's what I want to know. Yeah, the Septuagint's Greek, right? Actually,
Isaac, you still there?
He put me on mute.
No, you're back. I'm listening to you. You were just lagging out really bad, and he was trying to like answer you, but you were like hopping in and out with like your call.
Look.
So yeah,
it comes down to a matter of faith. Okay, I'm not saying you're wrong, because faith is something that you have to form your own convictions about. I personally put more trust and faith in Saint Jerome because he lived 1600 years ago. And it is a matter of faith and trust, truly trust, just that he is making the best judgment call to write Orbus there. Because he read and cross-referenced the Hebrew that was available to him at the time in Jerusalem, the Greek Septuagint, which is available to him from the church, and the Syriac Peshitta, and Also, a fourth one, the Italica, or the Latin that was available to him, and he wrote Orbis.
Right. So there's another word that appears in Isaiah that actually means ball directly. Right, and it's a different word than the word used in this verse. So how do you translate that word?
You have synonyms, and there's synonyms in languages, not just sure. You can someone can use a synonym.
Right, that's fair.
Yeah,
So
but
then, secondly, the syntax is, or the grammar isn't even correct. The circle of the earth, or the globe of the earth. Like, how does the globe of the earth even make sense?
Hold on, I'll try to read if I can find a commentary here. I'm pulling it up in my Bible here.
So, for example, it says he inscribed a circle on the face of the deep, right? So did he describe a globe on the face of the deep?
Hold on. Isaiah 40:22. Okay, which passage are you reading so I can pull to it? Hello?
Hold on, I'll look it up.
But yeah, in Knox's translation of the Latin Vulgate, in that 40:22, it reads, "There is one sits so high above its orb, those who live on it seem tiny as locusts. One who has spread out the heavens like gossamer, as he were pitching a tent to dwell in."
It's Proverbs 8:27.
Okay, Proverbs 8:27.
He drew a circle on the face of the deep. He drew a horizon on the face of the deep. He set a compass upon the face of the deep.
I'm pulling to there now. You
Yeah,
said
let me
8:27.
open the Hebrew. There we go. The heavens, he inscribed the horizon, the vault of the horizon, the chug, on the face of the deep, dude. It's clearly not intended to mean a ball.
Yeah, on my translation here, it says I'll just read 24 through 27. You said, says here,
8:27.
already I lay in the womb when the depths were not yet in being, when no spring of water had yet broken. When I was born, the mountains had not yet sunk on their firm foundations. There were no hills, yet not had he made the earth, or the rivers, or the solid framework of the world. And then in the footnote here it says, in the Hebrew text, the open spaces, or the beginnings of the world's dust.
Dude, what is that? How is that relevant?
Where is it? How is it translated in your Bible?
8:27, dude. Did you even read 8:27?
King James? Yeah, I did.
Here, I'll do it from the Hebrew, dude. I was there when he established the heavens, when he inscribed the chug, the horizon, or the circle, upon the face of the deep.
You're reading English. Where's Hebrew?
Dude, I'm reading the direct translation of the Hebrew, dude. Good grief.
Yeah.
You want me to pronounce? You want me to read it in actual Hebrew dialect? No, you're not.
Hebrew doesn't always translate.
Dude, read 8:27. Read 8:27 out. Just 8:27. Read it. So whatever translation, and say what translation you're reading from.
Yet had he made the earth, or the rivers, or the solid framework of the world.
Douay Rheims is not usually. It's not. I don't think it's sufficient for context.
Dude, what the heck?
No, it's not the dot.
Dude, what the heck is that, dude?
Yep.
I'm reading it straight out of the Hebrew, dude.
No, you're not. You're reading a translation of Hebrew.
Oh my goodness, dude.
No,
He wants you to read it in the dialect. AI is.
No, he doesn't understand how this stuff works.
Translation out of the Latin.
He's a very menial level.
So the Latin translation, I'm reading the Knox here.
You're reading some guy's translation of the Latin, dude. You're not reading the Hebrew.
All we have is translations. Do you know Hebrew? You and me are native.
Holy
English,
crap, dude!
correct? So all we have is the English to go by.
what's up,
Even in
boys?
our records, we have. Even in our dictionaries.
Yeah, dude. Nobody cares that you're laughing in the background, so we're just gonna kick you, okay? Or put yourself on mute. Hey, your mom might be impressed with your giggles when she visits you late at night, but we're not. All right, go to the Hebrew. Tug. Which word does it say that is in your translation?
So I will use the King James.
Which word? Which English word? Oh my God, dude! Which English word? Dude, why is it so painful to talk to you? Which English word are they putting in the place of chug in that translation that you read?
This is not a Hebrew translation. This is a Latin translation.
Oh, really? No freaking duh, which is exactly what I said at the beginning, dude. So find out which word is being replaced.
Hebrew, though, that's why.
Yeah, dude. So if it's cross-referenced, this isn't a hard question. Someone who you are trying to pretend to be, like you know what you're talking about these translations, tell me which word they translated from tug.
Like you are?
Here, watch this question, dude, and let's see if it's possible for you to answer it. Which word in the translation did you just read that they translated from tug? Which one?
I don't have an interlinear Bible with all those there.
All right, get muted till you provide it. Go get it. Go get it, dude. Until then, you got nothing to talk about. To complain your games, bro.
He's just gonna appeal to Saint Jerome at the end of the day because that's who he said he puts his faith into. So, however Saint Jerome transliterated that word over is what he's gonna say. Yeah, we'll run with that. Whatever he said. So he's appealing to Saint Jerome as the highest order of his translation. So that's why he's going with the Latin because that's where Saint Jerome would come in and say, like, that's where we're.
But like as far as I know, all appearances of that word have nothing contextually to do with orbs. So, for example, look at the context of the verse. His translation was absolute garbage, dude. You could tell the difference between what I read and what he read. It said, "I was there." Let me go back to it. Hold on. Let me open it again. Darn it. 8:27. So here, I'll read the King James. Go to the King James. 27. When he prepared the heavens, I was there. When he set a compass upon the face of the depth. Okay, the other translations say when he set a compass upon the face of the deep, when he set the horizon upon the face of the deep, when he set a circle upon the face of the sea. Okay, they're talking about a circle in relation to the oceans, known as the horizon, the circle. That's not talking about a globe in any way, shape, or form. There's nowhere else where you can get this tube to mean globe from the Bible. It's like you have to put it in there, man. Not only that, but there's an explicit word in the same Isaiah that means ball. It means ball in itself. And there's nowhere that chug means ball in itself. So the idea that you could just say, oh, chug means Earth's a globe, it doesn't even make sense. It doesn't add up. And I asked this dude, which word in this verse was translated from chug? I don't know. Okay, well, that's what you need to know to prove your case that that chug should be translated globe. Because from what I see here, okay, he sits above the circle of the earth. What circle? Here. When he prepared the circle on the face of the depths. So the circle of the earth is on the face of the depths. right? The extent of the horizon or the encompassment, right? That sounds to me like he's sitting above a circle, which is flat. How do you get ball? How do you get ball out of circle? Makes no sense.
Yeah, that other translation he was reading says when he prepared his throne on the winds. That very line that you reads in that version, he prepared his throne on the winds. So it's not even close to what it means in the translation.
What version is he? What version was he doing? Dewey Reams.
Dewey Reams. Yep. I'm telling you that it's so.
No, this verse. No, 827. Check this out, brother. In 827, the Dewey Reams says, "When he prepared the heavens, I was present. When with a certain law and compass he enclosed the depth." So, with a certain law and a compass, he enclosed the depth. So it's talking about encircling the seas, enclosing the depths. There's no globe here. Also following the Dewey Reams, because it's considered a Catholic translation. The next one in the Catholic public domain, it says, "When he prepared the heavens, within a certain law and a circuit, he fortified the abyss." Next one, "When he established the heavens, there I was. When he marked out the vault on the face of the deep." Next one, "He established the heavens. I was there when he drew a circle on the face of the deep." Next one, "I was there when he set a circle upon the face of the deep." Next one, "I was with him when he made a circle over the face of the depths." When he set a circle upon the face of the deep. When he prepared his throne upon the winds. That's the Brenton Septuagint. There's no globe anywhere in any of this.
In any case, shug is translated from the word in Hebrew to circle. So it's not orbis. Orbis came from like another transliteration. So he's trying to say orbis is what they meant by saying globe in the version that he was reading from Dewey Reams. And I think that was in context.
Proverbs 8:27. LATINBLUGATE. Okay, 8:27. Quanto terbat kelos adorum quando contra lege gyro velapata bistos. There you go. That's what it says.
He's probably going to get you on a technicality that you didn't say it correctly.
I'm going to look at the...
I was really taking him to the context of Genesis, because I think that was where we started with the foundation. And it doesn't matter what version you're using, the context is there. There is no heliocentric system that was designed.
Yeah, let me read this for you. Let me read this. So in the Latin Vulgate, cum fotibum calum eramet, cum fotibum circulum super fader abyssi. In English, when I was founding the heaven, I was there. When I was setting the circle upon the face of the deep. Interesting.
Yeah, that guy dipped.
So Saint Jerome wrote circle there. Why do you write orbis in the other one?
Let me unmute him. He's back.
So, first and foremost, your Bibles have different number markers on the verses.
Your Bibles?
I gave you. Look, you guys are.
Proverbs 8:27. Proverbs 8:27. The question on the table is what word?
Continue to read verse 28, because in the Britain Septuagint, the English Septuagint, the verse markers are not the same as the one in the King James. Same thing in the Knox translation. The verse markers were not the same. So I had to leave.
I don't care, dude. Further. Okay, who cares? Who cares? Where does Coog appear? Where does Coog appear?
All right, I'll try to show that to you. If you'll please, I'll let you talk. Just why do you have to mute me? I don't understand that.
Because he wanted you to go and search out.
We give people 3 chances to present their evidence, and then they go on mute till they present it. That's how it works around here.
So it's literally been 30 seconds. You muted me within 30 seconds. How am I able to even form a concise thought?
Yeah. 3 chances where you're not directly addressing that you're about to present the question about your evidence when asked. You get muted, and then you get told you can come back when you're ready to present that evidence. Because we don't dither around and play games. We want the facts. We want the points. We want the evidence. Like we ain't got all day. We have finite lifespans. You know what I'm saying? Like we're all gonna die. You know, I'd like to know the answer to the question before I'm dead. You know.
So in the you said it was chapter 7, verse what again? Or chapter 8, right?
Okay, I'll read it out to you, and then you can find it parallel. When I was founding the heaven, I was there. I set a circle upon the face of the deep. There you go. Find that in your translation. That's those sentences, and then you'll know.
My Latin translation of the Knox of the 20th century, it says, I was there when he enclosed the sea within its confines, forbidding the waters to transgress and their assigned limits. When he poised the foundations of the world.
So
he translated as he
perfect. So now which
in its confines.
Yeah, so now which words which words are chug? Which of those words you read were translated from chug?
I don't know Latin, so I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Well, go find out. But that's relevant. That's what you need to know, bro.
And then the Greek, all we have is English.
That's your argument right there, bro.
Holy crap, dude. This is why you get muted, dude, because we tell you go find out, and then I got to hear you blabbity blab. Why don't you just agree that you're going to go find out?
Oh, yeah, you also blabbity blab about the fact that the earth isn't flat. Yeah, you blabbity blab about that. Okay, calm down. You blabbity blab.
So now I'll read the Proverbs in the Britain Greek Septuagint. Proverbs, it's a different verse.
He's not finding the word AI. He's still going to read another verse, yet still hasn't demonstrated.
When
Dude,
he secured the fountains of the earth.
Isaac, you still haven't demonstrated what word is shug. We're trying to figure out from the Hebrew into like what version you're reading that word is translated over to what you think is globe. Or what word is it? What does shug translate over?
Circle. We're talking about the circle that encompasses.
No, we're talking about chug, dude. We're talking about which words are translated from chug. I've only asked it about 17 times at this point.
That's one passage. Isaiah 40:22.
No, bro. Which words were translated from chug? That's the question.
Globe. And the Dewey Rhymes, which is Orbis in the Latin. It's chug in Hebrew. It's Orbis in the Latin.
Yeah, dude. Give me the Latin. Get me the Latin source that says Orbis. Post it.
Sure.
I didn't find one. In fact, what I read out while you were on mute was circle.
So it's Isaiah.
So I want what word is chug in the Isaiah passage, and I want what word is chug in the Psalms. Or Proverbs, whichever one I read out.
40:22.
And then I want you to justify contextually why it's clearly not a ball in any sense, but it's some dude decided it's a ball. Because the sources don't say ball in any way, shape, or form. And all the other appearances of chug don't say ball anywhere. They're all talking about circles, encompassments, limits, etc. Which aren't balls, by the way. Circles aren't balls, in case you didn't know.
I understand that.
You know, Isaiah actually knew that. Isaiah was intelligent enough to use 2 different words when he was talking about a ball in his own chapters. You know, the book of Isaiah, where it says ball, and it's a completely different word that literally means ball. So why is it the case that all the other Hebrews understood when they were writing different chapters and they were different authors that chug didn't mean ball? And that's why they didn't use ball in the place of chug when they were talking about the circle. of the earth, the circle of the bounds, the circle of the horizon, the circle that was set on the face of the deep. There's no way a ball fits any of that.
Well, it's the circle around the face of the deep is translated sea within its confines. The phrase confines. So you can translate it as circle if you want. You can translate it as confines. You can translate it as there's multiple ways to translate that.
No, there's multiple ways people did translate it. That doesn't mean there's multiple ways that they should have translated it. Those are two different things.
All right. Well, I don't really read. I don't understand Latin. I don't read Latin. So.
Yeah. Who cares, dude? The originals were Hebrew, bro. So you can go to the source Hebrew. You don't have to go to the Latin. Let's not forget. Hold on, dudes. Alpha. Hold on, brother. No, let's point this out for the audience so the audience understands. Let's not forget our history lessons, because we all learned from our history class that the Catholic Church intentionally put the Bible into Latin so that people wouldn't understand it.
Okay, so yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. That's interesting, brother. It's interesting that we know from history class that the Catholic Church intentionally withheld the free access to the scriptures by putting it in a language nobody could read at the time. It's almost like they were trying to pull the wool over people's eyes. Interesting.
Let's not jump into a tangent. We're talking about 4th century St. Jerome, okay? All right, so in the Brenton Septuagint English, it says Isaiah 40:22. He does use the word circle. He says, "It is he that comprehends the circle of the earth."
And so not Paul then.
As grasshoppers. So we don't have any extant Hebrew from the time of Jerome. We only have the Masoretic text, which is 8th century, 9th century extant. That's why my argument is...
Yeah, what's in the Masoretic text? Is it Baal? No.
The Hebrew he had available to him was in Jerusalem in the 4th century.
Alpha, does that sound like he answered the question? It sounded like he completely dodged it to me. He noticed that it said circle. You're supposed to be showing me where it's globe, dude, not circle. So you showed me evidence. You showed me evidence it's circle. No, it can't be translated ball, dude. It can only be translated ball by a retard because there's no source document that it means ball. So yeah, St. Jerome was a little retarded when he put orbis, which you still even haven't demonstrated that any text says that, which I asked for.
Well,
hey, go get the text where it says orbis. Go get that so I can see it. How about that? Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
And then you need a preceding text where it justifies the use, right, from the original language that he's using globe, which so far, when we've looked at the other context, it doesn't mean ball. It means circle or bounds or the on the face of the deep. And it's on the face of the deep, right? So a ball isn't going to be the bounds of the waters on the face of the deep. That literally makes zero sense. Complete nonsense.
You know you're closed-minded, right?
Yeah, I'm closed-minded, dude, because I'm putting you to actual scrutiny. Yeah, closed-minded, dude. Get real.
Yeah, no, you're closed-minded, and it's okay. This
whatever, dude. Here, I'm gonna close your mind, dude. Guess what you are? You're closed-minded. So I'm closed-minded, so you're closed-minded. There you go.
Hey, but are you orbis-minded, or is that does that mean confined in Latin, or? Got him.
Dude,
but
you're closed-minded because you're met with actual scrutiny, and you can't answer the questions, dude. You can't get the source and provide it when asked. And then when you looked it up, you actually found the cross-reference had the word circle. So you got no justification for why it should be a globe there. No, none at all. No justification at all. Now, like I said before, Isaiah, who wrote the book of Isaiah, was intelligent enough to know the difference between a ball and a circle, which is why he used two different words to describe those things when he was talking about the two different things. And that's also why the guy who wrote Psalms also agreed with Isaiah that it wasn't a ball, because when he was talking, he didn't use tug as a ball at all. Right? And he didn't use the word that he knew, that Isaiah knew, for ball. So clearly they're not talking about a ball. Makes zero sense to conclude that he sitteth upon the globe of the earth. That makes zero sense.
So what about gravity? Is gravity a real thing? Does gravity draw things into a tight fist?
I don't know. Who cares?
Nobody cares.
Well, Globers care, because they always come in here telling us that gravity forms a ball.
Nobody cares. I said, who cares? You said nobody cares.
No, so I said who cares. You said nobody cares.
No, wait. So I don't care versus nobody cares, right?
What?
So how does gravity work out in space? Oh, is there such a thing as space? Well, there's no such thing as space, right?
I don't know, dude. I think you need
space
to stop
can be
using your own supply.
quantified. Okay, so is there such thing as outside of the flat Earth, right? Is that
Nobody knows, homie.
Nobody knows. Well, nobody cares and nobody knows.
Man, I didn't say nobody cares.
Well, let me ask you this. Who cares enough to create a fake planet? A fake flat planet, right? Who cares?
Maybe Satan. How about him?
Satan. Okay. So this planet is run by Satan.
Well, the Bible describes Satan as the god of this world. So if you're adherent to
there you go.
The Abrahamic religions, then you'd have to conclude that that's the case.
Correct. Okay. So you're living in a satanic planet, correct?
I mean, no. Because if the Earth's not a planet, then you're not living in any kind of planet.
Okay, you're living in a satanic realm?
No, God created this realm, and it's technically
God created the realm, and now you're living on a disc?
Who said anybody's living on a disc, dude? That's weird.
Or a flat platform.
Who said anything about a platform? That's kind of weird.
A non-round globular projectile in an epithelial revulsion around a star.
Dude, that's where you screwed up. If you think the Earth is rotating around a star, then you got problems.
Oh, I have a lot of problems.
The flat Earth isn't orbiting any stars, dude, or it's certainly not orbiting the sun. The sun moves around in the sky, dude.
Oh.
There's no evidence that the Earth is rotating around the sun, dude.
Okay.
So why would you think that's the case? Why would you think that's the case? That it would mean that if someone thinks the Earth is flat, that they think a flat Earth is rotating
Well, I
around
thought
the sun.
that there was Venus and Mercury. I thought there was those.
Yeah. So let's say Venus. Yeah, let's say Venus and Mercury are not the Earth. Okay, let's agree.
Okay.
Venus and Mercury aren't the Earth, right? So whatever they're doing,
correct. They're not the Earth.
Is doing.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't need to worry about what they're doing because they're not the Earth. So if they want to be rotating around the sun, they can do that all they want. But that's not what the Earth is doing.
Right. They're a willing, wanting entity, correct?
Sure, why not?
Yeah. Okay. That makes more sense.
Yeah, so we got ancient documents that
I want to be
supposedly
6
are.
foot tall.
Hey, bro.
I'm not 6 foot tall.
I want to finish my sentence.
Oh, you want to finish your sentence. Okay. Well, that makes more sense. Yeah, a wanting, willing, wanting entity. Okay, yeah, correct.
Yeah, so I was about to tell you that the ancient documents from which we were just scrutinizing, some of their texts say that the stars are that the wandering stars are disobedient, and we refer to the wandering stars as the alleged, other quote unquote other planets like Venus, Mercury, etc. And it describes them in these ancient texts as deliberately disobeying the courses that they were intended to do, and they are doing something they're not supposed to be doing.
Now. Okay. Okay. Stars are planets. Okay. I get it.
No, they're just called the wandering stars, dude.
Oh, that's
like
okay.
A title.
Oh no worries. Yeah. Mars, stars, stars, Mars. I get it.
Cool. Yeah, so now that we've established that they're whatever they want to do or whatever they don't want to do or how naughty they are doesn't affect what the Earth is doing. Let's at least agree to that.
Oh, like a kind of like a fluidity, right? Like a fluid.
No, I just mean
right?
No, not like a fluid. Like if Sheila,
like a living
planet. Your best friend's sister. If your best friend's sister is going to the mall and you're staying at home, and you're not the sister, right? So you can't say Sheila's going to the mall. I'm at home. Yeah. Therefore, I'm going to the mall. Likewise, you can't say
Mars,
Venus.
I'm Venus. You're and then the friend.
No, men are men are from Mars. Women are from Venus, and you are from Uranus.
Correct. Yeah, I'm definitely from your anus. I'm from your specific anus. Correct.
All right, bro. All right, bro. This isn't therapy session, so we're gonna have to cut you off, and we're no longer.
I wish you would
come back when you're sober. All right, yeah, come back when you're sober mind. All right, let's see if Isaac figured it out.
Okay, did you read what I wrote in the thing?
Can't unmute him. Dang it. Oh, there we go. Oh, here we go. There we go.
Did you read what I wrote
Isaac,
in the
what's
thing?
up? Did you tag me?
Did you read what I wrote in the chat? Sub chat?
Holy crap, dude. Did you tag me in it?
The most recent one.
Oh my goodness, dude. Painful. Literally can't get a question answered.
Okay, I don't know where I heard Orbis, but I stand corrected. It is not in the Latin Vulgate. I heard it somewhere, but I was wrong.
But yeah, fair. I knew you were wrong from the beginning.
All I'm trying to say is that there is most scholars would translate it circle, but there are some scholars would translate it sphere or globe.
Right. Yes, I do agree that they do translate it that way, but they have no grounding for why they're doing that. Except predisposition. No, they ain't got none, dude. You haven't provided a single shred of evidence that there's any grounding, dude.
That's not my job.
Zero. Okay, dude. You're making the claim that they have grounding. So where's the grounding? You haven't presented any evidence that you have any knowledge of any grounding that they supposedly have.
I'm going to put my hands up and say, hey, you believe what you want to believe. It's okay.
Nah, dude. No, dude. No. I'm not going to tolerate that from you. You need to make your claim. You don't just get to say, I don't have to back my claims because when I'm pressed to a corner to actually provide evidence, I can just say you believe whatever you want.
I have.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, you can do that, bro, and be a
But
completely genuine.
It doesn't make much sense to think that.
Dude, why do you think they have grounding to translate that word as a ball? Why?
What in 4022?
I said to you, why do you believe that they have grounding to translate that word in that verse as ball? Why?
Because the minority interpretation of that word is ball or sphere. The majority interpretation.
Holy crap! So you have no evidence, dude. Zero, none.
Well, this is why computers come in handy.
So go get the backing for your claim, dude, or just how about we just shelf that claim for now?
Let me ask you something. Do you believe in the blood of Jesus Christ?
Dude, how is that relevant?
Because this really the only thing that matters to me. I mean, to argue over the shape of the earth doesn't really. I still believe in a creator. I believe God created all things.
No, dude, you're arguing. You just no. Think about it, this friend. No, check this out, bro. You just made a tragic error. You just argued that a minority translation is grounding. So there are minority translations that don't actually have the gospel in them. Did you know that? So, whoa, are they correct? Do they have grounding?
What is the gospel?
Oh my goodness, dude.
The gospel is in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, and Paul declares the gospel. It is the life, death, and resurrection.
And there are translations that don't include those terms, dude.
But
dude, you're
have anything to do with the blood?
Right, hold on a second, dude. Hold on, I'll tell you how. But I have to mute you since you just can't compose yourself. All right, so listen, dude. I'll teach you. You argued that they translated this ball and they had grounding. You gave us this whole story about Jerome and yada yada yada. You went to the actual sources. You found out that wasn't correct. I then said, well, what grounding do they have to translate it ball? You said, well, they have the grounding because they're the minority translation. I then told you that there's plenty of minority translations out there that have errors which are even deleterious to the gospel. And so by your logic, that makes them have grounding to translate it the way they did. That makes zero sense, dude. So by your own logic, you're impugning the translation of the gospel, dude. You, not me, you. You're saying that if somebody comes along and minority translate the Bible to say things that it doesn't say, that's grounding for some reason. And rather than address that fact, you're completely dithering on another point, which, by the way, is an important point to anyone who's adherent to the Christian faith, which is the core tenets of the gospel. That's true. But that's a red herring to this argument. You're not recognizing that by your logic, the minority opinions of weird translations are justified. You just justified them. That's a problem, dude, for your worldview. So let's unmute you, see what you have to say. Go ahead.
You're jumping all over the place. You change the subject. How does the shape of the earth translation have anything to do with 1 Corinthians 15?
Because by your logic, son, if they can change the word to ball there, then they can do a minority translation elsewhere. And there are translations that have core doctrinal problems, dude. So by you saying I can say ball for specious reasons, then you're justifying the other people who have translations that are deleterious to the gospel for the same reason. What don't you understand about that? So yes, it does have relevance. Go ahead.
No, it doesn't. It has absolutely nothing to do with the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus. None.
Yep. Yeah, let me tell you again one more time, dude. If people just get to translate the Bible with a minority translation, however they see fit to fit their predispositional biases, such as the earth is a globe, or such as Socinian sentimentality, where Jesus didn't even die for your sins, et cetera, and they translate the Bible to that end, and then they justify it with the same specious reasoning that you justified translating to the ball in Isaiah, dude. If you can't grasp that, then I don't know how to help you, dude. What do you have to say about that?
I think you and I think on different terms.
No. I think on rational,
You're jumping to the
evidentiary-based
conclusion
terms,
that I'm
and
applying.
you think in la la land.
No, you think that I'm promoting that the entire Bible was translated by a minority translation. No,
I never said that, dude. I never said that. I said by your logic, you can justify other minority translations with no grounding in specious reasoning.
I just asked you, what does the word globe or sphere or circle have anything to do with the incarnation of the God-man and dying for our sins? Nothing. Zero.
Dude, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the ineffective translation, dude. That's what we're talking about. And in the sense of he's ineffectively translating it falsely, then if he can do it in that verse, he can do it in another verse. And if
Not
people can
translated
convince
falsely.
morons, if people can convince morons like you to think that that should say globe, then they can convince morons like you that the gospel isn't correct. Okay?
The church
And if
doesn't
you
do
can't see that, then yeah, they do that, bro. That's
No,
the
they
problem
don't.
that you don't
The
seem to
core of
understand.
our tenet is everything relies on the blood of Jesus.
Whatever, dude.
We're not going to church.
I mean, that's great, dude. That's great. But the problem with you is that you're not considering the whole body politic of people who are coming to faith, in faith, thinking about faith, reading the things. There's all kinds of people using spurious translations to deceive people. And the problem is that you have put a stamp of approval on it by your logic.
How is it a spurious translation?
Globe doesn't belong in that verse, dude.
In
Period.
any rate, it's showing that we believe in the creation. The description is showing that God created it.
Yeah, yada yada yada, dude. So the description of something that doesn't belong in that verse, which makes it an error, you endorse. I get it now. So you endorse falsehoods. Good job.
No.
Yes, you just did.
Language is incredibly difficult to do. No, there's no one on this earth.
Dude. Appeal to difficulty is a logical fallacy, dude.
Koine Greek has changed. There's nobody on the earth that even understands Koine Greek as it was spoken.
Oh, okay, yeah, cool story. So if there's listen to you, dude. There's nobody that understands Koine Greek. Therefore, we can't accurately translate the terms, the words, and we need Saint Jerome to tell us whether Jesus died for our sins or not, dude. See how you're shooting yourself in the foot every time you open your mouth.
You're jumping all over the place.
Dude.
You're so hyper.
Hey, dude, I'm gonna ask you one more time. I'm gonna put you on mute so I can ask you a question. You're gonna answer this question specifically, and then we're gonna have to cut this short. Here's the question: what grounding did the guys who put the word globe have to put it in that verse? That is the only question you have permission to answer. It's the only question of any relevance, because we're not going down the religious angle any further, because we're talking about the earth. Okay? So, what grounding do they have? Go ahead.
All right.
No answer?
Beautiful. I'll listen. I'll read this. Thank you, ChatGPT. Because I don't have a computer brain. Some translators interpret the Hebrew word chug in Isaiah 40 as globe rather than circle because the term can imply a three-dimensional shape. The word chug.
Okay, from the source text, where is anywhere that it's implied that it's a three-dimensional shape? Not from ChatGPT, dude. We already went to the source text. We already went to Psalms. That's one place that the word appears. It's clear contextually that it doesn't mean ball or three-dimensional shape. It's talking about a compass or an area, dude, or a circle, a pond, something at the face of the deep, dude. That can't be a ball. Can't be a three-dimensional shape, dude. I don't know what you don't get about it. Okay, so I'm going to unmute you so you can read the rest of your ChatGPT garbage. Go ahead.
For example, in Job 22, the same root word is translated as vault, which suggests a three-dimensional shape. Historically, many scholars have preferred translations like sphere or globe over circle because these
Yeah, what verse?
translations
What?
don't
Hold
say
on,
it.
hold on. Let's stop, and let's go examine Job. What verse is in Job? What verse?
You understand, like talking to you is like talking to a toddler.
No, when you make a claim, we stop and we go and we get the primary
Trying to
source
show
evidence.
you that you can argue intelligently both ways. You can say it is a
Okay, making a claim that it can be translated this way, it's not the same as making a claim for the grounding of that it should be translated that way. Anyone can translate the Bible, dude. They can just wake up one day and decide, I'm going to translate the Bible, make their own translation, and then somebody else say, hey, this guy translated it that way. That means it can be translated that way. Okay, who cares? I can also walk across the street and not be in a crosswalk. That's called jaywalking, and you get a ticket in some places, but I can do it.
There are other three-dimensional
So what verse in Job?
Circular too.
Yeah.
of a definition.
So what verse in Job? What verse in Job, dude?
Let's see here.
We're going to track it down right now, live.
Let me click on it and see where it's at. Job 22:14, the word vault.
Right, hold on, let me look it up. Job 22:14.
Yeah, that word chug is translated as vault instead of circle.
Hold on, man. Okay, so King James puts it as circuit, New King James circle, American Standard vault of heaven, vault of heaven, vault of heaven, vault, circle of the sky, the heavens dome. This one, contemporary English, says it's a dome. Here it says he's covered by the clouds, walketh on the circuit. Okay, he walks on the dome of the sky. Okay, so here at best you said, oh, now two can mean dome. So he sitteth upon the dome of the earth. Again, okay, vault, dome, circle. Okay, a vault is a shape that is essentially a dome, dude. You didn't know that?
A dome is three-dimensional.
You didn't know that?
I'm trying to show you that there's 3 dimensions to these words. 3D. 2D is circle. 3D is sphere. Dome is 3D.
No, dude, wrong. 3D
Absolutely.
isn't sphere. Sphere is 3D. Doesn't work both ways.
A dome is a 3D.
So we've established your grounding for globe in that instance is that a vault is three-dimensional, a globe is three-dimensional. Therefore, he sits upon the globe of the earth. Wow, dude.
This word chug is translated as vault, not circle. It's right there. Look in Job 22:14.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's see here. It's actually a compound word. Let me look this word up here.
See, this is the problem with you guys with strong exhaustive concordances in English, King James. You think everything is restricted only to what's in the damn dictionary, as if Dr. Strong's is the perfect infallibility source of all meaning.
No, nobody. Who said that, dude? Dude, why don't you knock it off, dude? Nobody said that.
What's going on in your brain? That's going on in your brain.
All right, dude. No, it isn't. So stop telling me what's going on.
You stop telling me what's going on in mine.
An exhaustive concordance. Do you know what the purpose of that is? It's to track down all appearances of that word in a body of text and see the context, and then compare the contexts. So far, what we've arrived at is the context always has it as a circle or a vault or a dome, A circle, a vault, or a dome, dude. No globes. Not one time. Not one time is it a globe, dude. Nowhere in any of these. Nowhere in any of these is the context support a globe. Okay, so your logic for the grounding of ball is if 3D, therefore ball. You got a problem, dude.
No, the thing is, the word is used saying circle of the earth in Isaiah 40:22, and it's used as vault, not circle.
Yeah, circle of the earth, dude. And from the other context, right, of the earth, dude.
It's translated here, and he walks on the vault of heaven.
Yep. And it's translated in the same translation,
Clearly.
circuit and circle.
Clearly vault.
So show me where they translated it. Yeah, show me where they translated it ball, dude. Show me where they translated it ball. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, dude.
So
show me anywhere before some schmuck decided to say globe that it was translated as a ball anywhere it appears.
Because you won't let me. Great.
No, I'll let you go get it and then come back, and when you're ready to present it, you'll present it.
I got it
How
right
hard is
here.
that?
It's on creation.com, Creation Ministries. He has a whole study on this.
Okay, where?
Here, I put the article in here. I'll give you the article.
I don't want the article, dude. I want the citation, dude. It's not my responsibility to read articles and find your evidence. You read the article, you snip out the evidence that's relevant, and you present it as a citation.
Hey.
Didn't you go to college, dude? Didn't you, do a paper at any time in your life?
You know you're insulting and you're belittling and
Yeah, I am insulting you, dude, because I'm asking you for evidence and citations, and you're not giving it.
This is you love this.
Cool story. So here's what's gonna happen. You go on mute, and when you're ready to present the citation, present it, and then we'll continue. Okay, it's your time to present the citation for your evidence, dude. You say it exists, present it. Yeah, hold on, dude. Hold on. I got to take a break and up some power. Oh, man. Chop it up with my razor blade, get my little straw, put it in my nose, and snort that power. Could care less, dude. Get the citation and quit dithering. Quit distracting from the fact you're not presenting a citation. So is anyone else convinced that he has a grounding for why it should say ball in Isaiah, and therefore the earth is a globe? Because the Holy Scripture validates that the earth is a globe because some schmuck decided to translate a word that was never a globe in the history of the word. All of a sudden it's globe because homeboy said so, and he's going to pick that isolated translation and say, look, one translation of the Bible says globe, therefore the earth is a globe, by faith. Anyone convinced?
Not even from a non-religious stance, just like viewing the, just purely from an academic or, from a linguistic stance. No, there's the grounds that it's because it invokes a 3D shape. That's just stupid. There's cylinders, there's cones, there's ovals. There's all sorts of different shapes. Which,
or vaults or domes, which usually are on a flat surface. They're a curved arch above a flat surface. Wow. So what we have is we have circle, horizon, encompasses, vault, dome. All these connotations are of a circle on top of a flat surface. On or of, not it itself. There's no justification for globe anywhere in any of this. Now, I'll tell you what would be a justification for globe. You know what that would be, homie? If Isaiah used the word for ball that he uses in the other chapter, right there. He sitteth upon the ball of the earth. That would have been definitive, wouldn't it? But it doesn't say that. Oh, I'm a cocaine head now, dude. I admitted I'm a cocaine head? Wow, dude, you're literally dumb. Isaac, I'm going to have to unmute you so that I can chastise you for being retarded. Give you a chance to defend yourself instead of being huge.
Yeah, you admitted to had
Hey, Isaac.
cut up all the stuff and snorted up your nose. So what is
You're a retard, dude. You're retarded.
100%.
Hey, Isaac.
100%.
Isaac.
I'm not
Hey,
retarded.
Isaac.
You
You're
disagree
an
with
idiot.
everybody who
You're a
disagrees
moron.
with you. You're the
No,
kind
you're
of guy
retarded, dude.
who wants
You're an idiot.
everybody to regurgitate every little damn thing you
No,
think
you're
in your
stupid.
head.
Do you know why?
You're
I'll tell you why.
100%
Let me
accurate on
explain.
everything.
Hey, let me explain why you're stupid, dude. No, you just called me a cocaine head. You just called me a cocaine head, so now I'm going to call you. You're a retard.
Yeah, you're a cocaine head because you just literally admitted to trying.
Oh, yeah, let's mute you. Hey, Timbo, do I got your balls in my vice? And if you don't say what I want you to say, I squeeze? Is that how it works? Timbo?
Absolutely not.
You're not your own man? You're not your own man? Like your wife took her balls out of her purse and sent them to me or something? Is that what he's trying to tell me? Sorry about that. I had to get that joke in there. Dang it. I apologize. How dare I?
That's fine. That's fine.
But you get my point. Like, he just said that not only am I a cocaine head, but you aren't even a man. What? And we're the ones insulting him somehow. Get real. Okay, let's put it this way for the audience. Me calling him a retard because he doesn't understand that I was making a joke about the drug I was snorting was power, because he told me I'm high on power. But instead of getting that, he wants to literally say I'm admitting to being a cocaine user. That makes zero sense. Just as much sense as his logic of why there should be ball in that verse. Right, guys? Oh, no, I said right, guys. You guys better do lockstep or I'm going to electrocute you all with my little press button. Oh, zap. Be good boys now. Man, this kid is out to lunch.
One could see that this is an ad hominem instead of attacking the argument. It's an attempt to attack the person who's making the argument instead of the argument itself.
You have a cold?
No, well, it is cold here, but I don't have an illness. But
I was just gonna think, like, maybe I was gonna say, like, sometimes I could tell you guys apart easily, and other times I can't. I don't know why. But look, it goes both ways, guys. So, like, for example, somebody thought that I was Indio one day, and I'm like, dude, we don't sound anything alike. What are you talking about? And then I listened to it, right? And it was when he's on his bad, because he has a little bit of a lisp, and I do sometimes too. And when we're on our bad mics, that lisp comes through the mic sometimes, and it sounds almost identical. It's like, okay, now I see why you thought that.
you're right. Yeah, it's like new perspective. If he's on a bad mic, I could sometimes think, oh, is that an AI overlord? And it's like, then I listen for a minute, and I'm like, no, it's not.
Man, dude, that dude's evidence was like, I don't know. His evidence is you're a cocaine head, therefore the earth is a globe. Did anyone hear him present his grounding for why it should be translated ball? Anyone? Anyone remember hearing it? He had some at the beginning. He said St. Jerome, this, that, and the other. And then when he found the primary source, it was like, no, that actually isn't the case. So he had to abandon that. When I asked him, okay, so what's the grounding? He then said, oh, the minority translation hasn't translated that way, as if that was claiming that that's somehow a justification for grounding. A bunch of people doing something isn't a justification that they should be doing it. That's the is-ought fallacy. It is this way, therefore it ought to be this way. I translated it this way, therefore I should have done that. That doesn't follow logically. So does anyone remember, taking a poll here, Globers can answer as well, does anyone remember him presenting any grounding from the language of why that should be translated globe in that verse. Anyone? But keep in mind, friends, he doesn't have to convince me. I mean, I could be the biggest jerk in the world and completely telling him he's not presenting evidence, but then one of you actually heard the evidence. And so I'm just being a jerk about it, but you guys clearly heard his argument and were convinced.
No, he said something about implying that a 3D object and a sphere is a 3D object which matches a circular shape.
Oh, so composition fallacy, right? Two things share one property, therefore it's okay to conclude the transposition of all properties? Oh, that's a fallacy.
Right. And I think anthropologists and historians would disagree with him because reflected throughout their, that culture's, their word of mouth, so their, what do they call that? Their stories told by word of mouth, their art, and other relics found that would imply that this culture did not believe they were on a sphere, but rather that they believed they were on a motionless and enclosed plane, right? And that they literally took the things that they wrote in the scriptures themselves. They took it literally, like that the earth was on pillars, and it had four corners, all that.
Yeah, it was so well known that meant ball that they all drew the earth as it was flat. But however, there are depictions of that culture's cosmology as the overall structure of the realm being a ball, but the earth itself is within the ball. And so the top, the hemispheres, the top hemisphere is the sky and the bottom hemisphere is the ground. And the flat earth is between the two. And the vault of the dome of the heavens is the top portion. And so even there, you end up with not that the earth is a ball, but that the realm in which the earth is within is a ball. So you can't argue that this means the earth is a globe. Unless he's saying that the globe is like a snow globe and the earth is inside it. So no matter how he slices and dices it, this doesn't end up with the earth as a ball floating in space. It doesn't happen, bro. Sorry. So we cross-referenced other verses. We cross-referenced the cultural, historical practices of the people themselves, right? And we found no evidence that this means there should be globe in that verse, that it means the earth is a globe specifically. And we actually opened up the meaning to include something that could be globe-shaped, but it would be the entire realm in which the earth exists itself, validated by the circle of the deep, which is a circle, and the vault above it, which would be a hemispheric vault or dome. So all the evidence that I can see points to the earth being flat within a vaulted ceiling rather than being a standalone globe itself floating in nothing. It makes no sense.
Right.
So I think the evidence is clearly on our side, and our conclusion is most likely, if not certainly, correct. And he had specious reasoning and the translation of some schmuck at best.
Oral tradition, that's the terminology I was trying to think of. Yeah. Oh, by the way, something else that's interesting, right? So Brian Mullen, you remember him?
Yeah.
So, and one of his episodes of Balls Out Physics, he just, like, as a sideline note, he picks up this Bible and he says, "Oh, I found this Bible. I've had this for years, right?" And I remember when I was in college, I was looking through this and I saw this picture in there, and it depicts the ancient Hebrew cosmology, right, of being, what you described, right? The dome on the top and Sheol underneath, and the flat surface we live on in the middle, right? And he remembered laughing about it with his roommate. and that was in a Catholic Bible. And it was in, I guess it was paying lip service to the people that they were, it was in honor of their cosmological view, even though, modern times doesn't necessarily agree with that cosmological view.
Yeah, so like maybe they put a footnote in their Bible like, hey, now we know that Isaiah understood the word for ball, and that this word clearly means something that's not a ball. But, Isaiah was a retard, and we're clearly more intelligent because we have NASA and we have scientists. So we're just going to completely disregard the cultural historical context of the language and the people who wrote the book, and we're just going to force globe in there because we like globe. Was that in the footnotes? Probably not.
No, probably not.
Even though we all know that's what happened, right? All right, I'm gonna have to bow out because I got to get back up on the roof, and it's probably unwise to try to argue with Glovers while I'm experiencing vertigo.
That might be safer.
Fuck you, cunt.
Completely acceptable insult within the rules of the server. Granted.
If you were on a globe and if you were on the globe and you fell off the roof, you wouldn't know if you were moving or not.
That's right, dude. Listen, dude, real quick, when I'm on the north side of the roof, I have to spin my drill counterclockwise, and when I'm on the south side, I have to spin it clockwise.
Holy crap. That must mean the peak of the roof is the equator. Wow, they moved it.
Yeah. All right, I'm out. Peace.
Be careful.
Wow, it's like 3 people at once. Ba-ding, ba-ding, ba-ding. You just get raided or what?
Yes, Fats Farms Autonomous Beef. Welcome.
Hello.
Hey. You good?
Yeah, what's going on? T-Dub says, hey.
Hey.
See what I
Why
did
are all
there?
these people here? Wait, why are all these people here and no one's talking?
Yeah, we heard you guys come in. We were waiting for you guys to say something.
Waiting for you, yeah.
Oh. There's just like a lot of people. That's what I was thinking. Like, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see how many people there are here. You telling me all these people are just staying silent, waiting for people to join? Seems kind of crazy.
Yeah,
There's
man.
like 25 people here.
Well, we're waiting to ask the question of how you think you believe you're on a ball right now.
Because it's like,
Or, yeah, like how do you know you're on a globe?
I mean, I didn't really say I was like, I never said it was a ball. It's not really a ball. It's more like a kind of oblate spheroid. So it's like thicker in the middle.
Okay. So you've heard of Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yeah, I like Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's cool.
Yeah, he says the Earth is pear-shaped or like an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, he said something like that. But it's not really like pear shapes. I don't know if that's like a great. It's kind of like thicker on the middle. You know what I mean? Equator.
Yeah, a bit of a stretch, right? No pun intended.
No, why is that a bit of a stretch? Because it's just thicker in the middle.
Because it's, according to him, stretched out a little bit more in the middle, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So when did you verify that in reality?
And well, Neil deGrasse Tyson said it, bro. Like, what else do you need to verify?
Well, I mean, he says all kinds of things. In fact, I mean, he says you can't even see the Earth curvature from like where Felix Baumgartner jumped from, like the Red Bull jump. Are you familiar?
Is that the guy who jumped like really far or like really high?
That thing is flat.
Right.
I think I've seen that video. But like the thing is, right? You know, like if that video was like with a round Earth, you guys would just say it's fake. So like, you can't win, really. You know what I'm saying? If it was a flat Earth that was shown, then you just say that's proof. And if it was a round Earth that was shown, you would say it's false, and you'd say it was fake and made up by the government. So like,
Not
which one is
necessarily.
it?
I'm just saying.
I mean,
like,
you kind of would.
You have to be able to verify for yourself, right? And in this case, you can
Watching a
verify
Red
the
Bull,
curvature
watching a
for
Red Bull
yourself.
video is not verifying
Farms, you're
for
talking
yourself.
over him. You're talking over him. Farms.
It's okay.
Just a second.
Let him get it out. Like, I mean, you think that we're being like dishonest or something? Like, I mean, for real, if I went
No,
up
I just
there,
think
I
you're.
would just tell
I
you
just
the
think you're
truth,
dumb.
right?
I don't think you're being dishonest.
I can assure you, I'm not dumb.
Okay. I mean, like,
because I was taught the globe just like you did.
Yeah, I think they call it the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Right, right. You might be projecting now, though. So be careful.
I might be projecting.
Right,
Alright,
because
cool.
you're trying to
But
defend
no,
a
it's called
globe
the
and you don't even
Dunning-Kruger
know
effect.
how you know that it's a globe. You're actually presenting the Dunning-Kruger effect as we speak. Because you think you have something that you don't.
Well, you just
You've
said
never
that we
even
had to watch a
questioned it to
Red Bull
realize
video to prove that the Earth is flat.
No, I
Which
just
is
used
like-
a hostile witness.
Not what he said.
That even the person that you listen to literally said that it's flat.
Bro, someone
At
made
least
that
in that
whole
video,
god
right.
way, oh.
That it appears flat from that height.
What?
The
Well,
hostile
sorry, what were we
witness, Neil
talking
deGrasse
about? Sorry,
Tyson.
I was looking at some shit in the. What?
I'm trying to figure
What
out
are we
how
talking about?
or why or any way that you can prove your globe besides Neil deGrasse Tyson, because I mean we've already debunked
I mean, Neil
that.
deGrasse Tyson's some pretty good proof.
Like,
Well, he's a pretty nice guy. I don't know.
nice guy, therefore.
Yeah, when I
this
see him
globe-
talking to people, he seems like a nice guy, and he seems to know his
Oh,
shit.
what?
So like, I don't know. You watch like Eric Debay, and he's like
That's the
some
worst logic
neo-Nazi.
I've
So it's
ever
like
heard, dude.
it's
Hey,
a
this
pretty
this
easy
guy,
logic. You
this
know what
guy
I'm
over
saying?
here, he's nice. Therefore, it's a globe.
Yeah.
No way, dude.
Well, which one's nicer, Eric Debay or Neil deGrasse Tyson? Let's be for real.
Who cares?
Well,
Why
it's
don't we
Neil deGrasse Tyson
measure
all the way,
reality
man.
for what it is? Who cares
Well,
what
for
anyone
what it
is
is,
saying?
Eric
Let's
Debay
go
is not
measure
a nice.
reality.
Eric Debay comes across like some uncle that you
Who
wouldn't want
cares?
to meet. Well, it kind
Yeah,
of
do you
just,
want to talk about the people or the claims? Are we discussing the people or the claims, Farms?
like, well, the claims, I guess, but like, I'm just, I'm making this point. It's a new point, right? You guys want new points?
Yeah, no, we can just stop talking about the people now because only one claim doesn't contort the reality. You have a measurement of flatness and you have a belief in a ball. Which one is which?
What? Both.
Which one's reality?
Well, if you measure the Earth, then maybe it comes flat, but it's a globe.
There you have it. Dunning-Kruger effect.
Does it make any sense to you?
No, it makes loads of sense.
Is that another brain dead Globy?
It looks and measures flat, but it's a ball.
Yeah, he said it
That's what they
himself.
told me.
It looks flat, but they told me it's a ball.
Yeah. I don't see what the issue with that is.
When it's bold, then only then it can be flat. But first must be bold to be flat.
Yes, first must be ball to be flat.
Yeah, you're correct.
Well, it can't be a ball because there's no curvature.
Oh
So
shit!
that kind of
I didn't think
shoots
of
your
that.
whole thing in the foot.
Fuck.
I know, you overlooked it. You overlooked the most
God.
fundamental assumption of your belief.
Yo, bro, you got me. I didn't think of that.
Well, I know. you
Okay,
didn't think
yeah,
of
I
anything.
mean, nah,
It's clear that your thinking so far has relied on who do I think's the nicest? Some stranger
Neil
online.
deGrasse
He
Tyson
seems nice.
seems nicer than you. That's for sure. Like,
So that must mean the Earth is a spinning ball. If some stranger on the internet looks nice to you.
hey, when did I say that?
That's exactly what you said.
That's
Like
all you've
5
said.
minutes ago, dude.
No, this is what you guys do. You
It's
project.
okay, bro. It's
You
okay.
project.
It's okay, bro. It's okay, bro. You're a fool, but that's okay. You can still be here.
What? It seems like you're sort of just putting me down. You know what I mean? This doesn't really seem like a debate right
I'm
now.
building
This
you
seems
up.
more like
I'm building you up. I'm building you
no.
up.
It seems more like
Yeah, it's not
hyping
a
you up,
debate,
bro.
Farms. It's not a debate. He's building you up. He's helping you right now.
You're the
I don't
glober
think
who's going to
this doesn't
realize
feel
that the
like building
globe
right now.
is just a religious belief.
Is this supposed to be
And then
like
you're going to be
when
stronger.
my dad
You're going to
beats
be
me? It's
stronger.
supposed to be like some
Yeah,
like,
you'll stop being a
character
pussy.
building thing.
Yeah, you'll stop being a pussy
Yeah.
eventually. Maybe. I'm just joking, bro.
I
It's
mean-
okay. Don't take it seriously. It's just the internet. You'll be okay. It's just words on Discord. Can you handle it? Can you handle an actual conversation?
No, I can't handle it because it's like we need a
I
proper
didn't think you
debate
could.
right now.
It sounded like, well, how could you have a debate when you don't have an argument? You've just got, I believe Neil.
I do believe Neil. Like,
Yeah, but that's not an
I
argument.
straight up do believe Neil. Yeah, well,
I know, but that's
what's
not
your
an
problem
argument.
with Neil?
What evidence did he give you?
What? Who? Neil?
Yeah.
I can like pull up some like I don't know.
So you don't even know. You don't even know. You don't even know what he's done. You've got no idea. See? This is how we build you up. We make you realize how foolish you've been all these years.
I can pull up a little thing from him.
Just have this idea in your head. Neil deGrasse Tyson is a nice guy.
Did you watch that Terrence Howard video he made? That was crazy.
There was no globe proof in that, was there?
Yeah, but it was still crazy.
Yeah, no, facts. You just helped him. I think you just helped him. I think you just gave him the tools he needs to actually look something up.
Look, guys, I bet you
now he's
haven't seen this before.
Now he's going to have to put his brain into first gear.
On God, bro. On God, look, there you go.
No, shut up, dude. Shut up, dude. We don't care. We don't care.
Simple.
So he didn't give you any evidence. So
well, I just gave you evidence. That's the evidence right there. That's evidence.
Describe how it's evidence of a ball Earth.
Well, I don't need to just watch the video. There's evidence.
You can't. There. You don't even know. You can't even talk. You can only post links from YouTube. This is what they've reduced you to.
Well, you're just posting Facebook memes in there.
I'm not posted anything. I've just listened to you make a fool of yourself.
Well, I'm just seeing the Facebook memes. No, I mean, I'm not saying it's just you. You know, I'm not saying you're the one who's like specifically posting the Facebook memes, but I'm seeing a lot of Facebook.
Yeah, well, stop being silly. Stop being silly. Then start actually using your brain.
Well, I just showed you the Neil deGrasse Tyson video. I mean, I don't know what else you want from me.
We want some evidence that the Earth's a big spinning ball of water.
That's the evidence. That's your evidence right there. Your evidence right there.
What's the evidence? What is it?
The video. Look, it's right there.
What's the evidence in the video?
Just watch the video, bro. Like, it's not.
No, describe it. Tell us. If you don't know, why would we?
Well, he like demonstrates the absurdity. He demonstrates the absurdity. He talks to like this other guy, right? And he's like, the other guy's got like a beard. But Neil's got obviously doesn't have a beard.
So there's two guys talking. Okay, at what point does he prove the Earth's a big spinning ball?
So you have introduction, which lasts for 48 seconds, and then after 48 seconds, you get how physics conspires to make things round. And that's for about up until 1 minute 30 seconds.
Tell me about that.
And then
tell me about
that's about the history of the flat Earth, which lasts about up until like 2 minutes.
It conspires to make things round. So you're saying the globe is a conspiracy?
No, I'm saying that.
Well, you're saying it conspires to make.
No, it's
so
quoting
you're saying
you guys.
Physics.
I'm reading out what the YouTube chapter says. I'm reading out what the YouTube chapter says.
Yeah, does it make snowflakes a sphere?
What are we talking about snowflakes now? It's not.
No, we're still waiting for you. We're still waiting for you to be able to actually state an argument or some evidence that's been presented. So far, you've got no idea.
I've presented my evidence and my argument. My argument is Neil deGrasse Tyson, and my evidence is Neil deGrasse Tyson. There you go. Simple as that.
Yeah. See, you're just too low-brained for this.
Yeah, I'm.
Hey, Farmzy, how about you prove the pitch shape of Neil deGrasse Tyson?
What?
Yeah, so he doesn't know. He just knows a name of a guy. He doesn't know what he did. Neil's never proven the globe. Neil's never seen the globe. What are you talking about?
I don't know what you guys are on about. I'm like just trying to show you guys some evidence.
We know.
That's my evidence right
totally
there.
Bricked.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I'm asking you to show his proof of pear-shaped head.
Pear-shaped head.
You still didn't tell us, dude. You still didn't tell us what evidence was presented in your video.
What? Like, I don't know.
Yeah. Video?
I don't watch it, bro. I can't lie. I didn't watch the video.
I didn't watch it. Yeah, we know. You're just a little clueless religious globe believer.
What? When
you don't know why you even believe in it. Well, you believe in the globe with no evidence. That's your religion. The globe is your religion. It's your little make-believe fantasy that you've got no evidence for. You don't even know why you believe it.
Of course I know why I believe it.
Terrible.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is sponsored by Brilliant.com. Like, what else do you need?
Yeah, see, you've got nothing at all. And you think it's funny? You think it's funny to demonstrate that you have absolutely no reason to believe this fantasy? That's sad, bro.
Yeah. And my point was, okay.
You've got
Neil deGrasse Tyson. No, I have got my point. I'm sending it to you.
Stop licking Neil deGrasse Tyson's balls. Nobody cares. You don't know what he did.
That is so gay, bro. That is so gay. What? That is so weird.
What you're doing is gay.
Why are you saying that for? That is weird. That is very weird. All right, honestly,
dude.
I'm
Dude,
not
just put yourself on mute. You don't know why you believe in the globe. That's fine. Just put yourself on mute.
What? Okay. I'll put myself on mute. I've been humbled.
Yeah.
Okay,
You see, you can prove it. Oh, you just left.
Well, he's humble now. There we go. So I just jumped in the middle of that. I assume he wasn't having any kind of quality conversation before that.
He was talking, I think 1 week ago. I did post it. I made that. I did post the sound. So Jedi was talking to him, and he was asking to him, what is an hypothesis? And the guy said, it's a thing.
Sounds
so
about right.
that's him. He's ignorant.
Oh well. On to the next. Anyone else new in here?
Why do you need them to be new Cyclone? That's a bit weird.
Oh, look at this. An old fan. A diehard. A 24/7 head. So what happened? Did you walk away? Did you walk away because you think you'd satisfactorily proven the globe, or did you just get tired of arguing?
A bit of both. I think I satisfactorily ended my well. I never really debated flat Earth. I thought it was ever going to be flat, right? But
you didn't debate it for a whole year.
Yeah, and then well, it was around the 24/7 Antarctica thing when I stopped debating.
Yeah. I think a lot of Globers gave up around then too. But didn't you get reinvigorated by Katy Perry?
What about Katy Perry?
Didn't you get reinvigorated to crusade for the globe?
What did Katy
Well,
Perry?
she went to space, didn't she?
Did she?
That's what the TV said.
Well, I don't know. I've not heard anything about that.
You didn't watch the TV? You've just given up on the globe entirely. Wow.
Well, I mean,
you're sick of it. You never want to see it again. You've taken down all your
TV.
posters.
Oh, my posters are still up.
You've thrown out your Cosmos DVDs. You've put your little what Brian Cox cardboard cutout in the bin.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a shame. So what have you moved on to? Who are you aggravating now?
I've actually generally not been debating anyone at all on anything.
Oh man, we just made you quit the whole scene. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, it was you
Well,
personally.
welcome back. Welcome back. It's good to hear you. So don't try any of your funny business.
I'm just here to listen today.
Have you not introduced any Globy friends to the subject and say, hey guys, you should really try and argue with these guys. You should sacrifice some of your friends to us.
Yes, that's quite topical because I do have two people who've never debated flat Earth before, who I'm trying to convince to come in here, but they're a bit nervous.
Oh, they don't need to be nervous. What's there to be nervous about? We're science deniers. It'll be easy. Just tell them to bring the science.
They've been in here and listened, like a couple of times, but they always ended in like me.
If I heard my fellow globe earthers fail too, I would be pretty nervous.
Yeah,
that's maybe what's made them nervous. I'll tell them not to be nervous. We don't even have to have a debate. It can be a exchange of ideas.
Does it ever end like that?
A negotiation. It can with me.
Okay.
I'm quite civil. Because we're on the lookout for a new one, so you've got someone in.
Could possibly get them later.
Are you still hanging out with the other anti-flat earthers?
I hang out with Gamma and Mez. Not
Gamma and Mez. Oh my god, they're like that's two of the worst ones as well. I don't know how you do it. Imagine hanging out voluntarily with Mez. That's insane. Oh well. I suppose it's sort of like a in the trenches comradeship sort of thing. It's like you've been through near death experiences.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Well, I took a break from. He never took a break from Flat Earth, as far as I can tell. He's been.
He never will. He can't. How could he? He's psychologically damaged. He thinks he's like a Batman of the globe. So yeah, he'll always be spiraling from one group to the next, I'm sure. Anyway, good times. So is that it? The Neil deGrasse Tyson guy? That's all we had?
There was one other person chimed in just before him, but I don't know if they're still here or not.
I don't know. That Neil deGrasse Tyson guy, he won me over.
Yeah, you agree Neil's nice, so should be a globe. Makes sense. Although if you were to ask some of his former female colleagues, from what I hear, they'd have a different story to tell. Allegedly.
Well, no, they were just exploring black holes together.
Oh, that's too far, T-Dub. You're getting suspended. I cannot believe my ears. This is a family show.
Actually, he may have been the one that discovered the hairy black holes.
Wow. This is what happens.
Hey, hairy black holes is a thing. You look it up. They proved it with simulations.
It is part of the lore. It's true.
Are the length of each hair 1,000 cosmic monkeys?
Could be. Or camels. I'm not sure. One of the two.
I'm gonna whip my magic and see if I can get my friend to come in. We'll be back in like 10, 20 minutes if he's coming.
Manipulate him. Guy's hanging out with Mez. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Miga Wigu was talking to Mez. Miga Wigu asked him, so acceleration and deceleration isn't movement? Is that what you're saying? Mez said, exactly.
Yeah, that doesn't even surprise me. They'll just, I mean, these types will just say literally whatever they think they have to say in that moment. And then they'll just reset the next day. But there's still differences amongst those types. Like Mez is like the type that's so salty about the whole thing, he can't even feign basic common courtesy long enough to have an actual good faith conversation. Like, at least Brit and that can be chill and have some banter or whatever. It's like dogs are gods and mez and stuff. They just have to be so passive aggressive all the time. It's like, fucking shit it.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. What did you call him? I call him Britnat.
So I called him there, wasn't it?
Oh, was it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He's he's a bit more social, right?
Yeah, at least he's got a sense of humor.
Yes.
These other guys just like, fucking hell. They're just too salty. Like, take it super personally. Like, have to just attack the person in any which way. Sad. What's up, Gray? Nope. Everyone's shy today.
Hey, Cyclone, I heard you were talking shit.
I didn't.
What the fuck?
I didn't get the new person I wanted, but I got Mez. If that makes you feel.
Oh fucking hell! This is what you've come back. This is what you've brought in. Fucking Mez.
I do have someone who is new who's coming, potentially. His name's Kennedy. See if I can get him.
Kennedy. If you're just going to bring back the old gang, Britnat. A reunion. A one year anniversary of not being able to provide any evidence for a globe. Party.
I'm still waiting on that flat Earth evidence.
Well, Kennedy's here, but I will say, just so you know, if he does say anything bad, I have not co-signed this at all. I told him to debate flat Earth, and sometimes he gets a bit out of hand and crazy. So,
Kennedy.
So don't tie me in with him.
All right, what's up, Kennedy? What you got? Some globe evidence, I hope.
He needs the mic up, he said.
All right.
Oh, he's text only right now.
Text only?
Just for now.
You're bringing us some text only right now. Wow.
Well, I thought he could mic up. I didn't think he was going to be text only.
Well, I'll give you... It's something at least. Thanks for trying. I mean, it's Mez and a text guy, but at least you're trying. So is he texting his globe proof? Is that what he's going to do?
He's asking who is who.
Who is who?
Yeah.
Well, you can see people's names. That's who is who.
He wants to know who the flat earthers are. I'll do it for him.
Well, you've got Mez, T-Dub, whatever Britnat's calling himself today.
Well, we were told that we're not allowed to pretend we're flat earthers anymore, so it's
Who told you that?
T-Dub.
Yeah. T-Dub lays down the law. Just have to stop pretending, I guess. Embrace outside. Or humorous with the latest in globe proof.
Yeah, you can challenge other globers to prove the globe from the standpoint of being a glober, right? You can do that. You say, "Hey, I want you to prove you're on my side. What's your evidence of the globe?" They got to, they got to meet certain criteria to join the club, right?
I don't mind you role playing as a flat earther as long as you're not misrepresenting the arguments. As long as you're not trying to do some sneaky shit. You'll just get the same reactions that we get. Dumbfounded. Upset.
Yeah.
What are the arguments? Are there any new ones, or is it just we see too far and it looks flat?
There's just still no curve mass. Still don't have it.
Flat.
Sure does. Doesn't it?
It looks flat.
It
Well, I'm
looks
convinced.
flat. You're convinced of what it doesn't look like, right?
Yeah, I'm convinced it looks flat. You said so.
Well, you agreed. It does look flat. That wouldn't be a point for you, though, would it?
No, I wouldn't. So is there anything else, or is it just...
So we've at least got that. We've at least got that. That's a good starting point. What have you got?
I mean, measurements, predictions based on models.
Measurements?
It's practically
Measurements
used
of
as
what?
flat. It's also practically used as
Yeah.
curved.
It's practically used as flat and curved. How does that work?
Mez, did you say it's practically used as flat by accident? Or
No, it's one of like the flat Earth arguments. It's practically used as flat.
I want to hear how it's practically used as curve.
What do you want? Citation from like an engineering textbook? Tells you to account for the curve.
That'd be a story. I need a demonstration.
Oh.
Yeah, kind of like account for it, but measure it flat.
Is it measured flat?
Well, you wouldn't be able to measure it as curved, I don't think. I don't think they've managed to do that yet. Mm-hmm. So it's observed and practically used as flat, measures flat, but must be a ball. All right, well, someone pick it up for a bit and let me know if this other guy joins at any point.
is Maticus a Glober? His name sounds familiar.
Nope.
Sure.
Go
Has
on,
anyone
then.
figured out how CellNav works on flat Earth yet?
Put me through the standard questions. 93 million miles.
Like, what's
who
your
the fuck? What?
Trevis flat proofs?
There must be a flat earther willing to talk to Mez. I know he's difficult to talk to and everything, but
Come on. I'm
He
just
needs his
stuck in this
turkey
global lie. I need some evidence. Break me out of it.
When they don't know, they just sit in silence.
good to hear a Liverpudlian with a shit mic in the background. Are you here, Flat Earth Ranger? Plenty?
They're all here, they just won't talk. A bit oh, fucking hell. If they know you can't fucking...
What's up?
Mez wants to know if you've proven Flat Earth can work... Sorry. Proven Cell Nav can work on a Flat Earth yet.
Mez, the guy that's here right now?
The very same, yeah.
What did you say, Mez?
How does Cell Nav work on flat Earth?
How many times has it been explained to you, man?
0.
I've witnessed multiple explanations being given to you.
To me, specifically? Oh, well, I don't know. I must have forgotten them. Can you remind me?
No.
Oh. So it's still 0. Well.
Nicely done, Mez. You got him. Matrix is here. Now we're cooking.
Yeah, what exactly is happening here? Are you guys looking for a flat earther to try and debate?
I just want some flat Earth proof, or some flat Earth explanations for how certain things work. You know.
Yeah, a guy who's received multiple explanations. It's like talking to a brick wall, so there's no reason to explain them.
Well, I must have forgot. So can you remind me?
No.
Oh, still 0.
Because he doesn't know.
No. We just identified that Mez is a brick wall, and there's no reason to talk to Mez. You see how he's muted?
I want to know how cell nav works on a flat Earth.
What's a flat Earth? What is that?
What?
What is a flat? You want to know how something works?
Is
on
this the
flat
guy
Earth?
with the list? Oh my god.
Yeah, do you want to know how something works on a flat Earth? So define what you want to see and what you want to see it on.
You got to give me some pointers here, Mez.
No, this is for you to do. You said you wanted something. You don't have to like phone a friend.
Obviously. Oh my god. Obviously, I want to know. I don't have the information because I wasn't the one who posed. You know what I'm talking about?
But you at least know what cell navigation is, though, Jackson. Jackson, you at least know what cell nav is, though, right? Jackson, you know what cell navigation is,
I don't.
right?
That's why I asked.
So you want it explained to you on a flat Earth, but you don't know what it is in general.
I literally want you to explain what it is.
Well, no. Step one, you'd have to identify what cell navigation is. Step two,
tell me.
Identify what flat Earth is. Then identify why you want to know these two things. Right now, you're just saying random words that you don't have any definitions for.
Alright, listen. I don't want the 10-minute dialogue. Just tell me what it is, and tell me how it works.
I mean, he laid it out for you. You won't get it. You don't know what it is.
What do you mean?
Sounds like he's just a GF6 sock puppet.
Tell me what it is.
If you got any sensible questions, ask him, mate. That's a no? Not a problem.
Why does the terrain on the moon change?
Don't care. This is 24/7 flat Earth, not 24/7 stare at the moon. I think that's down further. It's another channel.
What, the moon channel?
Yeah.
So do you not talk about the moon? Is that out of the boundary?
Don't really care.
Don't care about the moon.
I'm yet to understand how staring at the moon will prove the shape of the ground. But anyways.
That's like saying, how do I stare at my keyboard and think it's a keyboard?
So your idea is look at keyboard and wonder why it's a keyboard, how it's a keyboard, the fact that it's a keyboard, but yet when it comes to outside the ground, you stare at the moon. That's a great analogy, mate, really.
You know what I'm trying to say?
The stupidity of it. Excellent.
Sometimes, yeah. Obviously, it's a bit hard for me to process things at the moment, so can't you just lay it out why a cell nav works?
I'll lay it out for you. What's going on is you don't have your little GF6 tards backing you up, butting in and making life audio chaos. And now that you've been put on the spot and you've got the availability to ask sensible questions, you've got nothing.
They're not even my mates. I've just joined in curiosity.
Doesn't sound like it.
Do you really think I know them? If they ever knew them, they'd be fucking talking with me, wouldn't they?
Oh, no, they won't.
I literally don't know them.
So, right at the start of the conversation, when
You've
someone
got the
else
wrong
asked,
idea.
it was, oh, Mez, help me out, will ya?
Yeah, because I wanted to know the question that he asked, but no one would answer him.
and you don't know them, but yet you ask for him to help you out.
Yeah, because I want to hear the
Excellent.
question.
Right, so you're a liar now.
I'm a liar. I'm a disgusting, filthy liar.
So, do you have any sensible questions about the Earth?
No sensible questions here.
None. Right.
I asked you, why is the terrain change on the moon?
Why is there terrain on the moon?
Why does the terrain on the moon change?
Why does it change?
Yeah.
I've made no claim to it changing.
Yeah, does it change or does it not change?
It does. It does.
What do you mean? What do you mean by the terrain changing?
Okay, yeah, let him elaborate. What does he mean exactly?
Well, I'm sure as it spins around, gradually the terrain changes.
What, like mountains move from one place to another on the moon?
No, like what we see of the moon changes.
You mean it like wobbles?
Obviously not.
Or he's just confusing. He doesn't know what he's
Terrain
talking about.
moves because
You sound like you're high as fuck or something, dude. Like you're sitting in an opium den, like drooling all over yourself right now.
I obviously am. That's why you need to stop frying me and laying things out. You've obviously got no one else in here wants to talk.
Yo, Britnat, this is your like buddy, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Who's Britnat?
I don't know. Some other line he was in here saying he was going to bring a friend. I thought that was you.
No, it's not me. I'm literally a solo party. I'm in here on a curiosity. And every time I come in, you just flame me for no reason.
Dude, you're asking like, why does the moon terrain move? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, but I'm sure as the moon spins around.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. Any word he uses, he has no idea what they mean. It's just random word generator.
I think you're right.
You are definitely right. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. Well, that's about it from. I want to hear a debate. I want to become a flat earther. Thing is,
One Duck, is that you again? Are you hitting the bottle a bit too hard?
Every time you come, I come into it and I ask you how, like, just a little bit of evidence for the flat earth, so maybe I could be swayed or something like that. I know you have no duty to sway me, but I would like to be swayed. But no one ever.
Can you sing me a song of your people, Fair Hobbit?
I don't know that.
The only person that's going to sway you or convince you is you. That's it. The only one. No one is going to convince you of something you don't want to be convinced of. What you're going to have to do is take your mishmash, garbled thinking process and adjudicate whatever you're trying to adjudicate. And then come back and then
Why
share
don't you
that.
take that mismatched fucking voice of yours, you fat nerd?
Yeah, ditto.
You need to take your.
Come on, Hobbit, dance for me.
Figure it
Sing me a
out.
song.
Why don't you take your garble?
You're going to have to figure this out on your own and then be able to share that information with others. Right now, you can't
It's
even
like
figure
you
out
want to
what
get
you
muted
want.
right now.
The irony of this, you're literally focusing on flat earth studies, you fucking moron. And you think you're smart.
Yeah, so you're done with the conversation then. You're just insults. That's all you have left. You want to get muted. Then.
He's a bad Hobbit.
Literally asked. I literally asked.
Yeah, you're talking about his voice and how he's talking right now. So you're done with the conversation then.
Because he sounds like one of the Goonies.
So you're done with the conversation then.
Yeah, I'm done with the conversation. I told you I want to hear a conversation because you won't explain nothing to me. Because you've got your own little niche theories where you don't believe in gravity or space, so it's hard for me to debate with you or ask any questions really.
Yeah, define it. What is gravity? What's space? What are you talking about?
Gravity is what I perceive as a force that's dragging me downwards and everything else. Like when I drop a ball, it drops. I know you can talk about pressure, but I don't believe it's pressure. I go with the mainstream and believe that it's gravity.
So he believes the counter argument to gravity is pressure, and he doesn't believe in pressure. So he's just confused.
Obviously, I believe in pressure, but I'm saying you substitute the idea of gravity with pressure.
It's hilarious.
You literally do,
a
though.
force that exerts no pressure. Gotcha, bro.
Do you believe in gravity?
Is that what it requires?
Like your Lord and Savior?
Is that what it requires? Belief?
Ask you, be more specific. Define it for us so we know what you're talking about.
You know what gravity is? Do you believe in it?
Well, there's a few different versions. So, yeah. Well, there's two main versions. So which one?
Tell me about them.
You don't know?
I don't know. No.
Because you just look.
I've never read into the theory of gravity. What I'm talking about is I observe a force that drags me down.
No, you don't. You observe when you. No, you don't. You don't observe that. What you actually observe, if you just put it into its pure raw observation form, is liquids or solids having a propensity to move downwards when they're within a medium that they're more dense than. That's what you observe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So to say that you observe a force acting on objects, right, is fallacious because you don't. You could posit the idea that there is a force acting on those objects, and that's the reason why they have that propensity to move downwards. Then you'd have to prove that because that's a cause and effect relationship that you're implying there.
But it is proven, isn't it?
Through scientific validation? No.
That's what I'm talking about. I mean, the whole flat earth theory is complete guesswork and nothing to back up.
Well, let's see if you can understand cause and effect. If you pick something up and then you let it go, what was the cause of it to fall? You or not you?
What was the cause of the default? What does that mean?
Yeah. You picked up an object. You lifted it up in the air. And then you let it go. Why did it fall?
Because of gravity.
What if you don't let it go? What happens?
What if I don't let it fall?
Yeah, so you. This is you.
Fall.
Yeah, so if you pick it up...
He thinks he's a Jedi master.
Yeah, if you pick it up and you let it go, or you don't let it go, it's you controlling if the object falls or not.
Oh, so he's gravity.
I'm gravity.
So when he's asking people, do you believe in gravity? He's saying, hey, do you believe in him? Not really, dude. You're kind of dumb. I doubt. I have doubts about your existence. Can't even.
So when you let go of an object, do you use the force?
Do I what?
Are you using the force?
What the fuck was that?
You call gravity a force, so when you drop something, are you using the force like a Jedi master?
I suppose to be some kind of force.
This is not the gravity you're looking for.
No.
You know, live cooks have been in here waiting all day, haven't you? Oh my god. Do you guys take shifts for
See, do you mean there's a different gravity?
Why do you care what we do? We're doing something that has nothing to do with you. Why do you care?
I don't care, but you were talking about me. What I do.
No, I was talking about you can't figure out if you do something, you did that. It just went through it with you. You picked up an object, then you let it go, and you blame something else for that. And then you didn't let it go, and still blame something else for that.
Why does it fall?
So meanwhile...
If we did it in a vacuum, it wouldn't fall, would it?
Meanwhile, other people are doing things that have nothing to do with you, and you care about that. You're a Karen.
I'm not debating with you. Okay,
dude, you're a Karen. You Karen that other people are doing something that has nothing to do with you whatsoever.
Listen to your voice, you fucking virgin. I am a Karen.
Why is Jackson a Karen? Jackson a Karen.
Yeah, completely triggered.
Ironic thing. How am I triggered in the slide? Do you think I could
It's a trigger, Karen.
Yeah, as soon as something else causes you to do something that you weren't going to do otherwise, that's called a triggering. My voice triggered you. Thank God. Thank God my voice. I love it. Because if God said, hey, this will trigger one idiot online, thank you, God. That's all I needed to know.
Yes.
You haven't triggered me all.
Yeah, you're extremely triggered. You mentioned something that has nothing to do with you repeatedly. You're triggered by it. If it didn't bother you, you wouldn't even notice it at all. Most people don't. Most people don't have some sort of like autism spectrum disorder where like hearing a lisp causes you to like react like nails on a chalkboard.
There's no observation.
You're gone, dude.
You are.
You're gone.
He's just chanting through you. He's not listening anymore. He's not listening anymore. He's just talking through.
He hasn't been listening at all. He's unable to listen. But he still gets triggered by listening. It shows you that he's got a mishmashed, garbled worldview. He saw a channel called Flat Earth. It triggered him into joining it. Then triggered him again to ask some questions with words he can't define or even explain. And then tell people to convince him when he can't even convince himself of things he does. He'll do something and he's not sure what he did.
Well, what's the cause of what he did? What he did.
Yeah. His own action. He grabbed something. He picked it up. He let it go. And he's not sure who did that. He doesn't know.
He held on to it and he's still not sure.
Still didn't know. And then tells you to convince him of something he did.
No, come on. Let's not straw man him. He's saying he doesn't know why when he lets go.
Well, if he doesn't, don't let go.
That's not what he said.
Are you sure that's not what he's... that's what he's getting at, right? Like,
that's not what he said, though.
Is he still here?
I don't know. Who cares? We can fuck off, and when he gets there, he can fuck off again. The world needs less Karens in the world. That's a basic, like dead ass. If you see somebody doing something that you don't like, get over it. It has nothing to do with you.
Yeah, but what if it's something that's wrong?
Why the fuck do you care if someone's doing something wrong?
Because I want my society to be a good society, and the problem with our society now is that nobody says anything and they let bad behavior go unchecked. So we're getting worse and worse behavior in our society.
Yeah, how about check your own shit?
Sure, but my own shit's not the problem. It's the other people's shit.
No, it is your shit.
Yeah, it's my shit because it's my society. I don't want my society worse.
Yeah, so
hey man, your shit stinks too.
Yeah, sure.
I'm just bootlicking slave.
Who, me?
Yeah, so we're not going to get into a debate about morality, ethics, societal problems. Shit.
Yeah, look, it depends on each situation, but I get both your points.
It's a victimhood. He's victimized for all of society. Someone's doing something that has nothing to do with him, so he's got to insert himself into that situation. He's a Karen. You see, like, he sees someone barbecuing in their front yard. The city passed a law saying, or ordinance, no barbecuing in the flat earth, or the Freudian slip, on the in the front yard, and he calls the cops. Hello, police, government, the most corrupt, immoral organization you can think of. Top-down federal bureaucracies with zero accountability oversight to bring guns. Because he thinks he just can't walk over to that neighborhood, and that neighbor, and be like, hey, good neighbor, I noticed you're barbecuing in the front yard. Would you mind taking it to the backyard?
But to be fair, Crit, a barbecue in the front yard is also technically a barbecue on the flat earth.
Oh, yeah, I was saying on the flat earth, it explains why they act like this. Because it's a small, sad world with small, sad people doing small, sad things for small, sad reasons. On the globe, you should be able to look at a globe and be like, there's enough space for all people and all ideas. Someone barbecuing in their front yard really has no effect on you at all.
Yeah, front yard barbecuing is not the hill I'm dying on. That would not be something that you pipe up about. That would be a Karen move. But when you see somebody like deliberately doing something wrong, like say like cutting in line or something, and everyone stays quiet about it, it's like, hey, motherfucker, get to the back.
Yeah, unless it's harming your life, liberty, or pursuit of happiness, you are not a victim.
Barbecuing in your front yard is wrong. You shouldn't do that. All right. Especially if like your community committee has decided that's not right. So it's wrong. You shouldn't do that, right? So they're in their right to protest, right?
Unless you got enough to share with everyone.
Well, that's why you barbecue in the front yard.
You do it on purpose.
Everyone can come see you.
Yeah, as soon as they say, like, you can't do that. Yes, I can. Watch me.
Most barbecues don't even catch the grease anyway. They're flawed design, if you ask me.
What if somebody told you that you can't cut in line at the store? Would you do it?
Why would I cut in line?
Yeah, then I'll have to figure out a way to do it.
Someone told you not to do it.
Yep.
Yeah, but why would I do that?
Because someone told you not to do it.
Well, here, don't go to space. Don't even imagine. Don't even imagine going to space. Don't pretend you can see the Earth from space. Don't have any overview effect. Just walk around all day worried that there might be somebody cutting in line somewhere. That's your life now.
No, not somewhere. Just if I see it in front of me, I'll say something. Hey, buddy, we're all standing in a fucking line. We're all standing in line.
The government's been telling us the government's been telling us for 20 years. If you see something, say something. Good.
No, not like that.
I see no curvature of the Earth. There's no curvature. There's no rotation.
What if I have a wristband? Can I cut in line?
If you're maybe at an amusement park or something, sure.
No, what if I have a wristband that says this person is allowed to cut in line?
Well, then I guess you get to cut in line because you probably paid for it or something. I don't know.
No, I just made a wristband that says I'm allowed to cut in line.
No, then fuck you, man. Get to the back.
But I have a wristband that says I'm allowed to.
Yeah, but you made the wristband. I don't give a fuck. Your actions are affecting everybody else negatively.
Yeah, they're getting me through the line quicker, so I don't have to aggravate everybody in line. They're getting me through it faster.
No, you're aggravating everyone. What if there's 10 people like you that's like, oh, well, I go out a bracelet?
Then I started a trend.
Okay, all right. Then you started a trend. There you go.
Is globe Earth a trend?
No, but you could maybe make the argument that it's trending. No, I don't think it's a trend.
Yeah, I think it's just going to fade away.
It's not like being emo or trans or anything.
It's going to fade away until like people have forgotten about that. They'll say, "Remember that? Wasn't there a time when people thought we lived on a spinning ball inside a vacuum chamber? The dumbest thing we've ever heard in our life." Say, yeah, people actually think you stick to a ball that's spinning around in a vacuum chamber. Crazy people.
Too bad, like 99% of the planet thinks that you're the ones who are crazy. Huh.
How do you know you're on a planet?
Yeah, and why am I the crazy person? Explain how that works.
Because like 0.02% of the population believes that.
No, I'm not talking about your belief systems. Like you guys believe in Bigfoot and unicorns. I don't. Does that make me crazy? Because I don't believe in Bigfoot and unicorns like you?
It's not a belief system, it's statistics. You can look it up. You're the only person on Earth who thinks it's
not
flat.
Statistics.
Yes, it is.
62.1% of statistics are made up.
I know that flat earthers don't like numbers, statistics, and math. I'm sorry.
Well, if you want to get into statistics, the chances are we have how many types of horned creatures on this planet? Lots. We have
no unicorns though.
Yeah, but we have how many horse-type creatures on this planet?
I don't know.
A lot. We have how many horned-type horse creatures do we have on this planet? A lot.
You're not on a planet. Just keep telling yourself that.
Yeah,
no, I don't mean planet away.
See, your issue you've got, guys, is you can talk about all this stuff and how the majority of the population believes in a Baltard. Well, they can believe in it all they like. There's still no measured curvature. Drop over distance. Has anyone got any?
I think to give this guy his proper chance, we got to ask him the most important question. Do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the Earth and detected curvature? What was the method of how they did that? Come on, we're all ears.
I already talked to you guys about this subject.
99% of the world knows that it's a ball, so they must know how it was measured. 99% of the world.
Already had this discussion multiple times. It's getting boring.
What was the conclusion? What was the conclusion?
He didn't have an answer.
You guys are all crazy.
We're the crazy ones. Mm-hmm. I don't understand how that works.
Absolutely crazy.
So we're crazy because we can't measure any curvature when we're told we live on a ball.
So for example,
craziness is we being told we're on a ball, but yet we're not finding any measurable curvature, and we're the crazy ones.
Okay, so if I apply that same standard to you, watch how everything suddenly flips, and then you start backtracking what you're saying. So you're saying we can't see any measured curve, therefore there's no curvature, correct?
No, not that we can't see any measured curve. We don't measure any curve.
Okay, so your claim is that the Earth is all contained by a container, correct? Because we have gas pressure.
Well, we have gas pressure, and space is fake. So how do you like that?
So what's containing the gas pressure then?
A container.
Okay, where's the container? Please provide the
evidence. I don't know.
Oh,
gas pressure is the evidence.
And now that you don't know, then suddenly when you don't have evidence, you'll believe something anyway, even though you don't provide any evidence for it.
No, I can go and do this in my lab. I can go and do this in my lab. I can prove you need a container.
I don't care what you can do in your lab. Show me the container. Show me the physical container containing the gas. You can't do that because you have no
gas
evidence.
Pressure.
Show me the curvature.
Okay, so you can't show me the container.
You can't show me curvature.
So check it out. If I give you a steak,
let's assume that I can't show you the curvature.
If I give you a beef steak, are you going to assume it came from a zebra?
It's not the same thing.
That is deductively, it's the same thing. Like, I haven't seen your mom. Does that mean you're not human?
Yeah, but we know that all humans come from moms, correct?
And we know that all gas pressure requires a container.
No, not all gas pressures can.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
Okay, where's the container then?
Gotcha, bitch.
Show me the evidence then. Show me the container. You can't do that. Walk, walk, walk.
Don't need to.
Space is fake.
Your whole fucking religion falls apart. Your whole cult.
No, it's not a religion. And space is fake.
Like what?
Yeah. If I give you a steak, do you think it came from a zebra, or do you think it came from a cow?
Okay, so I can say the same thing about the curvature. If things disappear beyond the horizon, what is it? It's not flat. It's a curve. There you go.
No, we grab a zoom lens. We grab a zoom lens, and then the curve disappears.
Same logic, applying it for
You'd
your
have
stuff.
to show
No, we grab a zoom lens. Yeah, we grab a zoom lens, and then we zoom in.
No, he'd have to show that that is the only necessary condition to create that effect.
What? You're the ones that are saying that you need a physical container, not me. Fucking ridiculous. Yeah, so the burden of proof is on you. You have to show me the physical container.
No, we don't have to show you the physical container.
Oh, you don't have to, but you can't show it, so that means it doesn't exist.
We don't have to show it.
So
we can prove that you need containment. You can prove to yourself you need containment for gas pressure.
Nope.
If you're breathing, then yeah.
Nope.
You are contained. I don't have to show you the physical container. I just have to show you that there's pressure in it.
Of course you don't have to show me, but then you can't prove that it exists. So
well,
so by your standards, you can't even prove that you exist because you can't show the material that was necessary for producing you.
That is so lame.
By his standards,
that's such a lame argument.
The steak you're eating came from a cow, even though it says cow steak. And
or the hive.
So you're just going to believe? So if I take chicken breast and I write cow beef on it and you eat it, that means it's a steak?
Or the hive that the honey came from, or the peel that the banana came out of, or the eggshell that the egg came from, right? These are all necessary conditions, right? The necessary conditionals. To have one thing, you need this other thing by necessity.
Okay, so where is it? By necessity,
I don't need to be able to show you in order to understand that it exists.
Okay, so the curvature exists too.
You can't have steaks anymore. You can't eat bananas because you don't. If you see a banana out of its peel, you're not sure if it's a banana anymore. So you have a mental problem. You're like the 99% of the mentally challenged people.
You mean you're part of the 0.02% of the mentally ill people that believe the Earth is flat? Yeah.
Why are you gay?
Luckily, asking this with the cow thing. Hey, buddy, if I'm eating a steak dinner at a restaurant, do I need to know what color the fur is of the cow to know that I'm eating a cow?
If I give you a purple substance in your plate...
Oh, wait, answer the question. Come on, dude.
Yeah, I am answering your question, because the question...
It's a yes or no question. It's a closed-ended question, dude. You're not answering the question.
You're assuming it's a steak without even asserting it. It could be chicken breast. It could be anything. The fact that you're saying it's cow beef.
Right, so this might not be gas pressure that
we've already established it's a steak, buddy. In this thing I'm saying, I've already established it's a steak. I'm just talking about the color of the fur on the cow.
There's no point.
No, buddy. Hold on, chill, relax. We've already established in this scenario that I'm eating a steak and that it came from a cow. That we already know that it is a steak and that it came from a cow. I'm just talking about the color of the fur. And I'm just asking you, do I need to know if it had one... Do I need to know the color of the fur to know that it was a cow?
That's a very bad analogy. Let me give you a better analogy. What you're doing.
No, it's not a bad analogy. Because we don't need to know what color the cow was. Whether it was brown, white,
you don't even know if it's cow.
Or fucking a combination of all. We already know that. We've established that. Please catch up.
That by
you know, you're not listening. He told you.
No, you're not listening.
It's a steak. We know it came from a cow.
Okay, so I tell you it's a curve.
He stated that clearly.
I established it's a curve.
So if you fucking shut up and listen, we don't need to know what color the cow is.
I established
in order.
I don't need to know.
So how have you done this?
Just like you established it's steak. Same thing.
Wait. What about where the cow was raised? Do I need to know what pasture? But do I need to know what pasture the cow was raised in to know it was a cow?
Again, that's a stupid analogy, and I can explain why. You're not asking whether or not.
It's a stupid analogy. I'll show you where to fix this. It's a stupid analogy because he knows he's just had his ass handed to him, and all he's doing is just running you lot round and round in fucking circles.
I'm Michael Jordan. Stop it. Get some help.
That's just funny.
Yeah, he needs help. He needs help. Give him some help.
So out of all that, what we just listened to in the last 10, 15 minutes, has he put forward any proofs of any way, shape and or form?
Hell no.
Exactly.
You've just been erased.
So what other non-globe proofs have you got?
Don't forget to breathe, Ham. It's okay.
What?
Who?
Did you guys having a party or what?
Well,
without me?
Ham went. I don't know. He went ham.
He got cooked.
We're enjoying a peaceful steak dinner together.
What was his bestest evidence of the globe?
Bestest?
We're still waiting for it.
What does bestest mean?
Yeah, the bestest.
Bestest? Isn't it just
better
best?
than betterer?
Yeah, more gooder. How about that? What's your evidence of globe, dude?
I already provided it.
Yeah, really? So something I didn't hear? That's great.
Yeah. I didn't wait for you to be here to explain.
His proof of a globe is that 0.002% of the population are spastic because they believe that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, 99%.
That's what he said?
Is spastic, but you're the smart ones, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but what, dude? It's about understanding, what reality is by being able to investigate claims.
Not being part of a cult and listening to what you're being told because you have no idea what you're talking about.
Really? What makes us a cult?
Really? Well, the fact that you don't know anything what you're talking, you don't investigate it yourselves. You just listen to what your priests tell you.
Really? And what's the basis? What's the basis for that outrageous claim?
Well, I debated multiple people here on this channel, and they have no idea what they're talking about. They just
yeah. What? Okay, let's hear the critique. Let's hear the critique. Let me hear the critique. Go and give it to me.
They regurgitate talking points that they hear from their priests, and they keep repeating.
Like what? Like what? If that's a charge against somebody, tell me the exact charge. I want to hear it from you. Tell me the critique. What did they say that was so bad?
Well, I'm not saying that what they said is bad. I'm just saying that what they said is stupid. Like, for example...
Okay, like what?
For example, claiming that there's a physical container to the Earth and yet not providing any evidence whatsoever for that said container. That would be one of them.
Okay, well, that container argument exists only because there's a dichotomy between a high vast pressure differential at where there's said to be space it's supposed to begin, which is at the Kármán line. So that pressure argument only exists the way it does for the container to even be a factor because of the fact that people think that space is a super low pressure vacuum. So now, if that is the case, then I want you to provide evidence that they've measured pressure up in those regions where they said the Kármán line is, which is about 62 miles above the Earth's surface. Now I want you to be able to detail to me how that's possible that they measured air pressure up there to get the high vast pressure differential, which you would need to have in order for space to be a vacuum. Now, can you provide that, sir?
Are you asking for the evidence for what? For the existence of a vacuum?
The air pressure to be that low for the vacuum to exist the way they say it does, for the Earth to be a globe. Now, if you think that's true, I want the evidence.
You don't think there's a gas containment? You don't?
No,
think
I don't. No. That container argument is secondary to this primary argument. So the foundation would be you have to provide the evidence that the air pressure is said to be what they claim that it is in those regions where the Kármán line is, where they said once you cross this boundary. Yeah. Listen to me, dude. You have the idea that you think it's been measured. Now, what I need is the sufficient evidence that it has been. Now, that's your job to provide the sufficient evidence that it has been.
Your claim is that we don't know the air pressure in any given distance. Is that the claim?
No. The claim is beyond. No, listen to me carefully. The claim is where they said that the Kármán line is. So you can go anywhere. I'll give you this. Go anywhere above the. I'm going to speak to you colloquially so you understand what I'm talking about. So go anywhere from the mesosphere on up. Any altitude where the mesosphere is on up, I need you to present the air pressure argument measured from that mesosphere on all the way to the thermosphere, exosphere, and so on. So I need you to tell me how they measured any air pressure where the Kármán line is 62 miles above the Earth's surface, so that we can have the vast pressure differential that needs to be there for the container argument to be there. Because that's secondary. Primary is you have to demonstrate that the air pressure is measured. It is secondary.
We all established.
No, it's not established. No, it's not established, sir. It's not established. Then show me the measurement that air pressure is measured in the thermosphere, where that's the Kármán line, where it's supposed to be. Go ahead.
You can literally look it up easily. There are
no, I don't. It's not my job. It's not my. Your claim is there's a vacuum of space, right? Vacuum of space. Here's the thing: you can bow out of the argument. Yeah, you can bow out. It's fine for me because it's still what I'm going to do is declare victory because there's nobody that's going to demonstrate to me that air pressure is measured in the thermosphere where they say the Kármán line is supposed to be residing in. And so I have a victory easily when you bow out of it. So you can easily say, I'm not going to do it. That's fine. Don't do it. So I can demonstrate to everybody else that no one can. Got it?
Mm-hmm.
So essentially space is fake and you can't prove its existence of it being a vacuum. So I don't have to talk about a container because you can't provide the air pressure measurement, which is foundational to the secondary conversation of there being a container. So go ahead and try to provide evidence that it's been measured. Try it.
There are literally barometers that show you the fucking gas pressure in every given distance.
Yeah. Show.
And if you
you're saying words, I want you to.
And if you don't think that they are, and if you don't think that there's a gas gradient and that the pressure is a gradient and that it changes the closer you get to the atmosphere, then you're also disputing the flat Earth claims that the gas.
Yeah, you're multiplying your words, sir. You're multiplying your words, but we have nothing to show that the air pressure is measured at the Kármán line where they say space begins. That's the low Earth orbit where they need to have the low pressure values that they claim exist there in order for there to be the vacuum of space. I need you to demonstrate that's the case, and then we can begin. If you demonstrate it to be true, then guess what? We start with the container argument. But if you don't demonstrate that to be true, I don't have to present any container argument because you didn't present any values that were measured with a super low pressure to be a vacuum. Therefore, space is fake.
Mm-hmm. So now you're just your own flat Earth priests.
No, I'm declaring victory over you until you provide evidence. I win.
You're just
How about that?
A very well-known fact that the Earth is that the Earth has an atmosphere and that the gas pressure changes. The further you go up
lots of words are coming from you, but I want to see.
Common sense.
I want to see. Okay, so show me. Yeah, show me in the text. Show me in the text where anything cited by any academic sources or any meteorological sources.
Academic sources don't know the pressure in space and the pressure on Earth in the atmosphere. Is that your claim?
Yeah, I want you to show that where I said, listen to the words carefully, mesosphere and above. I want you to show air pressure values that have been measured in situ. That means localized, right? So localized right in those regions. I want air pressure values measured because if space is a vacuum, I want to see a demonstration of that. No demonstration, no space. You don't got space if you don't have the vacuum.
You literally see astronauts floating in space when they're showing.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for reifying an idea and not providing any evidence. So show the evidence. I need to see that evidence in text. Otherwise, it's victory for me.
No, not really. You're just saying very trivial things.
You goddamn right it's really. You goddamn right it's really. And I'm going to dance on this all day long until you provide in the text to show that there is a vacuum right at the thermosphere. Like I told you, where they said the Kármán line resides.
Yep.
If you don't have that, I don't even have to entertain the container argument because you can't provide the evidence that space is a vacuum.
Measured and shown. You can literally look it up. It's all measured and shown.
Post it for me so I can check your stuff out. Yeah, post it.
You say it's all measured and shit.
No, seriously, post it. If you have what it takes to show.
Okay, show me the container first, and then I'll show you.
No, we're not talking about a container. Dude, I already said it's secondary to this. The claim is it's a vacuum. Show me the fucking vacuum. I want to show, but any way possible, right? Any resource that you got, show it to me in the text. Otherwise, we don't even get to the container argument. It stays
the fact that you don't know that
far away, packed away.
This is well established, like years.
Really?
Ago.
Really? Okay. Okay, genius. All right, then show it to me in the text. Let's see. You say you got a winning hand. I want you to put your cards on the table. Let me see that winning hand. Let me see that full house. Let me see it. What do you got?
Well
what you got, man?
Already. There's no need to go.
Yeah. No, I don't need you to tell me it's well established. I don't need you to say it's well established.
Provide you evidence that the oceans exist, that they were made out of water.
Dude, no, you can't provide this evidence, and that's why you're stalling. This is called filibuster. What you're doing right now is filibuster. You're only stalling for time because you don't have the evidence, do you? That's what I fucking thought. Woo! You ain't got it. No one does.
Do you have
Space is fucking fake, dude. It's fucking fake. No, I don't even have to talk about it because space is fake, and you can't provide evidence the air pressure is measured to be a vacuum.
Fake, then what are they showing? And what are they showing on the pictures of the satellites?
Dude, that isn't my argument. I don't have to explain shit to you.
Space is fake. So what are they showing?
Yeah. Hey, it's not up to me. I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not gonna tell you, dude. I don't need to tell you anything more. I don't need to tell you anything more except for you don't have evidence that there's a vacuum up there that you think exists. Well, no evidence of it.
I saw Julia Roberts floating in space.
Yeah, that's great, but we're still not talking about how he's demonstrating that there's a vacuum up there, and that's his job. And if somebody else wants to chime in and help him, go ahead. Anybody else want to pile in and help this guy? Maybe you can phone a friend. Because it ain't happening today, bud.
Vacuum of space is kind of retarded. I don't know.
Yeah, well, really. So then you're just going to toss away your whole cosmology then?
After all of these years of like research and space travel that we did.
Yada, 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 etc., etc. Now get to the evidence, bro.
You're still trying to dispute it as if no one's been there.
Okay.
Years of someone else's story. I think he doesn't get it.
Remember the word filibuster? That's what you're doing. Just give up the ghost already so everybody can see your spirit leave your body, and that way we know that you absolutely do not have the evidence to back up the claim that space is a vacuum. And we don't even have to talk about containers anymore. We can do away with that whole argument. We can pack it away and store it in the attic. Probably can collect dust. Isn't that fun? We don't even have to talk about containers because space is fucking fake.
Okay, then you're gonna have to explain all the footage from space and how.
No, I don't have to explain shit. You don't bring any evidence. Nothing gets talked about.
Well,
all
if live
we
footage
need
isn't
from you,
evidence,
sir,
then
is
I
the
don't know
evidence.
what you're looking for. If live
Yeah, live footage, right. We're not there. Here's your fishing pole. Here's your and
Okay,
you're
so I'll
fishing.
give you- I'll
Hopefully
give you- I'll
somebody's
give
gonna
you
bite.
I'll
Hopefully
give you
somebody's
the
gonna bite.
evidence. I'll give you the evidence. Here you go. This is live
Yeah,
footage
go
from
for it.
space. Now you tell me
Yeah.
why it's fake.
So showing me that video, does it show air pressure values, sir?
No. But you said it's fake.
No.
Where are
Yeah.
these satellites?
Yeah,
So where
because
are
they're
these
telling.
satellites currently located? What are they looking
Fuck,
at?
why do you want me to explain shit to you? Why do you want me to explain
asked
it
for
to you?
evidence. Now I'm providing you with evidence, and yet you're still.
Listen to me carefully. See, you have a hard time listening. I want evidence of the vacuum of space, which means that there needs to be measurements of the air pressure that's read at those regions. We're at the Kármán line. Now, if you don't have that, then you don't have your vacuum of space, which you think
It's been a
exists,
while
where
since
these
I've been
guys
to
are
space.
floating around in. Dude, it's a solid argument that you have no rebuttal to. That's at least something you can appreciate.
You know the gas pressure goes down. We know it's a gradient. It's been measured multiple times.
So show me how they measured it then. Come on.
Barometers.
What's taking you so many barometers? Yeah, really? Post it. Let's see in the mesosphere what they measured, and onto the thermosphere, and onto the exosphere. Let's see the air pressure measurements all the way up. Let's see it. Come on.
Where the instrument will melt, you mean?
Come on, dude. Like, I mean, you say you got a winning hand. You still withholding that from me? Now you're not Mr. Big Shot anymore, are you? Got egg all over your face? Isn't this fun? ChatGPT won't help you. Phoning a friend won't help you. Trying to frantically search Google won't help you. It's not there, dude. I'm telling you. Took all of the wind out of his sails, for sure. Nothing left but the crying, man. Well, is that it? Wanted me to explain videos and wanted me to explain live footage. And dude, I mean, the desperate reach of these guys. Anyways, how's everybody doing? Sounded like Britnet was in here earlier.
All right, thanks, mate.
Did he bring an awesome Glober except for Mez? Mez is tired and busted, dude. Like, I mean,
He brought the guy Kennedy, but he never mic'd up.
I was gonna listen, but I didn't. I was busy at work. Like, did he? He didn't say anything.
No, he never mic'd up.
Oh, that guy's not talking anymore. He's got a mic, but it's not he's not muted or anything. Maybe he's at a loss for words. Maybe he wants to go and ask somebody what the live footage of what he's seeing means. He's gonna probably ask one of you guys, "Tell me what this means. What does this live footage mean?" You see all these astronauts flying around.
Yeah, and you can't explain it.
Yeah, because I don't need to.
Live footage.
Really,
ridiculous.
Really, videos are reality now.
Yeah, if you can track the satellites down and see them for yourself.
How many people did they take to space to film the movie Gravity?
Hilarious, dude. Never heard that one before.
What's so funny about it? Isn't it cheaper to go there than to actually fake it?
You know that it's actually retarded to say something like that because you know that that you could see the satellites.
That's all you've got. Calling people retarded because he just hammered you.
Yeah, because you're saying something about a movie as if it has any relevance to the conversation.
What's the difference between what you see on the
showing
screen?
From space is a movie.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
you're talking over. That's not going to fucking help. Got to warn you. What's the difference between you staring at your computer screen and watching the movie Gravity and you staring at your computer screen and watching ISS? Both of them are on your screen. So what's the difference between the two of them? How do you differentiate between one or the other?
The fact that you can't differentiate between a video and live footage is kind of
excellent. So how do you know it's real?
A video? Yeah, you don't know what's real.
Your claim is it's real. Your claim is the ISS stuff is real.
And that's live footage.
How do you know?
Yes. Because we can literally see the satellites, and we know because we send them up to outer space.
So you can literally see the satellites.
Yes.
The same one that's underwater.
You can see Elon Musk, the satellite he builds for people to have.
Did you see the Tesla?
Literally track it. Yeah, you can literally. Yeah,
you're a fuckwit. Get off.
It's called Skylink. And you're so fucking retarded. You don't even know. You can literally take your telescope, look up to the sky, and see it, and you know exactly.
You own a telescope?
Skylink. It's Starlink, not Skylink.
Yeah, that's true. It is Starlink. My bad. But still, you can literally look up to the sky and see it, and you know where it's traveling, what distance, what location. You can literally track it down.
Cool story, bro.
If it was a movie, you couldn't be able to do that. Understand the difference.
So far, you guys have been telling me this for 10 years. I can watch things go across the sky, and I've not seen anything yet besides maybe a twinkle of something one time in, I don't know, last 8 years.
So you're saying satellites don't exist now? Is that the claim?
Prove it.
No, that's not the claim. That's your straw man.
He just literally said that. What do you mean straw man? He just said satellites don't exist.
Okay, I'm going to spell it out to you because you're fucking stupid and you don't like listening.
Well, you're fucking stupid and you're kangaroo and you're fucking Australian.
Shut your pile. Right. I don't disagree that there is mechanical devices flying above our heads. Okay? I don't know if you understand that or not. I do not disagree that there's mechanical devices flying above our heads. What I do disagree with is the claimant of you lot saying that they are in the vacuum environment of space. Now, if you want to claim satellites are up in this vacuous environment of space, you can go back with your conversation with Alpha and prove that it's been fucking tested.
It's actually worse than that. This is a reversal of the burden of proof. He's claiming the positive. So what we need is a ball Earth and a vacuum and a gravity all validated before any of the other stuff. That's what we need.
Yeah. I'll provide that when you can provide evidence for how the night and day.
So you don't have any evidence for the ball Earth that you think you
live. A normal mic that you have to shout in your mic like a fucking freak.
You don't understand that you need evidence for the claims that you're.
Can you show me on your fucking model how?
Your claims. What I need is you to prove your claims. You've made a bunch of claims. Now I need the evidence. Go ahead.
You need to fix your mic first. That's the first thing.
Friend, just go ahead and provide the evidence. Go ahead.
Provide evidence for what? This is what you do every single time when you have an argument.
For all the claims that you just made. You made the claims, and now you need to provide the evidence for the claims that you made. It's not that difficult.
Every single time you get caught in semantics on
Okay, so it's not semantics. Semantics, words and their meaning. Yeah, words have meanings. Congratulations. Welcome to the party. So what we need is the evidence for the claims that you made.
Then you get bogged down in stupid things like measuring.
So you still don't want to actually give the evidence for the claims that you made. You just Starlink, all right? So give me the measurements of the Earth and the curvature, how they got those, and then we'll go from there. And then we'll go to the gravity bit, all right? We got to do this in steps, right? So let's go with the measurements of Earth curve. Where are those at? And then we'll just go from there. Go for it.
You know what? I agree. Let's do this in steps. That's a very good idea. Before we get to gravity and stuff like that.
Anyways, like I said, curvature measurements of the Earth. That's all we need. Then we'll go from there.
Okay, so before curvature, let's talk about
Before we do anything, you made a claim about Starlink, right? Curvature of the ball that you think you live on, because otherwise there's no orbital around something that doesn't exist, right? Whatever happens in the sky, we ain't got to worry about, because this is a flat Earth server. You're a globe believer. You think somehow if you affirm the consequent with a satellite, all of a sudden you live on a ball. When it turns out you need the ball first. So just give me the measurements of the ball, how they were acquired, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, let's go from there. So first, you have to provide evidence for why you think the Earth.
So you're not going to actually provide any evidence for the ball Earth that you think you live on. No measurements of curvature. You're going to always kind of reverse the burden, which I've already proved. You're going to talk about me and the claims that I made. Well, I didn't talk about satellites, friend. You did. So if we want to talk about satellites, we're going to have a ball first. So measurements of ball. Go ahead.
I don't even need to show you curvature to prove it's fucking.
Okay, so he's just going to not show us curvature, even though, you know, a ball would require measurements of curvature. So he doesn't even have to do that. Okay, let's see where he goes. Ball. Let's see if he affirms the consequent or begs the question. Let's see.
Are you practicing your narration skills? Like you're talking in front of a huge stadium or something? It's just me and you here. No one else is listening.
Actually, there's a bunch of people here that are waiting for your measurements.
Like 2 people on Discord.
YouTube
maybe.
streams, a Rumble and a Twitch and a Twitter, I think.
Yeah, so there's a lot of people. Like I'm addressing many people, pointing out that you don't have measurements of the ball you think you live on, pointing out that you are going to go ahead and affirm the consequent with satellites, right? So I'm orating. I'm practicing. I'm letting everybody know that you're a fucktard.
Mm-hmm. I don't even need curvature to prove you the Earth is round, but you're not going to listen.
Great. What are you going to use instead? What are you going to do instead?
So
isn't that like the one requirement for the Earth to be round?
So yes. it's not required. I can do it without even.
Right.
Okay. Great. Night and day. So we have another point form logical fallacy. If the Earth is a ball, we'll have night and day. Oh, we have night and day, and therefore the Earth's a ball. So you've failed again. You've affirmed the consequent. You want to try again?
So show me how night and day works on your flat Earth. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't claim anything about how night and day works, but you're going to affirm the consequent with it and say that you live on a ball. So why are you asking me about claims that I didn't make?
Well, because you're going to have to explain how seasons and stuff.
No, see, you don't understand. I don't have to explain anything. I'm not making claims about things, so no explanation is required. See, this is another burden of proof reversal fallacy. If you think that night and day happens because the Earth is turning, well, then we would need evidence of motion. So what I would need is a measurement of the motion of the Earth. Do you have that?
So you said you're not saying any claims, but you're claiming.
No, sorry, no claims about what happens with night and day cycles. Yeah, that's right. So far you've made a claim about satellites. Have it back to them. You know, you're going to affirm the consequent, say you live on a ball. No measurements of that. Now we're on to the next thing. Maybe you still think that this non-existent ball is rotating. So what I need is measurements of rotation. Do you have that?
So are you going to provide the evidence for night and day?
So there you go. So the last thing that he could possibly do, his escape hatch for this entire conversation is to reverse the burden of proof about something that I didn't make a claim about, like night and day cycles. So I think this is a big old fat L for you, Mike. You have lost today. You've been exposed. Everyone's laughing at you, even the folks online, and there's a few Globers. They're laughing their asses off too, going, oh man, rookie move. Don't reverse the burden. At least come up with some bullshit. But you haven't even found a way to come up with bullshit yet. What kind of stock of bullshit you got?
Mm-hmm. All the 10 people on YouTube are watching.
Okay, so the 10 people are laughing at you. I mean, that's 10 people. That's not nobody. 10 people are laughing at you. But you're okay with that, right?
No, I'm not okay with you not explaining your...
Okay, so nothing needs to be explained. I didn't make any claims yet, my friend. Now, you claimed Ball Earth, satellites, day and night. I need the explanations for those things, but I also need demonstrations with the explanations, because you could just make some shit up, but you have to back it up. So what we need is demonstration for the claims that you... Do you have any of those?
So you're claiming Earth is flat. I need demonstration.
No worries. Demonstration. You can do this yourself. Go out and measure it, right? I can't do this for you. You mentioned earlier that, oh, we just listen to priests and nobody does anything. Well, I've got my own long-distance observations. I've checked for the curve. So you were incorrect again. It's just a straw man. It's just poisoning the well, which is most of what you guys do anyways. So I've measured the Earth. You're going to need to go measure the Earth and see if it's flat, if everything is measured according to a horizontal plane called sea level, like, you know, the topographers do and the map makers do, right? You're going to need to do that yourself. The demonstration is the Earth itself. Don't ask me for a demonstration of flatness. The Earth will do that for you. Are you ready to do it?
I already did it, and I found that it's round.
Okay, so can you show me what you did?
I have an update for you. It's 41. It's 41 people live just on the YouTube channels.
Oh no, 41 retards watching me. What am I gonna do?
Yep, 41 people. It's even worse that retards are laughing. They even think that you are more retarded than them, right?
Yeah, the retards who think the Earth is flat. Yeah, that's real.
Exactly. The retards even think you're retarded. That's pretty bad,
yeah,
right?
Retards who think Earth is flat or left. Oh no, please don't.
Right. So this is what you've ended up doing. You've decided to not tell me about the thing that you did to check for the curvature. Can you just go ahead and give me the measurements that you took? Can you do that real quick?
Yeah, sure. So when you're looking at some object...
No. Friend, get me the data and what you did. Not when you are looking. This is not me, this is you. Tell me, when I went to wherever, I saw this, and then I affirmed the consequent with it. Go ahead and tell me about that, but I would like data. That's better.
Okay, so show me your data first. Go ahead.
What data would you like?
I want to see all your experiments, articles written with peer reviews. Go ahead.
Whoa, wait a second. Measurements don't need peer review.
You don't peer review a carpenter, you retard. He measures and cuts.
Yeah. So this is not science. There's no experiments. I said measurements. Certainly you know the difference between math and science, right?
Okay, so show me the measurements that you did. Tell me where you made them.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay. So I'll get you a really good one here. You ready?
I want one that you did yourself. Mm-hmm.
Okay, no problem.
Why? Because you're out there doing them yourself.
It's a long distance observation. You want to see it?
No. I want to see that you did, and I want you to prove me that you did it with your equipment.
I know.
Go ahead. You did.
No worries. It's from my cell phone. Is it okay? Can you relax?
How do I know it's from your cell phone?
Oh well, if you don't buy what I'm going to, then
yeah,
you must need to do it yourself.
Okay. You're not going to buy everything I do.
No worries. That's why I said you go out and right. See, if you're not going to accept it from me, although you do accept the things that you see on TV, as seen on TV, right? Those are the things that you accept. But all of a sudden, because I want to show you a photograph, no good. That's why I insisted that you go measure the Earth yourself. That's why I started this out with that. Because, just some guy on the internet's not going to help you. So you need to do this yourself, right?
So you're not going to provide any evidence.
Okay, so you don't accept the evidence that thing. And then you're like, how do I know? How do I know? No worries. You go do it. So if we're done here, if this is all you're going to do, poison the well, right? Just go measure the Earth and tell us what you come up with, and come back. It'd be fine.
Yeah, that's what I did, and I found it is round.
Okay. So what did you find? How did you do it? Did you affirm the consequent? Let's see. What'd you do?
Yeah, we can see the different phenomena, all the observations, and we can conclude that it's round.
Give me one. Don't just be vague and ambiguous about it. Tell me what you did.
Night and day, seasons, the star constellations, everything.
Oh, so everything is just affirming the consequent. So you affirm the consequent with all of these things.
No, we look at different observations, we do measurements, and then we conclude. We don't.
What measurements? Where's the measurements? I asked you for those earlier. Where are they at?
See, this is where you're poisoning the well. You're asking for every measurement that has been done in science.
No, we're asking for the one that you made the claim of. You made the claim. You back it.
I didn't conduct the
So he didn't conduct these, right? He just got done saying, I didn't conduct this. What I did is I let other people who I think measured things, and then I used their evidence to go ahead and affirm the consequent. Isn't that about right, Superham?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Now, if you can.
Okay. So no worries. So Ham's evidence, Superham's evidence of the Earth being a ball is nothing more than an affirming the consequent formological fallacy. You heard it here first, folks. So, anyways, I'm going to jump on mute. Anybody else want to knock this doll around, they can.
All the dumb fucks fuck off, or what's up?
He's still here. I unmuted him.
We got Dazza in the chat.
It's funny this Mathicus guy thinks he's cloaked. Like, everyone knows he's a chimpanzee. He comes in here acting like, oh, I've never heard this topic before. What's going on? You know, like, you guys want to talk to me about Flat Earth?
Muted up now.
Yeah, I just want to see how long he's going to try to.
No, I'm not muted. What's your issue? What's your issue?
Dude, I get it. You're a chimpanzee.
A what?
Yeah, you're like one of the chimpanzees. You're from Gem Panda server.
I know. Yeah, I'm on that channel. I'm not.
Chimpanzee, and then we'll leave you alone.
You're not allowed to be associated to any other Discord channel besides Flat Earth. That's what he's saying.
No, if that's what you heard. Yeah, if that's what you heard, you're retarded. You're absolutely retarded if that's what you heard.
Sorry, we're not part of your cult. We have other servers.
You're completely retarded if that's what you heard.
I would like you to articulate what your issue is.
He has an issue that's dumb as
you're
fuck.
Not cloaked.
People here.
You're not cloaked.
Yeah,
you're not cloaked.
I'm not cloaked. I don't want to be cloaked. Yeah. I'm not cloaking.
Yeah, you thought you came in here, shields up, red alert, deflector shields and cloaking shields on. Dude, you're not cloaked.
He's not even trying to be cloaked, you fucking moron. What are you talking about? Fucking lunatic. Crazy.
We have Ham advocating for him now. Oh, he's got a friend.
No, that's Ragnar. Like, the same dude who's always spazzing out in text chat. He changes his username every so often because he thinks he's cloaked.
Oh,
what are you mad at me because I said I would want a better society than a shit one? Like, is that what you're mad about?
No, I'm not mad about it. I just think it's hilarious that you're a chimpanzee and then start talking about you advocating for a well-balanced society with people doing moral things for moral reasons.
Yeah, so gross, huh?
Because that server is basically about the dumpster fires you can get. It's like all the people who invented the internet.
Yeah, I don't agree with them. I don't agree with all the people on Gempanda's server, man.
Well, go tell them then. Make that be your stomping grounds where you want to change things. Because it sounds like to me that you fit right in.
What is going? What I'm on a different server, so all of a sudden I'm fucking public enemy number one here.
No, I said you're not cloaked. Repeat back to me what you're not.
I'm not cloaked.
Not cloaked. There we go. Anything you add, if you add one more word past that, that is your fault. You did that.
I'm supposed to be hiding the fact that I'm in multiple servers?
No, you can't hide it. You can
I'm not trying to hide it.
You can try to hide it. You're not
What
cloaked.
the fuck is going on here? What is going on here?
What's going on is Crit's our in-house detective. He is a member of every server there is, and he knows when you guys are assholes outside of here too.
X'd it out.
They call me Conspiracy Santa. I got a list. I know who's been naughty and nice. I know who's been talking straight shite on other servers. I heard you. I've heard your words come out of your mouth. And you're full of shit. You're full
What
of
were
shit.
my words? I hope you wrote them down. What are my words?
You are not cloaked.
I don't even know why I'm fucking even giving into this. Like,
You know why you're getting into it? Because you're not cloaked.
Thought you could front.
Oh, my
Hey, I'm
bad.
just a member here. What's going on, everybody? Or is everyone here like a flat earther? Like a
well,
You're
why don't
on
you
one
check?
of the biggest
Why don't you check how
Flat
long
Earth
I've been a
fans.
member? Why don't you check how long I've been a member of the Flat Earth servers?
Yeah, why
Do those not
You're not
count?
cloaked.
I've been on CB server for over a year. Does that count for nothing?
You said you've been on CD?
CB.
C.
B.
CD.
The letter right before C.
I don't really know who this guy is, Crit, but why are we roasting this guy? Give me something.
He's a gem.
Yeah, what-
He's a chimpanzee.
Give me a little context, man. What has he said or done? I don't even know this guy
Yeah.
from
Well,
Adam.
the first thing he wanted to go in here and tell everyone how, like, basically flat earther or flat earthism is damaging society, and he
I didn't say that at all.
He's really pissed that, like, you can't have a society because there's people out there with free speech that he disagrees with. While he thought he was cloaked, and he wasn't a chimpanzee.
Okay, first of all, I'm not trying to cloak. Second of all, to clarify, you were complaining about people being Karens, and I said, yeah, well, sometimes we need people to speak up because there's a bunch of people doing shit in our society, and you need that person to say, hey, like, you know, like if someone cuts in line, like, get the fuck to the back of the line. We need people to pipe up and say something.
I already have a wristband.
Yeah, see, wristband shit. I didn't say anything about flat earthers are making the society worse. You're being disingenuous, my man.
Meanwhile, he's a chimpanzee. Some of the most dumpster fire trash content. Just straight up TMZ BuzzFeed brain rot.
I don't know a single topic I even agree with Gem Panda on.
So are you a flat earther, Matic? I don't even know you, man. So are you a flat earther?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
he's not. He's cloaked.
Yeah,
he's
sure,
trying to be cloaked.
Sure. Anti-globe for sure, but yes.
I've only heard you chime in this chat like maybe once or twice. I don't really know you like Crit does.
Jeez, I take 1 month off coming here, and all of a sudden.
No, I'm just saying, man. Like people usually have like their voices established when they're in here, kind of throwing a few jabs. But I mean, I've only heard you like maybe once or twice.
Yeah, more than that. I'm just not one of the very vocals.
Okay. Well, I go by this channel, so if I hear anything out of line here, that's what I usually use my metrics. But also, I rely on people that are outside of this place too, like Crit. So if he says he smells a rat, dude, Spidey senses start tingling. That's all I'm saying.
Sure. Go ahead and repeat anything I said or show me something I've done. Just give me something instead of just making shit up. Multiple people in here heard you make that shit up.
Yeah, you're not cloaked.
I'm not cloaking, bro. Like,
Dazza, how do GPS people calculate refraction for satellites? So, in your example, solennilian eclipses only happen due to extreme refraction that day. So that's the way they make the sun in the sky and the moon appear to be in the sky at the same time when they're really down behind the ball. That's refraction. Does GPS work on that day?
It does. Why is refraction such a problem?
I thought light was a wave.
Yeah, but why is refraction such a problem?
Oh, okay. Go ahead and tell me how they calculate for it, so they know where.
Okay, so do you know how GPS works, Red One?
People don't appear to be in Canada when they're actually in Florida.
Yeah. So do you know how GPS works? Are we measuring angles?
Talking about how it works, I want to know how the refraction is calculated.
Do we measure angles to the satellites? No.
How is the refraction calculated?
Okay, so refraction in GPS doesn't alter the angle. Oh, well, the angle is not important. The important thing in GPS is the distance. So we use trilateration. The distance is impacted by refraction because you get a bit of curve in the path. So rather than traveling in a straight line.
You have a curved radio beam path, right? Is that what you're saying? It curves?
Yeah, because of refraction.
Radio waves don't travel in a straight line, they curve?
Yeah, because of refraction. The path of the radio wave is deflected.
I give up.
This is a well-known fact. You see it in radar, you see it in all kinds of radio propagation. That
line of sight is actually curving?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's how your good old black swan works, right? And that's why the black swan looks like it does, because of the curving of the path of light. But anyway, the curve, the magnitude of the curve is not important. What is important in GPS is the distance between you and the satellite. And that's something that is.
How does it know the distance above the ground?
It doesn't care what the distance above the ground is.
Oh, that hurts your cause.
It's only the straight line distance.
How does it know where the center of Earth is in order to go around it?
That's nature, mate. That's nature.
Nature.
Yeah.
Wow.
If you drop things, they fall to the ground. If you throw things, they fall in forever.
Ball up in the air, and it goes around the world, just round and round and round.
Anyway, back to the refraction. Back to the refraction. They deal with the refraction explicitly by transmitting the GPS signal on 2 frequencies. Each frequency is impacted differently by refraction in terms of the time it takes to travel. So you know that light slows down as it goes through a medium. Different frequencies slow down at different rates. Comparing the 2 frequencies, you can calculate the amount of refraction.
Refraction they have at that point. How do they know when their signal is correct, since they have to change the timing now because of refraction, according to you?
Yeah, so you got the two signals arriving. You can use them, and so it's not just one satellite, right? You've got a good GPS fix will have 10 or more. Theoretical minimum is 5 in practical purposes, but you'll have 10, 15, and in southern Australia, where I get all of the Chinese and Japanese GPS, my phone will have 20 or 25 satellites involved in the fix.
Why do you need Chinese GPS where you live? You live in China?
No, I live in Australia.
I don't understand. That hurts my head. Why does China give you GPS? I thought they were the enemy.
They make it available. So their GNSS system, along with the European one, the Japanese one.
What if they decide to attack us? Are they going to attack you guys
turn it
first?
off. They'll turn it off. There's no doubt about that.
What? All they have to do is make you guys drive a different direction because you only know how to use a GPS, according to you.
Yeah, but GPS receivers can detect that kind of interference.
Well, you don't know where anything's at without a GPS, do you?
They work very well, right? You can measure quite precisely.
You know where anything's at without a GPS.
So did you know in the US, the geodetic guys and NOAA...
Do you know where without a GPS, you can spin me around. As long as I'm outside, I can tell you where the lake is at from where I live.
Yeah.
Erie.
That's pretty good.
Just by take me outside, spin me around, open my eyes, and I can tell you where the lake is at. How do you like that?
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. You should put that in a box, and you'll be able to sell thousands of
on my phone. And because of I always inherently know where that lake is at because it's north of me. I know how to travel without a GPS. I know how to get home because I know where the lake is at.
Cool.
Isn't that crazy? I don't need a GPS.
That's excellent. You're really doing a good job supporting the flag. Yeah, well done.
You know how to get anywhere without a GPS.
The GPS is more than navigation, right? It's about measurement as well.
Measuring what?
Geometry.
I have two separate GPS units, little tiny devices that I build and put in things or work. They both give they're off by 150 meters
from each
all
other.
The time. Sometimes they're exactly on. Most of the time they're off by 150 meters. Why is that?
Whereabouts are they?
I'm not telling you any information. Tell me why that is.
So if you've got a 150 meter error in a GPS reading, there are 2 things going on. One is you're not looking at the information that comes out of your GPS unit properly. It'll be telling you that it's got 150 meters error margin. Will you shut up and let me finish instead of just blurting out this crap?
You know what I'm doing. Oh, it is correct.
Well, you asked the question about refraction, so you clearly don't understand GPS very well. So when you get your location out of those little units...
Refraction the reason?
No, it's more likely to be multipath or poor signal conditions or poor geometry as well. So to get a reliable GPS fix, multipath is a problem. So you need to be able to detect that in your receiver. Your receiver will give you a thing called dilution of precision. So as part of the message coming out, the NMEA string that comes out, if that's what you're using, it'll come out and it'll say, here's the lat long elevation. Here's the dilution of precision horizontally and vertically, and it'll let you know whether or not your fix is good. So the unit that's 150 meters off course will be showing you a massive error margin.
I get all that data. One is 150 meters. One day it was 300 meters, and I was like, this is crazy. 300 meters difference.
Is it inside or outside?
Both.
Yeah. So you've got something going on there. GPS only gives you that level of precision you need if it's outside with a clear view of the sky.
I live on top of a mountain compared to everybody else around here. Now, if I take both GPSs with me to work, they read the same. Why?
So they work the same at work, but not at home.
Mm-hmm.
Are they outside at home? Or are they outside at work or inside at
Both.
work?
I do them at both. Where I have them set up, there's a door between me and the outside. I can just go to the outside table and turn it all on. Be on my deck with it. Or
so when they're different, what does the dilution of precision information show?
I have to go to that computer and pull it all up. I'm just asking, why is there such a huge difference? And it's never one is changing and then that one changes and the other one also does the same amount of changing. One is always 300 to 150 meters off. It's always the same one, and the other one always says the same thing. And I rely on that one to building some devices, and I need to test these things out before I implement them into an operation in the industry that I'm in.
So what sort of antenna are you using?
So because where I do work is at an airport, I know that I can use their information to verify if they're working or not. Because if no planes are crashing, they're probably right.
So what sort of antenna have they got?
I couldn't hear you. Broke up kind of for me.
So what kind of antenna do they have?
I have to look them up.
Yeah, I don't know the details. Is it a little patch antenna, or is it one of the big, high quality dome antennas like they use in surveying applications?
Oh no, it's not that.
Yeah,
that's my next endeavor, next round of R&D.
So the antenna can make a difference if there's something wrong with the antenna, or the antenna.
I have to track some shit very accurately, and we wanted to possibly move between buildings without setting up a grid outside. And this is where I'm running into issues. The buildings are all down a big line of a street. The prototype would just be 2 buildings. Let's see if this works. Something we're working on. We're trying to get rid of everybody and just use robots, if you have to know.
Yeah. Yeah, so in that kind of scenario, you can suffer from a thing that they call the urban canyon. So for GPS to get a good fix, you need good geometry. And if you've only got a narrow field of view, you don't get the right satellite, so you get a poor quality fix. There's a few workarounds that people can do, but and people have even tried...
I'm trying to figure out if there's a software fix I can do to make them be the same when I move from where I'm at up high. I'm at 1,200 meters, and the airport's at 300 meters, something like that. I forget. So that difference, travel, when I'm down by the airport, they both work fine. When I'm at my house, they don't both work fine. One seems to be just fine. The other seems to be wackadoodle.
Yeah, it's unusual.
And the wackadoodle one cost me more money. So that's why I kind of set that project aside for now, since that was one of the in-between things I work on. That's not like, go and do this. That's more like, we need to do this. What are we going to come up with? And then I'm like, well, let me put some shit together, see if this kind of works. And if it does, we'll buy the industrial version of everything. I kind of prototype shit before we actually build the major prototypes where we spend, $250,000 on it. We kind of prototype shit out first in a small seen, and then we scale that prototype up.
Yeah. So the one that's dodgy, and I assume when you say it's 150 meters out, I'm guessing it's 150 meters away from a known location. Yeah, I'd be looking at what the message is coming out and saying what is the dilution of precision. And if it's a good one, sounds like you spent a bit of money, like those, the MuBlocks devices, that they'll typically have custom output strings where it'll show you the information from every satellite, and you can get an idea as to what's going on there as well. If one of the satellites has the ranging's all over the place or something like that, you might have a dodgy antenna patch or anything.
Height that's all over the place.
Height is all over the place?
Longitude and latitude they're pretty close. They're close enough that you won't kill anybody.
You said that the elevation's all over the place?
Yep.
So it varies a lot over time, or it's just constantly out of whack?
No, it varies.
Okay.
I mean, it varies. From the time I turn it on, it'll be like stable, and then all of a sudden, I'll get 3 hours of this wacky number. I actually run Ignition at home, so I have it in my Historian. That was part of my demo to see if I could go directly from GPS into Ignition through Wi-Fi through MQTT, and I did it because nobody else does that stuff, so we needed to find different routes. And that's where I noticed all the crazy shit, because when I went back and did a query on it, I'm like, why is this so different? Because my job is to make sure our data is correct when we put stuff into production. So that kind of shit just bothers me.
So what's Ignition? I know what MQTT is, but what's Ignition?
The SCADA system, MES, or a SCADA for, industrial applications. Pull all the data in from the shop floor, but you do everything in Ignition. It's kind of like Kepware, but its tag generators in human readable format. You can actually see an Allen Bradley PLC and its tags that say Light 1. It'll say Light 1 in Ignition. It'll be exactly what they are in the PLC versus Kepware, where it'll be some address you're looking up, a memory address, and you got to say, is that memory address in hex? Do I have to do the conversion, or is it already converted and I'm just looking at a hex number? That weird shit.
Yep. Cool. Yeah, if you've got one unit that's misbehaving, I'll be looking at what's coming out of it. It'll be telling you what's going on. There's lots of information about the quality of the fix. And if it's a really good one, you'll be able to get range and phase data out of it as well, and process it yourself. So you'll be able to see why the unit is actually giving a result that's unexpected.
Maybe I'll play with it again. Come up soon. Our operations are supposed to move near me instead of me driving an hour every day. Everybody will be driving an hour towards me because we have plants all over the place. So maybe I'll have some time to set it up there and really mess with it, put it on the scoreboard and shit like that.
Yeah, you'd like a project that there's a guy in one of the other channels. He's built a GPS receiver from using a software-defined radio front end with the software on his PC. It's quite an interesting little project.
I have 3 SDRs. I don't really play with them anymore. I could get those out and play with them someday.
Yeah. What frequency range do they work in? Are they fast enough to do GPS, like the 1.5 gigahertz? Or do you need a down mixer?
I'd have to look at them. They're written on them. I don't remember. It's been like 5 years since I pulled them out of a drawer.
Yep.
I'm like, I have to have all the gadgets, even if I just program them one time, it goes in a drawer and I never do it again. And I know how to do it now.
Yeah, I've got a bit of a drawer like that too.
It's my boss or the manager of our department said to me today, that's what makes you scary. You're not afraid to do shit. I said, no, I'm not afraid to do it. I already have an idea of how it already works. So I'll just do it. I don't even tell them. I don't even tell people at work. I do things and introduce it and say, here's a new piece of software we're going to use. I developed something Ignition. I did a search today. Nobody has done this for bringing a certain piece of data directly into Ignition with no in between messing around. Just my IP address. I can pull all the data that we pay $1,500 per license for 1,500 machines, that kind of shit in the future, where we won't have to do that. I didn't even look at theirs. I just took the idea and I said, it was actually my idea that I found them in the first place last year. But it's been bothering me that, what are they doing different? And they're not. They're doing the same shit everybody else is doing. And I said, there's got to be a way to go directly from machines into just by IP only without bogging the system down. I came up with it today. And I'm so like, woohoo. I can take a break. I can pretend that this is taking me a month to work on. The breakthrough happened at around 9 a.m. this morning. I was standing in the office like I just scored a touchdown, and there's brand new interns. There's probably 200 people on that floor, and I was probably in a room of 50 off to the side in the office. In my cubicle anyway, and I had headphones on, so I was in my own world. And I looked around, I was laughing, and I just sat back down.
Yeah, it's a good feeling to come up with something like that. Do those systems have strong security features, or do you rely on the fact that they're behind a walled garden to protect them?
No, they need to be. You need to have your systems firewalled. Yeah, your IT has to know what they're doing. They have us all behind we're behind CrowdStrike, so it's like there's certain people that I have privileges to not be CrowdStrike scanned because I compile. If you're on a system that you don't have that right to not be scanned, they'll be calling you on your phone in like 10 minutes when you are all of a sudden you're getting a compiling issue. CrowdStrike is saying, warning, warning, off into IT land. First time it ever happened to me, I was ignoring them, and my boss got hold of me. He's like, they're trying to get a hold of you. I'm like, I didn't know what that phone call was. It doesn't say anything. He's like, answer it. I answered. He's like, what are you doing? I told him. He's like, holy crap. I said, listen, I told him, I'm an admin on the system. What am I doing wrong? He's like, nobody told you need a folder on your desktop, capital letters, DEV, and we've marked that to be ignored by CrowdStrike if you're admin. I'm like, no shit. That's how the other guys are getting away without throwing errors and warnings, and the police are coming after me all over the place. Oh yeah, we're behind a tight system.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass. We used to have a lot of hassles with our dev teams as well. That even just virus scanning. Not so much. We have CrowdStrike as well, but just the virus scanning. It's particularly when you had old rotating hard drives, building Java applications, creating thousands of temporary files as you go through. Everyone was being scanned, just ground to a halt. It was impossible. And then, when you create a binary at the other end, the whole thing goes gaga because you've introduced some new executable onto your system that it doesn't know about, and it gets really upset.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was creating the executable, and it was like peeing itself. What are you doing? And the guy, I don't know what their message looks like, but I'm sure it's not pleasant.
Yeah.
For them to react the way that you do. Huh? If I forget what are we listening to?
We're learning how GPS and communication systems have nothing to do with a globe by DASA and the other guy.
Yeah,
no, they don't. No, they don't.
Because they're not held up by balloons.
You say they do. I say they don't. No, demonstrate they do.
They're not held up by balloons, bro.
So what? They don't need a.
They're not held up by
and a
balloons.
globe will be impossible.
All the satellites
they only
are not
work in
held
reality.
up by balloons.
They're only work in reality.
So how are they held up in there? How are they suspended up in there?
Tell me how.
They're held up. They're suspended in there because they're outside of gravity, the gravitational pull of the Earth.
They're outside in gravity. How does that work? What is that mechanism that is in the satellite itself?
You realize that you believe in a massive conspiracy, that everybody's a liar.
No, we
There's
stopped
hundreds and hundreds of liars.
We stopped believing in the ball, dude. We stopped believing in the ball.
No, you believe that there's a massive conspiracy of hundreds of liars.
You're the one that you remember. You're the one that denies water and reality. You're the one that believes that water is attached to the outside of a spinning ball and gas pressure. You're the one that believes in the conspiracy.
What are you talking about?
You believe that water can be on the outside of a spinning ball in a vacuum. You're the one that believes in the fantasy.
No, we have an atmosphere.
That's gas pressure. You cannot have gas pressure without a container.
Yes, you can.
How? Demonstrate it. What is the mechanism that you can have gas pressure without containment when the container is what causes the pressure because the gases are pushing against the walls of its container, causing the pressure? How are you going to have the pressure if you don't have the antecedent, the cause? You're denying reality.
I'm not a physicist. Are you a physicist?
Well, that is the law. That is physics, right? And you're denying that.
Hold on. What do you do? What's your job?
Don't worry about that. I know. I do enough that I know. I do enough that I don't deny. But I don't deny reality.
I don't have a PhD in physics.
Yeah, and janitors comprehend that for gas pressure you require a container, but you're denying that.
You're not doing studies about.
You're
how
denying
it's
physics. You're denying the physics of gas pressure. You're denying the physics of water, and trying to replace it with a cartoon, which is nonsense.
Try to replace it with a cartoon.
Yeah, the cartoon globe where fake water and fake cartoons you believe in, the globe cartoon that you don't see in reality, that you believe that is happening. You believe the cartoon is happening, and you said that you can have gas pressure without a container. That you've only seen that in a cartoon.
No, I didn't say that.
No? Okay, so good. Welcome.
I don't know.
Okay, welcome.
I don't say I assume. I know what the container is. You're assuming
so
there
if
is
you
no
agree, if you agree that the container,
you know what the container is. I don't know the mechanism behind
it's an antecedent.
That's where
it's an antecedent. It's the cause of gas pressure. It's the cause of the gas pressure. We have gas pressure in reality. We have a container as an antecedent, and you don't have that on a globe. So that you welcome. So you made it.
You ask if you need to ask a cosmologist and an earth scientist.
Cosmologist and air scientist. Can you name one of those people? Can you name one of those?
Have you
tell me the name so I can ask him?
Did you go to college and learn earth science?
Earth science? What science is that? Earth science?
The study of the earth. Did you go study the earth?
What? They measure
the earth? Astronomy? Did you go study astronomy?
Astronomy is not a science.
Not earth science.
Did you go study how the earth was formed and all that?
That's not in the sky.
Bro, Earth is below your feet. Astronomy is
things in the sky. Because you think that I, as a janitor, can try to tell you and talk out of my own ass about things I don't understand.
No, don't talk with your ass. Talk with your mouth.
Then don't.
Why are you putting yourself down as a janitor?
I'm trying to say, All I'm trying to say is I didn't go to school for physics, and I'm not an expert in earth science.
It's pretty simple, bro. If you as a janitor can comprehend, it's not a big deal if you're a janitor or a mechanic or if you're picking up cans on the. Listen, if you are picking up cans on the side of the road supervised, even then you comprehend that gas pressure requires containment.
No, you don't. That's a dumbass argument.
You mean the only way you can demonstrate gas pressure, the definition of it, that's the definition of gas pressure. The force that the gases exert on the walls of its container.
You're assuming that there's not some other form of container.
I'm not assuming anything.
Containment.
That's an observation. Listen, that's a definition based on the demonstration that you can have.
So you can.
That's not me claiming anything.
You can learn about the You can learn about the atmosphere. You have to learn about the atmosphere.
We know
and how the atmosphere is the atmosphere.
Yeah,
listen, buddy. Atmosphere is a contradiction of terms. Atmosphere is a contradiction of terms because gas is gases don't have a shape, and you're attributing a shape to gases. Sphere. That's a contradiction of terms. Gases don't have a shape.
But
again, that's a dumbass argument.
You need to understand. We understand the story.
No, listen.
One sec, James. We understand what they say. We know the story. There's no demonstration or proof for that story.
Have you been to college and studied astronomy and earth science? And have you studied meteorology?
That's not science.
And the atmosphere.
We've had these people in here. We've had discussions.
Call it whatever you want.
Have studied it. They don't know.
Okay. Can you explain it to me?
They can't give the evidence for what they claim.
Yes, they do.
Like no, they don't.
They have an explanation for it all. You have to assume.
We actually have a Brandon Brandon is a meteorologist, and he joins this VC, and he's a meteorologist, and he doesn't believe in the globe. So if you're gonna say that meteorologists believe in the globe, some do, some don't.
So that depends. What type of meteorologist is he? Is he elementary?
When you're asking about the science, the shape of the Earth is not a scientific question. The shape of the Earth is what is, not a how is. Science. Listen, buddy. Science deals with cause and effect relationships based on the scientific method. You observe a phenomena, you can figure a hypothesis, and then you test the variables with experiment to determine the cause of the effect. When you are measuring the Earth to determine the shape of it, that's not science, that's geometry. Exactly, yeah. So when you're saying, we're talking about the shape of the Earth, and you're asking about the science of Earth.
The point is, you and me both are not experts on these matters. Therefore,
bro,
you and me are little peons.
You and I can observe reality and acknowledge that water is horizontal. It doesn't conform to the outside of spinning balls.
And we didn't know what germs were.
We know that for a fact.
200 years ago, we thought they were evil spirits.
200 years ago? Come on, bro. Are you that old?
You got sick. You thought it was an evil spirit. Had no idea about germs and that you should wash your hands.
I never believed
wash your hands, you would get sick.
That's like a some
viruses or bacteria or any of that.
What kind of shit is that?
So Jimsy, he's actually kind of shooting himself here because that was the scientific explanation or treatment for those types of things. So the scientists that you think you're appealing to are often very, very wrong, right?
Really?
Yeah.
So bacteria don't exist?
Is that what I said? I'm talking about the example that you gave.
Yeah, bacteria and viruses.
Okay. Yeah, so you said 200 years ago they didn't know crap about him, right?
Uh-huh. Yep.
Okay, so the scientists were ignorant.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So what has changed?
Now we know viruses and bacteria exist.
Terrific. Do you know if Earth curve exists?
Yes.
Okay, can you show me the measurement of Earth, please?
Yeah, that was done. That was fulfilled by the shadows in Egypt by the Greek guy.
No, he didn't measure any. He didn't measure any.
He measured shadows being cast at different angles, but depending on the time of day that he measured.
Right. So he actually affirmed the consequent. Right. He affirmed the consequent. He committed a fallacy.
No, he concluded that the Earth has to be spherical in order for this phenomenon to occur.
Let me just see if he affirmed the consequent. If the Earth is a ball, then I will have different length of shadows in different places. I have different length of shadows in different places. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. Does that sound about right?
I'm gonna go by.
That's what I thought.
You broke him. Yes, please, you people keep washing your hands all the time. Please keep doing that. Way you can that good bacteria that's on your hands that keeps all the bad shit away from you. You wash that off, see what happens.
You get dermatitis. But anyway.
As you were saying that, you people keep washing your hands. I thought I was hot micing because I was washing my hands and I was like, oh shit, he can hear me. He's complaining about me washing my hands. But I was muted. And your point was different. Hush, are you saying that is an example of gas pressure without a container? Go ahead. Well, go ahead, Hush. Hush, hush. I mean, well, Hush, just speak, dude. Don't text if you're not gonna speak.
Everybody's quiet.
You're not.
Well, look who's back. The janitor.
The janitor man, yes, sir.
Do you pick up cans?
If they're in the trash can, yeah.
Are you supervised while you're doing that?
Oh, I'm the supervisor.
Oh, so you supervise other people picking up the cans?
No, I supervise myself doing it.
You know, the cans, before you open the can, is the fresh, you know, like a Pepsi-Cola can or a Coca-Cola can. You know,
the cans I pick up, they're already open, so.
Yeah, but before it's open, you know, the pressure of gas inside of the can is higher than the pressure outside, right? And then when you open the can, you open the container, what happens to the gas?
What?
What happens to the gas in the can when you open the container, the can?
It escapes.
Voila!
But you're assuming
Welcome.
that our atmosphere does not have a quality of it about itself that contains the gas.
The atmos, the air, you're saying that's not the container. You're saying the air contains the air?
The what?
You're saying the atmosphere has qualities to contain the air. The atmos. The atmos, that's air. That's the gas pressure. You're saying that when you go to the tire guy, you say, "Hey, tire guy, can I get some pressure around the rims? But I don't need the tire because I got something else, like whatever. I don't need the tire
that
to
you're
get the
assuming
pressure."
that the atmosphere has rubber on it around it.
No, that's the tire guy.
Like
that's the
you're
air pressure
assuming that
around
you're assuming that the atmosphere has a can of aluminum around it.
Oh, there is a container because the atmos is air pressure, and the antecedent, the cause of the pressure, is the container.
Sure,
you need
I agree with
the
you.
container to get the pressure.
So now you need to define what this container is.
Good question, right? What is it? Well, it's the antecedent.
The what?
Is the antecedent to the gas pressure.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
You must be claiming that the sky is a vacuum if you need a container. As I say, the space is fake, so I don't need a container.
Yeah, it doesn't need to determine that container and show you the container. When you understand the laws of physics and how it works, like for example, when you understand the triangle of fire, I don't need to show you the match that ignites the fire. You understand that there is something that will start the fire. And I don't need to show you the oxygen.
Exactly. But
there is oxygen.
So
when you see fire, you understand that there is that triangle of fire, the antecedent of the fire, the elements that can give you fire. So when you see fire, you understand that there is a triangle of fire there. So there is oxygen, there is combustion, there is combustible, something that can burn.
But other gases are combustible besides oxygen.
Sorry?
There are other gases that are combustible, not just oxygen.
Yeah, gas, air, so something that you can, but you need the oxygen to complete that. So some gases that you can ignite, yeah, I understand that, but you need the oxygen too. Like, for example, that torch that you can use to weld metal. So you have that gas that is flammable, and you have another container that will help you have oxygen.
So, atmospheric pressure is essentially caused by the weight of the air above a given point, resulting from the gravitational pull on the Earth's atmosphere. This pressure is exerted by the air molecules as they collide with surfaces. The closer to the Earth's surface, the more air molecules and the greater the pressure.
Gas goes in all directions. How does it form columns?
So you're telling me that if I open the lid of a container full of gas...
Hold on, Necros. Gases go in all directions. How does it form columns above itself?
The what?
You retarded.
You're saying that the gas is forming columns, but gases go in all directions. You don't have columns of gases.
Where did I say columns? Where did I say columns?
Read it.
I didn't say columns. There wasn't the word column in there.
You're comprehending what you're reading.
That atmospheric pressure is essentially caused by the weight of the air above a given point, resulting from the gravitational pull on the Earth's atmosphere.
There is no demonstration for that.
Is exerted
that's just
by
nonsense.
the air molecules as they collide with surfaces. The closer to the Earth's surface, the more air molecules, and the greater the pressure.
Let's find the definition for gas pressure.
Well, if that was the case, then there'd be a greater pressure.
What is it made?
There'd be a greater.
What is the air made of?
One sec. If that was the case, then there would be a greater pressure measured in the downward direction than in the upward or any other direction. But that's not the case. No, that's not the case.
Yes, it is, because the further away from the Earth you get, the harder it is for you to hold on to
Pascal's principle.
For the Earth's pull. The further away from the Earth you go up, the harder it is for you to come back down.
I wasn't finished. Okay, so you're shitting on Pascal's principle, which states that at any given point within a body of fluid at rest, the pressure will be equal in all directions. Not greater downwards, not less going upwards, not less from the side, right?
Yeah, there is less going upwards. So if you go up too far, you will drift off into space unless you have some type of booster.
Are you understanding what I'm saying?
You back down.
Any given point, you take a measurement of the pressure, it will be equal in all directions.
The what?
So not greater downwards.
So how do you explain?
I don't need to explain it.
Drifting off into space.
I do not need to explain. That's your claim.
Actually, you do.
No, I don't. No, I do not.
Because you're assuming that everything is contained the way you're thinking, like a can or a tire that's made out of rubber. That's what the dude was saying.
Jemsy gave you the
definition. There's no way for it to. The rubber keeps it all in. We're not living in a rubber wheel.
Nobody ever said we were.
He did.
No, he didn't.
He said our atmosphere is like a tin can.
Right. So the definition of gas pressure, as it was explained to you, is right the force the gas exerts on the walls of the container. Right. So it needs to have gas pressure. The gas needs to exert a force upon something. Right.
And we're saying this gravity. You guys don't believe in gravity. Therefore, you have to assume there's something else holding it in place. You dismiss gravity.
Shush.
You think Einstein was a jackass dumb fuck.
Stop.
You think Einstein was a dumb
Shut
fuck?
up.
You think Newton
Shut
was a
up.
dumb fuck?
Shut up. So you're saying gas exerts a force on gravity, are you?
Do you know better than Isaac Newton?
Are you saying that gas exerts a force
Yes.
on the walls of
Better
gravity?
than Einstein?
Are you
Yes.
Are you asserting that gas exerts a force on gravity?
No, I'm saying that gravity exerts a force on gas.
Okay, can you demonstrate that?
Yes. Look outside.
Go ahead. No, that's
Yeah.
circular reasoning.
That's a fallacy. Begging the question, fallacy.
No. It's if you get in an airplane
Yes, it is.
and you go far up out and you don't try to go back down, you will drift off into space because
My
the air
goodness
gets
gracious.
lighter and lighter. The resistance gets lighter and lighter the further away from the Earth you go.
You don't know that.
Further away
You
from
don't
the
know that.
gravitational pull.
You
Yes.
do not know that.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and show the air pressure measurement where they say the Kármán line is, where space begins. Show that.
If the satellites go beyond a certain point, they fall out of the gravitational pull of the Earth.
Show that
and
the
they
air
drift off
pressure
into
for your
space.
space vacuum to exist, your space vacuum, the one you think exists, I want
I
you to
want
go
you
and
to
show
explain
everybody.
why.
Dude, I don't need to explain if you don't have the
I
information to
want you to
verify.
explain why there's not enough
I'm not going
oxygen
to
up in the
explain
outer
shit, dude. You
atmosphere.
don't look, dude. It's simple. Either
Why
you
is there
have the
not enough
information.
oxygen out in
Isaac,
the outer atmosphere then?
shut your pie hole. Isaac, shut your pie hole. Talking to you. You can
Get in
hear
your
me, right?
airplane and go up there at the top of the top of the atmosphere and open your mask and die.
All right. Nobody's going to open their mask and die because the claim is that the vacuum of space, the way you think it exists, doesn't exist because it has never been measured like the way you think it has.
Yes, we have. We have measured the amount of oxygen up in the
All right. Yes,
atmosphere.
we have. Show how the air pressure,
We've also measured the amount of heat.
where the space vacuum exists. I want you to show everybody here, demonstrate how you know it's been measured. Go ahead and show everybody how it's been measured.
So, by your logic, if the sun is 3,000 miles above us,
you don't have to keep
the
talking.
closer you get to it,
You don't have to keep
the
talking.
farther
You can
up
show
you go,
people here your space
the
vacuum
farther up
exists.
you go, the hotter it would become.
All right. You
Well,
can
that's
just
not the
now
way.
shut your big yapper, or else I'm going to do it for
Because
you.
the farther up you go,
you don't know how to shut up, do you? You really don't. Show everybody how you know the space vacuum exists. Show everybody the pressure readings that have to be super low for a vacuum to be there. Show.
you guys live in a vacuum.
Go ahead
Literally.
and show, Isaac.
On a Discord server.
Put
You
your
live
money where your mouth
live
is,
inside
and
of a.
show everybody how it's a space vacuum and it exists like the way you say it does. And then at that point where you do that, then we can talk about a container. But at this point, you don't even know if the air
Science and
pressure has been measured. You talk through people, dude, and that's your problem. I'm trying to demonstrate to you that your container argument doesn't even exist if you don't have air pressure measured where they say the space is supposed to be, which is at about the Kármán line, 62 miles above the Earth's surface. You don't have pressure to be measured there, so you don't know if it's a space vacuum.
What is a star?
You don't have to talk through everybody, Isaac. You can wait your turn, and then now I need you to show how it's a space vacuum. Show your space vacuum in the text channel of where the air pressure shows that it's super low pressure for there to be a vast pressure differential. Because if you can't present this, then why should we bring up a container argument? We don't need to present it if there's no way
What's
you
a
can
star?
present that. Say again?
What is a star?
I don't need to answer your questions. You haven't provided
Yeah, you
proof
do.
that you have a space
Because
vacuum.
the ultimate conclusion is either God put a thing of light up suspended in a crystalline structure or some type of containment thing.
Isaac,
and
prove your space vacuum.
This is what
This is your main crux of your issue. You need to prove the space vacuum in order for you to provide evidence that space exists like you think it does in your head. Prove that it exists. Show the space vacuum. I want to see the low pressure value that's measured where they think that the Kármán line is. Show that in the text channel, how they measured that.
Massive shell of water encompassing our.
I'm going to mute you until you show. It's better for you to show instead of talking. Just put it in the text chat. All right, Daza, you're up. You think you got what it takes? Go ahead and provide evidence of a space vacuum. Show that the air pressure value's been measured.
So we can already see, Alpha, that in the high altitude measurements using conventional tools, it's got so low that it's below the threshold of the ability to detect, right?
Yeah, go ahead and show. Go ahead and show that the space vacuum exists like the way you think it does. Go ahead, Daza. It's your turn because you're Mr. Satellite Man, right? So I want you to go ahead and provide the in situ measurements that it's been measured.
Okay. So you agree that we can already show that it's.
I'm not going to agree. This is presentation time for you. Presentation time means you're going to show everybody how they've measured in situ the pressure values for air to be measured with such a low pressure.
Yeah, well, they're probably not measuring air up there. So you already know that we can measure way below what you can measure with a differential pressure
Okay, so
gauge,
we don't have the high vast pressure differential then, do we?
Sorry, what's the question?
We do not have the high pressure differential that needs to be there in order for the container argument to continue. Because you can't produce the fact that space is a vacuum like everybody believes it to be.
So traditional pressure measurement techniques, which we have up to like
Gaza, don't be dancing with me this dance you always do. Just either answer you have the pressure value measurements or you don't, Daza. Because I only let your mic open up so that you can either present this or not.
So we have pressure value measurements up.
All right, go ahead and put it in the text chat. That's all I need to hear from you. Now post it in the text chat so we can all see that it's not a calculation. They're not inferences. They're exactly measured in situ by some type of device. Go ahead, sir.
I haven't got it with me, but there are two lots of measurements they take. One is traditional.
He ain't got it on him.
Yeah, you ain't got it with you is not going to suffice. You ain't got it with you is not going to suffice. That doesn't give you the green light to keep talking. Either you have it or you don't. That's how you do this thing. It's one or the other. You have it or you don't.
Nobody's got it with them. Whenever we ask, I don't have it with me. Yeah.
Yeah, I know it was in my. I know it was in my pants. I think I left them. My other jacket.
Yeah, exactly.
But so how far up do you think we've measured the pressure? Where do you?
Don't ask me any questions. Show me the money, sir. I want to see air pressure measured where they say the space is supposed to be, which is at the Kármán line, 62 miles above the Earth's surface. Show me the money. Where is it?
His dog ate his homework, chat.
Yeah, so I'll find you the traditional pressure measurement.
Yeah, go ahead and do that because I'll find you means. Yeah, go ahead, Daza. Please go and do that.
So I'll find you the traditional ones, but I'll have to look further to find out how they measured the very low pressure. Once you go below.
Yeah, do that, Daza. Do that.
Because you've got to switch techniques, right? You've got to go from using differential pressure measurement, which stops
I need
at about,
you to just go and do the thing you say you're going to do. Don't filibuster. You don't have to tell us a long story about what you're going to do and all that. Just go do it, right? Because it seems like right now nobody has the answer. It's all been inferences. It's all been calculations. It's all been what people think it is. And it's never been fucking measured. Ever, ever, ever.
Yeah,
but you will agree that that's some measurements of the atmosphere, right?
Bro, can you just go and do it? Do it, bring the measurements, and we'll all sit here and look what you got.
Okay. So there's a book called...
Oh, my God, dude.
Oh, my God.
Why is he Yappuccino right now?
Dude, go back to Isaac. He was just starting to realize that space is fake. That's more entertaining than Daza.
Yeah, a technical point. We need the method used and the data. In other words, what equipment was used and the method that was used by that equipment to take the measurement. So you don't forget.
That's what we need. Now get this, guys.
The container argument is secondary to this primary argument, which is if it's not measured, it's just like the argument a long time ago where they said, well, the 93 million mile away sun, but you flat earthers are saying the sun is close and local. And there for a time, there was people that were saying, well, the sun is close and local. So you know how you have your 93 million a mile away sun? Well, our sun, the way we're saying it with flat earth, is close and local. It's the same thing. It's a false dichotomy. So they have us in a vice with this false dichotomy. We've been like saying these arguments for quite some time. Now it's
Can I
time
say
to
something?
like to clean. Oh, no, just hold on a second. Now it's time to clean up and say, okay, if we're gonna get into the container argument, you're gonna have to provide how there is the pressure values that you say is to be a vast pressure differential. Now, if you don't have that, then why are we gonna entertain a container argument? Because even if you did present it, then you'd have to deal with the container. But since you can't present it, I can just wait and tell you the space is fake. You can't provide the vacuum of space. Why should I present any container argument? I don't have to.
NASA ain't gonna to give it to you.
Yeah, neither is Noah.
I just got here. I heard something about the carbon line and measuring things, and immediately I knew people were stupid.
Yeah, immediately. Can you provide the information to substantiate that either pressure or temperature